Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
101, Chapter 101, Dragon Vein. This account was not perfect. If scrutinized carefully, there would certainly be loopholes. But right now, Night Owl, who had just woken up and was severely injured and weak, was clearly unable to think about so many details. She only heard that the captain's severed arm was to protect a teammate, heard about the fierce chaotic battle, and heard that they had barely escaped with their lives. A wave of relief at surviving a disaster and gratitude towards her teammates instantly overwhelmed her. So that's how it was. Thank you all. Night Owl's voice was choked with sobs, and she fell unconscious again. This time, it was a deep sleep caused by both mental and physical exhaustion. Sora and Fox exchanged another glance and silently continued their journey. Sora also knew in his heart that there were many loopholes, but for now, this was the only way. The Third Great Ninja War was about to erupt in full force. The relationship between Kimagakur, Tsunade, and Konohagakur was already tense to the extreme. Scheming against each other was commonplace. A friction like this was nothing significant, and most likely, no one would investigate it deeply. Moreover, for some reason, after making the decision not to kill, Sora's mindset had quietly changed. Before, he was constantly afraid of even the slightest leak of his secret, being cautious all day long. But now, even if part of the truth were really exposed, it seemed not so terrifying anymore. Having gained the initial power to control his own destiny, his confidence had indeed grown much stronger. If soldiers come, we will block them. If water comes, we will use earth to cover it. Traveling swiftly all the way, crossing the land of rivers, they finally set foot on the border of the land of fire. The familiar vegetation and air allowed Sora to relax slightly. After identifying themselves at the border outpost, they immediately received assistance from Konoha. Grey Wolf and Night Owl were immediately sent to Konoha Hospital at the fastest speed for emergency treatment, especially Grey Wolf, whose injuries were extremely severe and who had been hovering between life and death. Although Fox was also quite seriously injured, he insisted on reporting the mission situation to the Hokage first. Konohagakur, inside the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Fox had already finished reporting on the mission in the Land of Wind, and Sora was also standing to the side, with some additional fake wounds on his body. Fox reported exactly the account he and Sora had agreed upon. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaled smoke, and said solemnly, "You've worked hard, Fox, Green Snake. You have already done well enough. Being able to bring back intelligence and return alive under such circumstances is a success in itself. First, go to the hospital for treatment. I will carefully study the mission report. Regarding your compensation and rewards, they will be issued later. Later, I will have other squads investigate the intelligence in the Land of Wind. With the clues and direction you brought back, it should be much more convenient." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Fox bowed his head in acknowledgement and, supported by Sora, slowly withdrew from the Hokage's office. After moving away from the Hokage building, Fox tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice to Sora. He believed about 70 or 80%, but definitely still has doubts. However, for now, this is enough. Sora nodded silently. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a veteran Kage-level powerhouse who had governed for many years. He was meticulous and couldn't possibly completely believe a one-sided story. But as long as there was no concrete evidence, and given that Konoha was currently in need of personnel, especially with the shadow of the Third Great Ninja War approaching, he would definitely not easily investigate deeply into an Umbu member who had made contributions and possessed considerable strength. Moreover, Sora actually didn't care much about this account either. They were carrying out a mission for the village. At most, Sarutobi Hiruzen would find it strange that the members of Squad C5 managed to escape under such circumstances. But who doesn't have some secrets? As long as Fox didn't reveal Sora's true information, there was no need to worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen. After sending Fox to the hospital as well, Sora then walked alone towards the direction of the orphanage. Walking on the familiar streets, the impending war clouds did not affect the peaceful scene within Konoha. Children were playing, and vendors were hawking their wares. Just as he passed a street corner, Sora's gaze was drawn to a few people walking from a distance. The man at the lead had brilliant golden hair and a sunny smile. It was none other than Namikaze Minato, who would soon be known as the Yellow Flash. Beside him were three others. Abarume Shivi, wrapped in a high-collared dark coat with light-blocking sunglasses on his face Akimi Kichoza, who had a broad, sturdy build and a round face, and Heitake Kakashi, with his silver-white spiky hair and indifferent eyes. They looked travel-worn, apparently having just returned from a mission. This combination, the timing. Sora's mind stirred. Could they have just returned from completing the Dragon Vein mission in Lulan? Namikaze Minato seemed to notice Sora as well and smiled, nodding at him. Kakashi's gaze also swept over, lingering slightly on Sora's silver-white short hair, which was the same as his own, before returning to his usual expression of indifference towards everything. The two parties had no interaction and passed by each other. But this chance encounter was like a key, unlocking thoughts long buried deep within Sora. The orphanage. After having dinner with Miyamoto Ichiro and the others, Sora returned to his room, closed the door, and wearily lay down on the bed. Today's meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, although he passed for now and Sora didn't care too much, the feeling of needing to carefully weave lies and be constantly vigilant was not pleasant. In the end, it was because his own strength was not absolute enough. The power of the Azure Dragon Fruit was certainly strong. In his fully transformed state, he even possessed strength at the threshold of the Kage level. But the development of the Azure Dragon Fruit had also hit a bottleneck. The dragonification of his body, strength, defense, and elemental control were all steadily improving, but the progress was slow. It was a matter of gradual effort, unable to bring a rapid surge in combat power. Unless it awakened. But awakening was something mysterious and elusive. Sora had no clue about it and simply didn't know where to start. It seems I need to start with the powers of the Naruto world. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, Sora's thoughts raced. His earliest idea was to use a tailed beast charger to solve his problem of insufficient chakra, but how easy was it to get a tailed beast? They were all strictly controlled by the major villages, completely out of reach for the current Sora. So, were there other massive chakra sources in the Naruto world? Yes. Two choices immediately emerged in Sora's mind. First, the Morio of the Land of Demons. That massive chakra filled with darkness and negative energy was indeed tempting. But the problem was, this thing was too evil. Its energy was full of violent, destructive, and ominous aura. Sora wasn't sure if his body, or rather the Azure Dragon Fruit, could withstand and transform this kind of energy. If his mind were to be corrupted by it, the consequences would be unthinkable. The risk was too high, so he ruled it out directly. Second, the Dragon Vein of Lulan. The energy of the Dragon Vein was vast and stable, and its nature seemed gentler. However, the biggest problem was, it had already been sealed by Namikaze Minato. Moreover, the energy of the Dragon Vein wasn't something that could simply be absorbed into the body by opening one's mouth. It was more like a ley line energy, requiring special methods to guide and utilize it. For example, technology similar to artificial tailed beasts, or at the very least, extremely advanced sealing techniques and energy conversion techniques. But Sora knew neither of these. Lying on the bed, Sora considered for a moment and chose his next direction, the Dragon Vein. It seems necessary to learn sealing techniques. And I must also find a way to get my hands on artificial tailed beast technology. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 102, Chapter 102 Karen. 5 days had passed since the mission in the Land of Wind ended. As nearly the entire Squad C5 was severely injured, Sora received a fairly long vacation. During these 5 days, Sora did not completely relax. Even though he chose to believe Fox, necessary precautions still had to be taken. Every night when sleeping, Sora would also leave a shadow clone in the corner of his room, maintaining vigilance and sensing the surrounding movements. This was not targeted at Fox, but at any possible prying eyes that might come from other directions. Sora understood very clearly that the waters of Konoha ran deep. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not investigate deeply, but Danzo's route was pervasive. He did not want to wake up one night to find himself already surrounded by Umbu or root forces. Even if he could fly, once a barrier and targeted ninjutsu were set up in advance, his fate would not be much better than the future Uchiha clan being besieged. Fortunately, after several days of covert observation, Sora did not notice anything unusual. There were no unfamiliar chakra loitering near the orphanage, nor any feeling of being watched. When visiting Fox at the hospital, the other's attitude remained as always. In fact, because they had shared a life and death experience, they seemed even closer than before. In conversation, Fox never mentioned any topics related to the Azure Dragon, only caring about his recovery and Grey Wolf's injuries. Fox had kept his promise. This allowed the last trace of doubt in Sora's heart to fade slightly, and his tense nerves could relax a little. The vacation was long, but Sora did not plan to waste it. Improving strength was urgent. Since he had decided to consider Dragon Veins as a potential direction to solve his own chakra shortcomings, learning sealing jutsu became a top priority. On this day, Sora once again came to the ninjutsu archive in the underground Umbu headquarters. It had now been exactly 2.5 years since he officially joined the Umbu. He had carried out many missions and accumulated many Umbu merit points. This was the exclusive achievement point system within the Umbu used to exchange for resources, able to exchange for ninjutsu, intelligence, and so on. The procedure remained the same as before. After verifying his identity, under the gaze of UMBU members, he once again stepped into that stone room filled with the scent of scrolls. Why is it still this guy? Does he work here until he dies? Sora looked at the UMBU clerk wearing the Suzuka mask before him and silently complained in his heart. Then, picking up the ninjutsu catalog, Sora first paid special attention to see if there were any perception-type techniques. After all, with the experience in the Land of Wind, Sora found that he was not lacking in direct combat methods at this stage, but was comparatively lacking in large-range perception abilities. So he wanted to see if he could obtain a few perception-type ninjutsu or secret techniques. This way, incidents like the one in the Land of Wind would not happen again. Sora carefully checked several relevant category areas, but the results left him somewhat disappointed. Most of what was displayed were basic chakra sensing techniques, or reconnaissance techniques requiring specific ninja tools. There were none that could truly be called secret techniques. These listed items were even less effective than Sora's own perception ability. But upon second thought, Sora felt relieved in his heart. Powerful perception abilities, whether the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, or talents like the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shingon, almost all relied on Kekii Genkai or racial talents. Even if there were a few learnable perception secret techniques, they were inevitably tightly controlled by various clans or village higher-ups as secret teachings not to be passed on. How could they be so easily stored in this ninjutsu archive, available for borrowing just by spending some UMBU merit points? Abilities like Karen Uzumaki's, capable of precisely sensing chakra within several dozen kilometers, were even more rare and hard to come by. It's a pity. Karen is the same age as Sasuke. She won't be born for another 5 or 6 years. But Karen is indeed a good seedling, and her childhood was too tragic. Holding the catalog in one hand and stroking his chin with the other, Sora's mind conjured up the future red-haired girl's experiences in Kizagakur. Imprisoned as a mobile blood bag, enduring the pain of being bitten daily, even her basic human dignity was trampled. Such a vibrant and powerful perception talent should have had a bright life, yet it was to be squeezed dry of value in a dark, sunless cage. Those people in Kizagakur are simply wasting something precious. A strong thought suddenly surged in Sora's heart. When Karen is born, I must go to the land of grass. I absolutely cannot let her fall into the hands of those Kizagakur ninja again. This was both to prevent Karen from enduring that inhuman torment again, to avoid her tragic fate of being imprisoned and exploited. At the same time, if he could really bring Karen out, with this top-tier perception ability, whether Sora continued to stay in Konoha or left Konoha in the future, it would become a tremendous asset. With Karen around, the movements of chakra within several dozen kilometers would be impossible to hide. Whether for reconnaissance, early warning, or avoiding powerful enemies, it would be an irreplaceable force. Unfortunately, right now, not to mention Karen, Sora didn't even know where Karen's mother was. After all, Karen and her mother ended up in Kizagakur only after her birth. They are most likely still wandering around the ninja world now. It seems obtaining systematic perception ability is temporarily impossible. Sora shook his head, no longer thinking about Karen and perception secret techniques, and directly walked towards the area marked Sealing Jutsu. Sealing Jutsu was vast and profound, and extremely reliant on talent and master-disciple transmission. Very few ninja could truly begin to learn and achieve something in it. Therefore, related scrolls were relatively scarce and precious. Sora patiently browsed the catalog. For symbol seal, contract seal, 5-element seal. Many familiar sealing jutsu names came into view, but these were all high-level application sealing jutsu. Without a solid foundation, one couldn't understand them, let alone perform them. What Sora needed was not these, but the most fundamental, most basic things. Namely, the principles of seal formation, chakra conduction, these basic theories. Finally, his gaze locked onto a scroll that looked extremely ancient. The scroll label read, Detailed Explanation of Uzumaki Clan Sealing Jutsu Basics, Incomplete Scroll. Uzumaki Clan. A flicker of joy passed through Sora's eyes. The Uzumaki clan was famous throughout the ninja world for their powerful vitality and exquisite sealing jutsu. They were the authority in the field of sealing jutsu. Even the basics would definitely be top-tier introductory material. Although it was an incomplete scroll, it should be enough for him to get started at his current level. This one. Sora took down this ancient scroll and went to the entrance to register. Suzuka, as usual, expertly completed the registration procedures. After deducting some UMBU merit points, he said formulaically, Detailed explanation of Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu basics. Scroll borrowing period is 1 month. Must be returned by the due date. During this period, the scroll must not be damaged, copied, or privately taught to others. If there is risk of theft or loss, prioritize destroying the scroll. Understood. Sora naturally nodded in response. Then, carrying this precious scroll, he left the UMBU underground base. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 103, Chapter 103 Learning Sealing Jutsu. The Orphanage. Sora returned to his room and eagerly began studying. Wow, this is way too complicated. He opened the scroll and couldn't help but complain in his mind. The scroll was filled with dense seals and annotations. Just the theoretical part at the beginning made his head spin. The essence of sealing jutsu was to use special seals and chakra to construct a stable formula, thereby binding, sealing, isolating, or transforming a target. This target was not limited to physical entities, it also included things like energy and souls. Furthermore, sealing jutsu demanded extremely high precision in chakra control, requiring a very deep understanding of the nature transformation of chakra. Fortunately, while Sora's chakra quantity was small, his control precision was quite good. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sora formed hand seals, and 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sora unrolled the scroll and, along with his 2 shadow clones, immersed himself fully in learning the fundamentals of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. His main body was responsible for understanding and memorizing the core theories and seal structures, attempting to mobilize chakra for the most basic copying practice. One shadow clone continuously tried to condense chakra into threads to sketch out the simplest basic seals. Each time it failed, the dispersing clone would bring back the sense of fatigue and the experience of failure. The other shadow clone was responsible for theoretical deduction and calculation, analyzing the possible effects of different seal combinations and how to construct formulas more efficiently. But the process was far more difficult than imagined. Those basic seals looked simple, but every stroke and line required the output of chakra to be extremely stable and precise. A little too much or too little, or even a slight deviation in angle, would lead to construction failure or even cause minor chakra backlash. Sora's already not large chakra reserves were quickly depleted under such high-precision consumption. Rest for 10 minutes, continue later. Sora let out a breath, feeling his nearly empty chakra, sat on the bed and began meditating to recover. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. After recovering a bit of chakra, Sora started learning sealing jutsu again. Relying on the experience stacking effect brought by the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and the powerful recovery ability granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit, Sora learned the basic operational logic of sealing jutsu at a startling speed. Time passed day by day. Sora's life became extremely routine. During the day, it was taijutsu training, including visits to the hospital to see Fox and the others. At night, he secluded himself to practice sealing jutsu. It's worth mentioning that Guy was different from before. He couldn't be met every day now. Guy was already a genin and also needed to do missions, although they were all D rank and the like. Gradually, Sora went from being unable to even sketch a single stable basic seal at the beginning, to later being able to barely maintain a simple seal in the air with chakra for a few seconds. Still a newbie, but at least I've started. Looking at the faintly glowing seal in front of him, Sora felt a little excited. Although progress was slow, it was real. He was still extremely far from truly understanding and controlling energy of the level of the dragon vein. But at least, he had taken this most crucial first step. During breaks from training and studying, Sora would also pay attention to the situation at the orphanage. The old director's health was getting worse. Sora could feel her life force was like a candle in the wind, flickering weakly, yet stubbornly refusing to go out. Miyamoto Ichiro had privately told Sora with reddened eyes that the old director had an unfulfilled wish. She wanted to see Nono one more time. This old woman was holding on purely by a stubborn will, clinging to the hope of a miracle that would let her see Nono again. Every time he saw the old woman's withered face and longing eyes, Sora felt a pang in his heart. He didn't know where Nono was now, alive or dead. Sister. Sora felt complex emotions whenever he thought of Nono. It had been over 3 years since Nono left, with no news at all. He had secretly used some of his Umbu privileges to inquire, but records about the Walking Witch were almost entirely blank outside of Root. Danzo had hidden Nono very well, or rather, had completely turned her into a tool that only existed in the darkness. That old schemer Danzo, he's hidden her deep enough. Sora cursed inwardly. Thankfully, Sarutobi Hiruzen had guaranteed she would return alive, otherwise he really would have had no assurance at all. The daily operations of the orphanage were now basically all managed by Miyamoto Ichiro. Procuring supplies, cleaning, taking care of the old director. He managed everything in an orderly manner. Sora, on the other hand, carried out Umbu missions, and most of the mission funds he earned were given to Miyamoto Ichiro. Yusuji Rin had graduated from the Ninja Academy last year and formed a team with 2 other classmates. Interestingly, according to Yusuji Rin, her teammates were actually Kurane and Asuma, which surprised Sora a bit. Asuma was currently in his rebellious phase, often at odds with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was relatively reliable during missions. Yusuji Rin occasionally brought back the meager earnings from some D-rank missions, also giving them to Miyamoto Ichiro to help with the orphanage's expenses. She had adapted to the identity of a ninja, and her speech showed more competence. As for Yumi and Ayumi, those 2 little girls, they were already second-year students at the Ninja Academy. Their ninja aptitude was fairly good, at least they passed the entrance exam smoothly. Sora still remembered when Nono took him, Yusuji Rin, and 2 other children to take the exam that year. Back then, only he and Yusuji Rin passed. Looking back now, Yumi and Ayumi seemed to have better aptitude than the 2 children who were eliminated that year. But as a transmigrator, Sora knew very well that having good aptitude and graduating smoothly from the academy didn't necessarily mean good things. The Third Great Ninja War, it's probably less than a year away, right? Sora felt heavy-hearted whenever he thought about this. At that time, these newly graduated genin would likely be sent to the battlefield in large numbers, becoming brutal cannon fodder. Yumi and Ayumi are still so young. Was I right or wrong in not opposing their choice to become ninjas? Sora sometimes couldn't help but wonder. After all, in this twisted ninja world, having power doesn't necessarily guarantee self-preservation. Instead, it might drag one deeper into the whirlpool. The orphanage, Sora's room. One evening, after finishing a day of cultivation and study, Sora dispersed his shadow clones. A massive amount of experience and fatigue instantly rushed back, making his head spin and nearly causing him to lose his balance. I wonder how Naruto managed to withstand this. Sora shook his head, feeling the dizziness, and silently complained in his mind. After regulating his breath for a moment, he walked out of his room and went to the small hall that also served as a dining room. A simple dinner was already laid out on the table: rice, miso soup, a small dish of pickles, and a few grilled fish. Sora usually ate most of his meals outside. His appetite was simply too huge. If he ate at the orphanage, Miyamoto Ichiro would probably have to spend the whole day doing nothing but cooking for him around the stove. However, occasionally, he would stay and have a simple, home-cooked meal with the few people at the orphanage. Like right now. The aroma before him, though not rich, carried a uniquely warm feeling of home. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 104, Chapter 104, The Outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Brother Sora, come and eat quickly. Seeing Sora, Yumi and Ayumi immediately waved happily, full of energy. Sora smiled, temporarily pushing down those heavy thoughts. Miyamoto Ichiro was busy serving everyone rice, complaining as he did so, fish prices went up again today. Those profiteering merchants must have heard the news about more skirmishes at the border. Yusuji Rin, who was helping set out bowls and chopsticks, chimed in, I heard the conflict in the Land of Rain has escalated. Next time we go to submit a mission, we need to pay more attention to the mission board and see if there are any higher-paying C-rank missions. C-rank missions still carry risks. You've only recently graduated, it's better to be more cautious. Sora walked over and sat down, habitually reminding them. Got it, Sora, you sound like an old man, so naggy. Yusuji Rin stuck out her tongue. Even though she said that, her eyes showed she had taken it to heart. I'm saying this for your own good. Has that kid Asuma been causing any trouble for you? He's alright. He just has a bit of a temper sometimes, but his skills are pretty strong. Last time, we ran into a few rogue ninjas trying to steal our mission item, and he dealt with them in a few moves. Yusuji Rin said, her tone showing quite a bit of recognition for Asuma's strength. Sora didn't say much more about it. It was a good thing that Yusuji Rin could be on a team with Asuma. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma obviously wouldn't be sent on overly dangerous missions. By following him, Yusuji Rin could naturally avoid many risks. Instead, it was the two young girls, Yumi and Ayumi, that Sora needed to pay more attention to. Everyone began eating, chatting about the trivial matters of the day, interesting news from the Ninja Academy, little incidents during missions, gossip from neighbors, and so on. Listening to the chattering voices around him and looking at the young, vibrant faces under the candlelight, Sora suddenly felt a bit dazed. These were his bonds in this strange and dangerous world. This was the harbor he could return to after carrying out those bloody missions in the Umbu. It's a pity. Such peace won't last much longer. Sora knew that from the moment the third Kazekage died, the third great ninja war could be said to have already begun. But at least for now, at this small dining table, he could temporarily set aside all his schemes and calculations. He could just be a family member and enjoy this moment of peace. Moreover, he now had the initial strength to protect these four people in front of him. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed since the mission to the Land of Wind. Over this past half year, the situation in the ninja world, as Sora knew it, slid along its predetermined trajectory, becoming even more intense. The disappearance of the third Kazekage completely lit the fuse. At first, Tsunade tried its best to conceal the news, searching frantically in secret. But there is no wall that wind cannot pass through. The news eventually leaked out. Kumagakure of the Land of Lightning was the first to act. Using border friction as a pretext, they deployed troops to the border, putting pressure on the Land of Wind, attempting to test Tsunagakure's actual state. However, contrary to many people's expectations, Tsunagakure did not fall into chaos. After the higher-ups quickly reached a consensus, Raza, hailed as the gold miner, relying on his powerful magnet release Kekii Genkai and the strong-handed approach he demonstrated at the critical moment, rapidly stabilized the internal situation and successfully rose to power, becoming the fourth Kazekage. After taking office, facing Kumagakure's aggression, Raza did not choose to back down. Instead, he responded with an equally tough stance, even proactively engaging in several fairly large-scale conflicts with Kumagakure at the border. Leveraging geographical advantages and the tenacity of the Tsunade, they managed to repel Kumigakure's offensive for a time. This guy Raza, even though he died simply later on, turns out to be more decisive than I imagined. That's right. Without some ability, how could he have stabilized Tsunagakure under those circumstances and even become Kazekage? Sora thought to himself when he learned this intelligence. Not gaining much advantage in the Land of Wind, Kumigakure would naturally not let the matter rest. Their greedy gaze soon turned towards the more prosperous Land of Fire, and towards Uegakure of the Land of Earth, with whom they had long-standing grievances. Driven by interest, the machinery of war was set completely in motion. Kumigakure declared war on both the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire almost simultaneously, launching fierce attacks on multiple fronts. And that old fox Oniki obviously had no intention of sitting idly by while Kumigakure grew stronger alone. He also wanted to take advantage of the situation to tear a piece of flesh from the Land of Fire. Almost at the same time as Kumigakure launched its attack, Uegakure's army crossed the Land of Grass and headed straight for the border of the Land of Fire. The Third Great Ninja War had finally broken out in full scale. Konoha instantly found itself in the difficult position of fighting on 2, even 3, fronts. On the northwestern front, they had to deal with Uegakure's invasion from the direction of the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls. On the northeastern front, they had to resist Kumigakure's fierce attacks from the direction of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Snow. And there was also a southeastern front, primarily countering pressure from Kirigakure. Although Kirigakure had not yet fully intervened, frequent small-scale frictions meant they still needed to deploy some ninjas for defense. The flames of war almost instantly spread across the borders. Every day, a large number of casualty reports were sent back to Konoha. Konoha's war machine also began operating at an unprecedented speed. A large number of genin and chunin were organized into squads and dispatched to various battlefields. Even some ninja academy students who hadn't yet graduated were made to graduate early to replenish the ninja forces. Fortunately, for now, the two young girls from the orphanage had only just entered their second year. Their class had not yet been sent to the battlefield. A wartime atmosphere of tension began to envelop the entire Konoha village. And amidst this turmoil, the name Namikaze Minato rose like a comet, shining brightly across the entire battlefield. The Flying Thunder God technique displayed astonishing power in his hands, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, killing without a trace. Countless Iwanin and Kumonin fell before his specially marked kunao without even having time to react. The Flying Thunder God gave Minato the initiative on the battlefield. Whether to fight or withdraw was entirely up to him. Those who could defeat him couldn't catch up. Those who couldn't defeat him couldn't escape. Where and when to strike was entirely his decision. This was the greatest frustration felt by all enemies who encountered Minato. The fame of the Yellow Flash quickly spread throughout the nations, becoming something that made enemies tremble with fear. Later on, even the high commands of various nations issued orders stating, if you encounter the Yellow Flash, you may abandon the mission and flee immediately. And as Minato's strength grew day by day, gradually, no one could defeat him one-on-one anymore. The title Yellow Flash naturally came to awe the entire ninja world. This was precisely why he was able to catch up to and surpass the legendary Sannin in such a short time and become renowned throughout the ninja world. Minato truly is Minato. The Flying Thunder God, such a cheat-like skill, is truly terrifying in his hands. Sora couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he occasionally saw Minato's battle achievements in the reports from the front lines. This was the era belonging to geniuses, and he himself was not able to stay out of it either. Umbu missions became more frequent, heavier, and more dangerous. Infiltration, espionage, sabotage, assassination. All sorts of covert missions emerged endlessly. After Squad C5's members had mostly recovered from their injuries, they were also quickly redeployed to the battlefield. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 105, Chapter 105, Land of Lightning. Land of Lightning. At this moment, Sora was lurking in a damp, dense jungle. He was wearing dark combat attire, covered by the standard Konoha Umbu flak jacket, and his familiar green snake mask. His entire figure nearly merged with the shadows. Not far from him, Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl were also lurking. Although Fox had lost one arm, Konoha was currently severely short-handed, so he was still serving as the captain of Squad C5. On the stump of Fox's missing left arm, a specially made kunao arm blade was attached. It could be used for combat and did not affect his hand seals, though his movements were ultimately not as fluid as before. The penetrating wound on Grey Wolf's chest had healed, but it left a lingering after-effect. His breathing would become somewhat difficult after intense exercise, and his strength was somewhat diminished. Sora suspected he would likely never reach Jonan level in the future. Night Owl had recovered the best and was currently closing his eyes, carefully sensing the movements around them. Sora's team's mission was to investigate the movement routes and logistical supply points of an elite unit from Kumigakure. This unit, codenamed Thunder Blast, had recently caused considerable trouble for Konoha's northeastern front forces. They were swift-moving and extremely destructive. Konoha's higher-ups suspected they might have a special raid plan, so they dispatched Squad C5 to investigate. After several days of careful tracking and lurking, Sora's team had basically identified this unit's general area of operation and several commonly used supply routes. The mission was entering its final stage. Kimagakure's defenses are much tighter than imagined. The frequency of patrols and the density of sensory barriers are both very high. It seems even within their own country, they don't dare let their guard down in the slightest. Sora thought silently to himself, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. Under the dark clouds of war, everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Even with a god's eye view and knowledge of the general historical direction, Sora dared not be the least bit careless. The tide of history was indeed vast, but those who drowned were often careless small figures. He had no desire to become one in some insignificant statistic. That should do it. Fox's low voice reached everyone's ears via chakra. One final check on the supply point in the southeast valley. If there's nothing unusual, we can withdraw. Understood. Roger. Grey Wolf and Night Owl replied in low voices. Sora also nodded slightly. The four of them, like ghosts, flitted silently through the forest, moving quickly towards the southeast. Their movements were very agile, avoiding leaving any traces as much as possible. As he moved, Sora pondered the current situation in his mind. With Kimagakure and Iwagakure attacking simultaneously, Konoha's pressure is indeed immense. However, according to the original, Konoha ultimately pulled through, even managing to pull off classic battles like the Konobe Bridge. But the process was absolutely brutal, with countless ninja dying on the battlefield, including Obito. Thinking of Obito's name and his fate, Sora's feelings were somewhat complicated. As long as the masterminds, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, remained unresolved, the tragedies wouldn't stop. Moreover, saving Obito would cause the future to deviate from the track he was familiar with. It might be better to let things proceed in their original direction, as he could at least grasp the vast majority of future intelligence. This was also why he hadn't grown closer to Obito at the Ninja Academy. Obito was fated to be a tragic figure. Soon, Sora and the other three reached the vicinity of the target valley. Hidden in the dense bushes on the hillside, they cautiously looked down. Within the valley, there was indeed a temporarily established Kimagakure supply point. Several large tents stood there, guarded by about 10 kimonin. Ninja moving supplies could be seen entering and exiting from time to time. Judging by the number of tents and the scale of the guards, this should be a medium-sized supply point, likely storing a significant amount of supplies. After careful observation, Fox said in a low voice. It seems correct. This is likely an important supply point for the Thunderblast unit. Once we record the coordinates and guard strength, our mission will be complete. Night Owl immediately took out a map and charcoal pencil, quickly marking it. Grey Wolf counted the number of guards below and their shift patterns. Sora's gaze swept over the entire camp more meticulously, including the surrounding terrain. The guard strength doesn't seem too heavy, but there must be warning barriers and traps hidden in the shadows. If we launch a strong attack, the four of us could probably take it, but it would definitely cause a commotion. Attracting surrounding kimonin would be troublesome then. Better to be safe. Record the intel, then return safely. Just as Sora thought the mission would conclude peacefully, his gaze suddenly focused. He saw a kimonin who had just walked out of a tent at the edge of the camp. This person seemed different. That person wasn't busily moving supplies or patrolling like the other ninja. Instead, he stood there, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings, as if inspecting something. More importantly, Sora noticed his forehead protector was worn in a somewhat special way, and there was an inconspicuous mark on his flak jacket. That mark seems like Kimagakure's intelligence division. Sora's heart sank slightly. A ninja from the intelligence division appearing at a frontline unit's supply point. This seemed somewhat unusual. Unless, this was not merely a simple supply point. Captain. Sora transmitted information via chakra in a low voice to Fox. 3 o'clock direction, the ninja with the headband near the tent. Pay attention to the mark on his flak jacket. Hearing this, Fox immediately looked in the direction Sora indicated. A moment later, Fox's voice also carried a hint of gravity. Kimagakure's Raven unit. What is one of their people doing here? Raven unit. Grey Wolf and Night Owl clearly had also heard this name. Their tones immediately changed. Kimagakure's Raven unit was an elite force specifically responsible for counter-espionage and internal purges. It was equivalent to part of the functions of Konoha's route, but more mysterious and ruthless. Their appearance often meant cleanup, silencing, or a trap. Fox acted decisively. The situation is abnormal. Cease all movement, maintain maximum concealment. Night Owl, prioritize sensing if there are any ambushes or barriers around. Night Owl immediately held his breath and concentrated, pushing his sensory abilities to the limit. Sora also quietly mobilized the subtle perception brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit, combining it with his hearing and sight to carefully probe for any abnormalities around them. In the air, there seemed to be an additional faint, elusive sense of tension. Beneath his mask, Sora's brow furrowed slightly. Hopefully, it's just a false alarm. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became tense and still. Night Owl's perception was operating at full force. A moment later, his face instantly paled. He transmitted an urgent message via chakra. Captain. There are hidden barrier nodes in the surroundings. More than one. We might have been under their surveillance the whole time. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 106, Chapter 106, Raven Unit. Almost simultaneously, the ninja from the Raven unit in the camp below suddenly looked up. His sharp gaze shot like a physical entity toward the hillside where Sora and the other three were hiding. We've been discovered. Grey Wolf growled in a low voice, instinctively tightening his grip on his kunai. Ha, sneaky rats. You actually found your way here. A cold, hoarse voice abruptly echoed through the mountain forest, yet its exact source could not be pinpointed. The next moment, figures silently emerged from the shadows of the surrounding trees, vaguely encircling them. Counting the ninjas rapidly assembling from the camp below and flanking them, there were a full 12 people. They wore unified Kumogakure standard equipment, but their forehead protectors were worn in various ways. Their faces bore varying degrees of cold sternness and killing intent, their eyes sharp, firmly locked onto Sora and his three companions. The leader was a tall, thin man with a ferocious scar on his face. His gaze swept slowly over Fox, Grey Wolf, Night Owl, and finally settled on Sora's face. Or rather, on his green snake mask. The corner of Scarface's mouth slowly curled into a grin full of killing intent, and he spoke with a tone of excitement at having found prey. So it's you after all. Konoha's, Green Snake, They're specifically after me. Sora felt a chill in his heart. Fox asked in a grave voice, what do you mean? What do I mean? Scarface sneered, but his gaze never left Sora. You are Green Snake from Konoha Umbu Squad C5, correct? Over half a year ago, at the border of the Land of Wind, you killed our Kumogakure's Lord Toroa and his squad members. Lord Toroa was not only an elite Jonan of the village, but also a master of magnet release deeply trusted by the Third Raikage. His death enraged the Raikage. He paused, his tone becoming even more icy. Although the specifics are unclear, the last intelligence transmitted back pointed to a Konoha Umbu wearing an animal mask. One of the distinguishing features was the green snake mask. Sora frowned. Thinking it over, he instantly understood the reason. Clearly, the four Kumogakure ninjas from back then had left behind some intelligence. The burly Toroa and the other two, Reiga and Gonko, were obviously not such meticulous people. It seems it was that censor ninja, Yumiko. But it appears the information she left is incomplete. It doesn't contain any intelligence about my final transformation into the Azure Dragon. Even though the information was incomplete, only locking onto the mask codename, it was enough for Kumogakure to mark Sora as a key target. Toroa's status in Kumogakure was clearly very high. This hatred was firmly pinned on his head. Scarface slowly drew the short sword from his back. The Raikage personally ordered, alive to see the person, dead to see the body. I never expected you to deliver yourself to our doorstep. Your life, Black Crow, will claim it. As he spoke, the 11 other ninjas of the Raven unit simultaneously erupted with chakra. A powerful pressure pressed down like a physical force. 1 elite Jonan, 5 Jonan, 6 special Jonan. This force was enough to surround and attack a Kage-level powerhouse. Clearly, Kumogakure had mobilized a rather astonishing force to capture or kill Green Snake. Sora and his team were simply extremely unlucky, coincidentally running straight into the Raven unit that had been ordered to come and surround Green Snake. Fox's expression beneath his mask was extremely grim. The disparity in strength was extreme. A direct confrontation meant certain death. Almost instantly, he made the calmest and also the most brutal decision. Scatter. Evacuate separately. As per standard procedure, meet at the border outpost. Fox's voice, infused with chakra, reached the ears of his three teammates, decisive and unhesitating. Immediately after, he sharply looked at Sora and roared in a tone nearing a shout, ensuring the surrounding Kumogakure ninjas could hear. Green Snake. The intelligence is critically important. You are responsible for taking it back to Konoha. You must deliver it to the Hokage. We will cover you. Before his words fully faded, Fox, with his single arm, violently flung out several smoke bombs and explosive tags, shooting them in different directions. Boom, bang. Smoke and explosions instantly obscured vision, disrupting the encirclement the Kumogakure ninjas had just begun to form. Grey Wolf and Night Owl did not hesitate for a moment. Though shocked inside by their captain's words that seemed to sell out a teammate, their long-term cooperative allowed them to immediately execute the order. They rapidly shot out towards two directions not far apart. Sora reacted with equal speed. He instantly understood Fox's intention. On one hand, it was truly to create chaos, maximally dispersing the enemy's forces, buying a sliver of chance for everyone. On the other hand, Fox deliberately emphasized that the intelligence was on him and that he was to take it back. This was to leverage the fact that Kumogakure's primary target was his capture, to attract more and stronger pursuers to his side, thereby reducing the pressure on Grey Wolf and Night Owl. This was an overt scheme. For Kumogakure, the importance of capturing or killing Green Snake was clearly far greater than that of the three ordinary Umbu. Moreover, the intelligence was on Green Snake. Regarding this decision, Sora felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he thought it was the most correct choice under the circumstances. Fox was aware of the true extent of his strength and trump cards. As long as the entire Raven unit wasn't sent to pursue Sora, there would only be two outcomes. Either Sora would escape, or he would kill all his pursuers. And the Raven unit, unaware of Sora's true strength, obviously would not let Fox and the other two escape and would certainly dispatch part of their force to pursue them. Trying to run. Black Crow snorted coldly and spoke quickly. You six, go after the other three rats. Dead or alive doesn't matter. The rest, with me. Target, Green Snake. He instantly assessed the situation. Just as Fox had anticipated, he locked his main target onto Sora. 3 Jonan and 3 Special Jonan split off to pursue the directions in which Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl had fled. As for Black Crow himself, he personally led the remaining 5, 2 Jonan and 3 Special Jonan, like starving wolves locking onto prey, carrying with them a fierce killing intent, giving full chase in the direction Sora had disappeared. A life-and-death race instantly unfolded within the forest. Sora pushed his speed to the limit, his body low, weaving through the dense trees, using every bit of terrain to evade the line of sight and any possible long-range attacks from behind. Observing the 6 figures following behind, his mind raced. 6 people, 1 elite Jonan, 2 Jonan, 3 Special Jonan. They really think highly of me. Right now, I'm not far from the coast of the Land of Lightning. The fastest route back to the Land of Fire is straight south, returning by sea. Behind him, the sound of breaking air continued. Black Crow and the 5 others were in close pursuit. However, Sora, aided by the wind element of the Azure Dragon Fruit, was not slow either. The distance between the two sides remained roughly constant. Black Crow's voice, like a persistent parasitic worm, came through the trees. Green Snake, you can't escape. Surrender quietly, and you'll suffer less. Sora's eyes beneath the mask were icy cold, without the slightest fluctuation. He took a deep breath. The power of the Azure Dragon Fruit within his body began to surge quietly, subtly enhancing his physical functions and perception. This chase had only just begun. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 107, Chapter 107, Escape and Counterattack. The chase through the forest had lasted nearly an hour. Sora attached wind element to both feet, making each step quite swift, his figure rapidly weaving through the dense woods. However, the pursuers behind him were by no means ordinary. Even the weakest among them were Special Jonan, possessing speed and stamina far surpassing that of ordinary Chunin, while the 2 Jonan and the elite Jonan Black Crow were even more astonishingly fast. Especially Black Crow, who was not only extremely fast but could also accurately form hand seals even during high-speed movement. Lightning Release, Lightning Fang. A sharp fang of lightning shot through the air, grazing past Sora's side and striking a giant tree ahead, instantly charring and shattering it. Sora barely dodged sideways, his speed inevitably affected a little. The distance between them sometimes increased, sometimes closed again due to this kind of long-range harassment, always maintained at a dangerous and delicate balance. Troublesome guy. Sora cursed inwardly, but did not dare to pause for even a moment. He could sense that Black Crow's chakra consumption was far greater than his, but the opponent's chakra reserves were clearly quite substantial too, showing no signs of fatigue in the short term. The other 5 Kimonin, with tacit understanding, spread out slightly, faintly forming a small encirclement net, attempting to predict Sora's route and intercept him. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Sora chose some remote small paths, speeding southward. The surrounding trees gradually thinned, and the air began to fill with the salty scent of sea breeze. The coastline of the Land of Lightning was near. Almost there. Sora's spirits lifted. Regarding the sea, he had already secretly tested it. The seawater of this world was no different from ordinary rivers or lakes to him, clearly lacking any seastone factor, allowing devil fruit abilities to be used normally. This was undoubtedly a huge advantage. Finally, the view opened up abruptly. The dense forest ended abruptly, replaced by a steep cliff and the boundless blue sea below. Waves crashed against the cliff wall, making a rumbling roar. Sora did not hesitate in the slightest, putting force into his feet and leaping down from the cliff. His body plummeted rapidly, sea wind blowing against his face. Mid-air, he quickly adjusted his posture, wrapping air currents around his feet to slow his descent, then precisely attaching chakra to the soles of his feet. Plop. Sora landed steadily on the sea surface, standing on the water plane through chakra control. Glancing back at Black Crow and the others who had rushed to the cliff edge right behind him, Sora turned and sped off in the direction of the Land of Fire. Running on the sea surface, the resistance was much greater than on land, but for Sora, the impact wasn't too significant. Wind element assisted in propulsion, keeping his speed still at a very high level. Chase. We absolutely cannot let him escape back to the Land of Fire. Black Crow roared, leaping off the cliff first. The other 5 Kimonin also followed without hesitation, landing on the sea surface one after another, splashing water. The sea chase began again. On the blue sea surface, 6 figures pulled long white trails, cutting through the waves, advancing forward at astonishing speed. However, without the cover of trees, the pursuit became more direct and intense. Lightning release, earth running. Akumo Jonan slapped both hands onto the sea surface. Crackle. Dazzling lightning instantly conducted along the seawater, rapidly spreading towards Sora. Sora, already prepared, leapt up violently, simultaneously erupting wind pressure from his feet to propel his body forward, gliding a distance and narrowly avoiding the electrified sea area. But this evasion once again allowed the pursuers behind to close the distance somewhat. This guy, what kind of monster stamina is this? Chasing for so long, his speed hasn't slowed down at all. A special Jonan couldn't help but curse softly, his breath already somewhat hurried. Another Jonan also said with a grave expression, and his chakra. It doesn't feel particularly vast in quantity, but his control precision is extremely high, and consumption is minimal. When did Konoha produce such a troublesome brat? Black Crow's eyes were cold, equally shocked inside. Prolonged extreme pursuit, even he felt his chakra and stamina depleting rapidly, yet that Konoha Umbu wearing the green snake mask ahead was still full of energy, as if he didn't know what fatigue was. This terrifying physical strength and endurance was simply not human. Shut up, conserve stamina. He won't last much longer. Black Crow coldly shouted, suppressing the doubt in his heart and accelerating again. The two sides chased on the sea surface for a long time more, already far from the coastline of the Land of Lightning. But Black Crow finally, relying on his elite Jonan's solid strength, closed the distance to within range for a fatal attack. Lightning release, lightning binding net. Black Crow quickly formed hand seals. A large net woven from dazzling lightning appeared out of thin air, descending toward Sora's head. Its range was immense, almost blocking all his dodging space. Sora's pupils contracted. Unable to avoid it completely in time, he immediately took a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball mixed with bluish gold suddenly spewed out, colliding with the edge of the lightning net. Although it didn't completely shatter the lightning, it delayed the net's descent for an instant. Sora then quickly dodged the falling lightning net, but this delay was enough. The other 5 Kimonin had already arrived, instantly spreading out and surrounding him on the sea surface. 6 people formed a perfect encirclement, completely blocking all his escape routes. Black Crow slowly walked forward, catching his breath, his gaze as if looking at a turtle in a jar, and said coldly, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Konoha's green snake, you really can run." Akumo Jonan wiped sweat from his forehead, panting as he added, "Bastard. Nearly exhausted me. Did this kid get his stamina from a tailed beast?" Another special Jonan stared intently at Sora, gripping his kunao tightly and taunting. "Your captain already sold you out, why are you still desperately trying to run back?" Standing at the center of the encirclement, Sora ignored the Kimonin's words, calmly sweeping his gaze around. 1 elite Jonan, 2 Jonan, 3 special Jonan. A lineup that could be called luxurious. But they were now far from the coastline of the Land of Lightning, surrounded by the vast sea. Besides Sora and the 6 Kimonin, there was no one else. Having confirmed the environment, and confirmed there were no additional ambushes or observers, the last trace of concern in Sora's heart disappeared. He slowly raised his head, his gaze beneath the green snake mask becoming extremely calm. Black Crow keenly sensed the change in his eyes, an inexplicable sense of unease rising in his heart. After quickly checking the surroundings, he sharply said, "Stop the chatter. Capture him." The 5 Kimonin moved simultaneously, like pouncing leopards, attacking Sora from different directions. And at this very moment, the enormous power that had lain dormant within Sora for so long erupted without the slightest reservation. Roar. A dragon's roar, something no human could possibly produce, a roar that shook the soul, resounded across the sea and sky. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 108, Chapter 108, Azure Dragon 8 Gates. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a tsunami. The 2 special Jonan charging at the front were struck head-on by this sudden, primordial behemoth-like pressure. Their chakra instantly became chaotic, and their movements completely froze. Their eyes were filled with boundless shock and terror. "What is that?" Black Crow's exclamation was full of incredulous horror. Under their gaze, Sora's body underwent a terrifying, earth-shattering transformation. His body swelled and stretched madly, instantly bursting his Umbu uniform. Dense and magnificent azure dragon scales covered his entire body. His limbs turned into sharp claws, his head transformed into a majestic dragon's head, and a long, powerful dragon tail suddenly lashed out, slapping the sea surface and raising waves several meters high. Almost in the blink of an eye, the originally human-sized Sora had completely vanished. In his place was an azure dragon over 50 meters in length. Its entire body was covered with thick, bluish gold scales. It had deer antlers and an ox-like head, a python's body and eagle's claws. It was surrounded by wind, lightning, and clouds, and radiated a suffocating pressure. Its colossal form lay coiled on the sea surface like a mountain range, its shadow completely enveloping the 6 horrified Kimonin below. Cold, bluish-gold vertical pupils slowly looked down, like a deity gazing at ants, indifferently sweeping over the tiny, ant-like cloud ninja below. The massive dragon's maw opened and closed. A deep, majestic voice rolled forth like thunder, making the sea surface tremble. You were having fun chasing me. Now, it's my turn. On the sea surface, the over 50-meter-long azure dragon lay coiled upon the waves. Its cold, bluish-gold vertical pupils looked down upon the cloud ninja without a trace of emotion. The absolute pressure originating from a difference in life hierarchy made the three weaker special Jonan's legs go weak. The flow of their chakra became sluggish. Monster. A special Jonan's teeth chattered, and the kunao in his hand was almost impossible to grip steadily. He had carried out countless dangerous missions and seen all kinds of Kekii Genkai and secret techniques, but he had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. A person, turning into a dragon. The shock in Black Crow's heart was like towering waves. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Or some never-before-recorded Kekii Tota? Or even, a tailed beast? No, tailed beasts aren't like this. What on earth is this thing? Wait, a dragon. The final message from Team Toroe, could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Black Crow's mind, instantly chilling him to the bone. Toroe and the others, they didn't die from any ambush or group attack. They likely died in this form. They died at the hands of this dragon. The severe error in intelligence and the fear of the unknown made him instantly realize the extreme danger. This target before them was no ordinary Umbu elite, but a monster capable of transforming into a giant dragon. Attack. Don't just stand there. Attack with everything you have. Black Crow, after all, was an elite Jonan with extremely rich combat experience. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he roared hoarsely while his hands flew through hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. A huge spear of lightning shot from his mouth, aimed directly at the azure dragon's head. The other two Jonan also reacted. Though their hands trembled slightly, they still desperately formed seals. Lightning release, lightning tiger. Lightning release, lightning ball. A lightning tiger and several lightning balls roared as they pounced towards the azure dragon's body. The three special Jonan also hurriedly threw kunao tied with explosive tags. Facing the incoming attacks, Sora in his azure dragon form didn't even dodge. He simply opened his massive dragon maw and spewed forth a torrent of flames far more violent and scorching than the disguised great fireball from before. Boom! The scorching dragon's breath instantly engulfed the lightning spear, the lightning tiger, and the lightning balls, completely annihilating them. The subsequent flames, undiminished in force, even detonated and vaporized the flying explosive tag kunao midair. The explosion's firelight seemed insignificant before the dragon's breath. Immediately after, the azure dragon's huge tail suddenly lashed out, bringing with it overwhelming force and a gale, swiftly striking the Jonan on the left who had released the lightning tiger. Its speed was astonishingly fast. That Jonan only had time to cross his arms in front of his body, unleashing the lightning release chakra mode at full power. Thump! The lightning release armor shattered instantly. That Jonan vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He was sent flying far away, crashing heavily into the sea. After splashing up a wave, there was no further movement. Instant kill. A Kumo Jonan was instantly killed with one tail strike from Sora in his azure dragon form, after just one encounter. The remaining 5 were scared out of their wits. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A special Jonan near the sea surface, trying to use the environment, hastily formed seals. A water dragon had just risen from the sea surface. Sora's cold vertical pupils merely glanced at him, and the dragon's claw casually swiped. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, accurately striking the water dragon and that special Jonan. Water conducts electricity. The terrifying lightning instantly exploded. That special Jonan didn't even have time to scream before turning into a charred corpse amidst the electrical light, sinking into the sea. The water dragon he summoned also instantly dispersed. Another special Jonan, dead. In the blink of an eye, the 6 pursuers had been reduced by 2. Black Crow and the remaining 4 were utterly terrified. This completely exceeded their understanding of combat. This was simply overwhelming force. It was slaughter. No good. We're completely outmatched. Must retreat. Must get the intelligence back. Konoha's green snake is a monster that can turn into a dragon. This thought instantly filled Black Crow's mind. However, Sora had no intention of giving them any chance to catch their breath, and he absolutely would not let a single living person escape. Although, with his current strength, even if the ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit were exposed, he might not necessarily be in danger, but it was better to keep it hidden if possible. After all, competition in the ninja world is essentially a game of intelligence. One more hidden card means one more initiative. Just like earlier, if those 6 Kumonin hadn't been intimidated and thrown into disarray by his transformation into the Azure Dragon, he really might not have been able to gain the current advantage. You must know, the configuration of these 6 Kumonin was enough to exchange a few moves with a Kage-level powerhouse. Humph, just the right time to test that form on you. Sora snorted coldly in his heart. The massive dragon head lifted slightly. Within his body, the gates belonging to the Azure Dragon, different from the human meridian system, were violently forced open by raging chakra and life force at this moment. Unlike the intense pain and strain when opening the gates in human form, the resilience of the Azure Dragon's body far surpassed that of a human. However, opening them still brought a tearing sense of expansion. This was a power he had secretly experimented with countless times, even spitting blood from severe injuries several times, to master. 8 gates released formation. 5th gate, Gate of Limit. Amidst the low dragon's roar, from the seams between the already dazzling azure dragon scales covering the azure dragon's massive body, even more brilliant green energy steam suddenly erupted. The azure dragon's size seemed to expand yet again. The wind and lightning forces around it became even more violent, crackling and snapping. An aura more terrifying, more savage, and seemingly capable of destroying everything than before explosively spread out. Open. Boom. The air emitted a sonic boom. Centered on the azure dragon, the sea surface was pressed into a huge depression by this violently erupting power. Azure Dragon 8 Gates. Sora silently recited in his heart the term he had coined for this form. Speed, power, reaction capability, everything soared to a whole new level at this moment. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 109, Chapter 109, picking them off one by one. What is that now? A surviving special Jonan, seeing the dragon wreathed in steam like a demon god descending, had his spirit completely shattered. He turned around and tried to flee. But the moment he turned, a blue-green shadow appeared in front of him as if teleporting. It was Sora. His speed was at its absolute peak. A massive dragon claw, covered in hard scales and entwined with green steam and electric arcs, swung lightly as if swatting a fly. Squelch. That special Jonan, along with the defensive ninjutsu he hastily formed, was smashed into a bloody mist, instantly dissipating in the sea breeze. He didn't even have time to scream. Instant kill. The third special Jonan, dead. Green steam, the sign of bodily functions being overloaded and erupting. This kind of technique, could it be? Black Crow's pupils contracted sharply. As one of the captains of the Raven unit in Kimagakur, specializing in intelligence and purges, he was well-read and knew many secrets of the ninja world. He recognized the reason for the changes happening to Sora. 8 inner gates. Damn it, it can even be used on this monstrous form. This kind of power, even the third Raikage-sama probably. Toroa and the others didn't die unjustly, but the scene before him completely overturned Black Crow's understanding. The last Jonan and the sole remaining special Jonan were even paler, their faces as white as paper. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their fighting spirit utterly shattered. Even if Sora had transformed into a tailed beast, they could have accepted it. But the Sora before them had surpassed what they could comprehend. This was already a myth descending into reality. The green energy steam surged like an angry tide around Sora's enormous azure dragon body. His cold, gold-green vertical pupils locked onto the final 3, Black Crow and his companions. The sole remaining special Jonan was already broken in spirit. Facing this terrifying existence far beyond his understanding, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. As if forgetting how his fleeing comrade was just quickly slain by Sora, he instantly turned, pouring chakra madly into the soles of his feet, desperately fleeing towards the direction of the land of lightning. Don't run, come back. Black Crow roared in shock and anger, but he himself knew how feeble this shout was. Sure enough, Sora did not give them any chance. Sora, who had activated the Azure Dragon Gates, had reached a speed that was unimaginable. The massive dragon body seemed to ignore air resistance. Its huge figure drew a blurred blue-green afterimage across the sea surface, instantly catching up to the fleeing special Jonan. The special Jonan only felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up in despair, he saw a massive dragon claw entwined with green steam and electric arcs descending upon his head. No! Squelch. Like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, another special Jonan was instantly killed. Only Black Crow and the final Jonan remained on the scene. The two stood back to back on the water, faces pale, eyes filled with despair and madness. They knew that fleeing was meaningless now. Their only path to survival was to fight with all their might. Captain, let's fight. That Jonan roared hoarsely, his hands forming seals frantically, erupting with his remaining chakra without reservation. Lightning release, Black Panther. A panther-shaped beast composed of highly concentrated black lightning, exuding a heart-stopping destructive aura, charged forth at high speed, pouncing straight at Sora. This was the strongest lightning release he could master as a Jonan. Black Crow also knew they were in a desperate situation. A look of resolve flashed in his eyes. The immense chakra unique to an elite Jonan poured out unreservedly. Electric currents spread around his body like a spider's web as his hands formed seals. Lightning release, false darkness. Black Crow shouted, spitting out another, even larger lightning spear from his mouth compared to the last one. With an ear-piercing shriek, like a black bolt of lightning, it tore through the air, stabbing straight at Sora. This was his signature technique as an elite Jonan and unit leader, its power far exceeding the ninjutsu of ordinary Jonan. Facing the full-force strongest lightning release attacks from both men, Sora felt no ripples in his heart. 1 B rank, 1 A rank ninjutsu. Although their power was strong, in his eyes at this moment, they were just that. Sora, in his Azure Dragon form, let out a low dragon's roar. He chose to respond with the power he was most familiar with and controlled most masterfully. Dragon Breath. Boom. A thicker, more searing torrent of flames than before surged from the dragon's mouth. Carrying the terrifying might to incinerate all things, it met the Black Lightning Panther and the Sharp Lightning Spear head-on. A violent collision of fire and thunder. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The searing dragon breath and the violent lightning intertwined madly. The sea surface was blasted into a huge vortex by the clash of these two extreme forces, vast amounts of steam filling the air. But the deadlock lasted only for an instant. The power of the dragon breath was clearly superior. Especially after Sora activated the Azure Dragon Gates, the power of all his attacks received a massive increase. The Black Lightning Panther visibly became illusory, dim within the flames. Finally, it let out a cry of unwillingness before being completely consumed and annihilated by the dragon breath. The huge lightning spear met the same fate, instantly swallowed by the endless flames. The flames' momentum diminished slightly, but still charged violently towards that Jonan. Despair flashed in that Jonan's eyes. He desperately gathered his scant remaining chakra to form a thin layer of lightning release barrier. But it was all futile before the enhanced dragon breath. Sizzle. The lightning release barrier instantly vaporized. The violent flames swallowed him in an instant. Ah! The wretched scream lasted only half a second before abruptly cutting off. After the flames passed, there was nothing on the sea surface, not even ashes remained. The final Jonan, dead. In a flash, the desperate joint assault was easily dismantled, and his comrade was utterly annihilated. Black Crow's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected his strongest ninjutsu to be dealt with so easily by Sora, who had simultaneously killed his last companion. But he was, after all, a battle-hardened elite Jonan. His instinct for survival and the intelligence mission he bore allowed him to suppress the fear that almost overwhelmed him. Taking advantage of the brief gap after the dragon breath was exhaled, his hands formed seals again at the fastest speed. Lightning release, lightning armor. Blinding lightning instantly covered his entire body, greatly enhancing his defense and speed. At the same time, lightning exploded beneath his feet. He jerked backward and to the side in a rapid retreat. A direct confrontation meant certain death. He had to find an opportunity, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance to send the intelligence out. Thinking of leaving, Sora's massive body moved. Almost at the same moment Black Crow retreated, a huge dragon tail, entwined with green steam and electric arcs, swept over as if crossing space. Its range was so vast, there was simply nowhere to hide. Damn it! Black Crow gritted his teeth, pushing the lightning armor to its limit. He crossed his arms, firmly protecting them in front of his body, attempting to withstand this mountain-toppling, tsunami-like blow. Thud! The moment of contact, Black Crow felt as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed moving mountain. Crack! His arms fractured instantly, excruciating pain surging through his entire body. The lightning armor around him held for merely a moment before shattering with a crash. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 110, Chapter 110, Rushing Back to the Land of Fire. Pfft! Black Crow spat out a mouthful of blood wildly. His entire body was sent flying backward at a speed several times faster than when he was retreating. He tumbled and bounced across the sea surface over a dozen times, creating huge splashes, before finally barely managing to steady himself. He knelt on one knee on the water, breathing heavily, with blood continuously gushing from his mouth, nose, and the broken part of his arm. With just one strike, he was already severely injured. Power, speed, completely not on the same level. Endless chill and despair surged in Black Crow's heart. This wasn't a fight at all, it was a crushing defeat. Huff, huff. Black Crow gasped rapidly, a trace of madness slowly appearing in his eyes. Sora's massive body followed closely, ready to crush Black Crow to death with one swipe of his claw. But at that very moment, Sora keenly caught sight of Black Crow's hand, hidden behind his back, arduously and eerily forming an unfamiliar hand seal. At the same time, the absolutely resolute, mad, even slightly relieved look in Black Crow's eyes instantly triggered an unpleasant memory in Sora's mind. That was 3 years ago in the Land of Grass. He was also surrounded. Although he managed to kill all the enemies in the end by pushing himself to the limit, he was almost blown up by an Iwagakure ninja who rushed at him covered in explosive tags during the cleanup. A forbidden technique for mutual destruction. Alarm bells rang loudly in Sora's mind. Without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned his plan to crush him at close range. The enormous dragon head suddenly raised, and scorching high temperature instantly gathered deep within its throat. Black Crow, who was at the critical moment of forming seals, ready to detonate all his chakra to drag Sora down to hell with him, saw that familiar, despair-inducing flame light flare up again. A flicker of astonishment and extreme unwillingness flashed in his eyes. No! He let out a despairing roar, trying to accelerate the completion of the technique. But it was already too late. Boom! A concentrated pillar of fire, like a sword of divine punishment, tore through space at a speed surpassing sound, completely engulfing Black Crow and his unfinished, dangerous hand seal. Terrifying flames and shockwaves completely covered his location. When the light faded, only a slowly swirling whirlpool and billowing steam remained on the sea surface. Nothing else. The elite Jonan of Kyumigakure's Raven unit, Black Crow, was dead. The 6 elite Kyumonin were completely annihilated. The sea gradually returned to calm. Only the burnt smell lingering in the air proved what a fierce and one-sided battle had just occurred. Sora's massive body slowly shrank. The green steam gradually receded, and he finally transformed back into his human form. He stood on the sea surface, breathing slightly heavily, his face somewhat pale. Simultaneously maintaining the complete Azure Dragon form and opening the fifth gate placed an immense dual strain on both his chakra and body. Fortunately, his physique far exceeded ordinary people. Relying on his robust physical foundation, he managed to barely hold on and didn't collapse from exhaustion on the spot. After swiftly scanning the area, Sora confirmed there were no survivors or obvious leftover items. He quickly dove into the sea, retrieved the bodies of the several Kemonin, burned them all, once again achieving the feat of reducing them to ashes. Not daring to linger any longer, he immediately turned and raced at high speed towards the direction of the Land of Fire. Sora pushed his speed to the limit, not daring to let his guard down in the slightest along the way. After all, no one could guarantee that the huge commotion from the earlier battle wouldn't attract other ninjas operating in the nearby waters. Only when he confirmed there were no pursuers behind him and the coastline of the Land of Fire was faintly visible on the horizon did Sora's tightly strung nerves relax a little. He slightly slowed his high-speed sprinting pace and began to have some mental capacity to think about everything that had just happened. This mission really was a disaster out of nowhere. Sora smiled bitterly to himself. Infiltration into the Land of Lightning to investigate the movements and supply points of the Thunderblast unit was a task personally assigned by Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It belonged to routine wartime intelligence gathering work. Theoretically, there was no possibility of being set up or framed by someone inside. Squad C5's preliminary reconnaissance had also gone smoothly, successfully pinpointing several locations suspected to be supply points. That valley camp at the end was just the confirmation step. Can only say our luck was too bad, to run right into Kimagakure's Raven unit, and the leader was even Black Crow who recognized this mask of mine. Sora thought helplessly. Perhaps that supply point itself did have some issues, otherwise there wouldn't have been members of Raven present. But the main target definitely wasn't him. It was purely a coincidence. He recalled Black Crow's excited and murderous gaze when he recognized his green snake mask. Toroa's position in Kimagakure is obviously not low. This bounty has probably been posted within Kimagakure for a long time. Being recognized this time means the risk factor for carrying out missions wearing this mask will greatly increase in the future. Should I change to a different mask? Although Sora wasn't afraid of Kemonin, he thought it was quite cost-effective to reduce targeting by just changing a mask. After returning, maybe he could prepare some other masks as backups. Furthermore, this time they were discovered by Kemonin. As long as the Kumo side weren't fools, they would definitely realize the movements of the Thunderblast unit had been exposed. The related intelligence lines and supply points would inevitably undergo large-scale adjustments and transfers. Subsequent investigation tasks will probably be even more difficult, and most likely won't be assigned to Squad C5 anymore. Sora speculated. After all, their team had already alerted the enemy. Going to the Land of Lightning again would make them too big a target. Sarutobi Hiruzen would most likely hand this task over to other Umbu teams with deeper cover or those just recently transferred. Just don't know how Fox and the others are doing. Sora's thoughts turned to his teammates. At that time, the situation was critical. Splitting up to escape was the best option. Fox deliberately drew the main force of the pursuers towards himself, creating a chance for Grey Wolf and Night Owl. But the ones chasing them were 3 Jonan and 3 Special Jonan respectively. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although Fox lost an arm, he was experienced and cunning, and should have plenty of self-preservation methods. Grey Wolf and Night Owl's strength was slightly inferior, but if they cooperated, it wasn't impossible for them to escape. I hope they can return safely to the base. Sora could only wish in his heart. In a war of this scale, an individual's power was too insignificant. Even he couldn't guarantee he could retreat completely unscathed every time. After all, not long in the future, the third Raikage, praised as the strongest spear and strongest shield, would also die on the battlefield. Shaking his head, Sora temporarily suppressed his worry for his teammates and began reviewing the earlier battle. The battle location was at sea, with an open view all around. He had carefully sensed and observed. Besides Black Crow and his 5 men, there were indeed no other living people or obvious reconnaissance ninja tools. After the battle ended, he also quickly checked the scene. All corpses were vaporized by the dragon's breath, leaving no obvious identity markers or equipment remnants. But, Sora frowned slightly. Can't be 100% sure. He remembered Yumiko from the Land of Wind. Back then, when he killed her instantly, she still managed to leave a contingency. Let alone these units from Kimagakure specifically responsible for intelligence and assassination. They definitely also had some strange self-preservation or communication methods. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 111, Chapter 111, Encounter with Monkeys on the Road. Of the other 5, I either instantly defeated them or caught up and quickly killed them, so most likely no information was left behind. That mutual destruction technique Black Crow tried to use at the last moment looked very unusual. Could he have forcibly sent out some kind of information even in that state? This thought made Sora somewhat alert, but he immediately felt a sense of powerlessness. Even if there's nothing I can do now. I can't literally boil dry all the seawater in that area. I don't have that capability at my current level. Scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, those were the methods of true great powers from myths. Although the power of Sora's dragon breath is formidable now, its range and control are far from reaching that level. Being able to eliminate all 6 of Black Crow's team in one go without leaving obvious evidence was already the best outcome. Can only take it one step at a time, just need to be more careful in the future. Sora buried this hidden worry deep in his heart. Excessive worry was meaningless. Improving his own strength was the fundamental way to deal with all risks. In fact, just as Sora thought, Black Crow did indeed leave information at the end. But because Sora acted too decisively and time was short, he only managed to leave the word Azure Dragon. Next, Sora began to review his own application of abilities. The biggest highlight was naturally the first practical use of the Azure Dragon 8 Gates form. After opening the 5th gate, the power, speed, and defense of the complete Azure Dragon form had a qualitative leap. It created an overwhelming advantage even against elite Jonan-level opponents. This proved that Sora's previous exploration and injuries were worthwhile. This form would become one of his strongest trump cards for now. Regarding the use of elemental abilities, this battle gave Sora a clearer understanding. Dragon Breath remains the most reliable, most powerful, and most precisely controlled attack method. Whether it's the force, range, or temperature of the breath, I can achieve fine-tuned control, as if commanding my own limbs. After all, this has been the core ability I've been training since first obtaining the fruit power. Sora pondered the strength of his Dragon Breath ability. In contrast, the use of lightning power felt much more clumsy. He had previously tried to transform his roar into thunder. The idea was good, but the form was unfocused, the power scattered, and the efficiency was far inferior to directly breathing fire. Directly generating lightning for attacks had acceptable power, but he could clearly feel a stiffness in control, not as smooth and natural as Dragon Breath. This wasn't because his Azure Dragon fruit was inferior to Kaido's. On the contrary, Sora could sense that the Azure Dragon power he possessed seemed to have broader connotations. As a soul from China, his subconscious understanding of dragon was different from Kaido's, which resembled more of a dragon-like creature from Japanese culture. In his understanding, the Eastern Divine Dragon, riding clouds and mist, summoning wind and rain, commanding thunder, lightning, and fire, was a sacred existence governing celestial phenomena, not merely a physically powerful monster. The core of my ability seems closer to this concept. A robust Azure Dragon body is the foundation, while fire, fierce winds, thunder, water flow, these natural forces seem like innate authorities this body should naturally command. Sora carefully sensed the power deep within his body. They weren't ninjutsu that needed to be learned separately, but were instinctive things like breathing. It's just that this instinct also required development and practice. I use Dragon Breath the most, so it's the most proficient. Wind element is often used to assist movement and attacks, so it's passable. Water and thunder are used less, so they are clumsy. Having figured this out, Sora had a clearer direction for his future ability development. No need to deliberately pursue flashy techniques. Instead, I should calm down and delve deeper into understanding and controlling these most basic natural elemental forces. Especially thunder and water, they need more practice. He even faintly felt that if his control over these elements could reach a certain level, perhaps some unexpected changes might occur. After all, summoning wind and rain, commanding thunder and lightning, these are not merely attack methods. After reviewing the battle, Sora began thinking about matters after returning to the village. This situation was different from last time at the Land of Wind border. That time, there were 3 survivors, Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl. He needed to align stories with Fox and weave a reasonable explanation. This time, the battle occurred far out on the vast sea, away from land, and the opponents were completely wiped out. As long as he didn't speak, no one would know exactly what happened. He could simply say he escaped the encirclement of Black Crow's team. With no one to testify against him, he could say anything. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen believed it or not, that wasn't something he needed to consider. Without evidence, the Hokage couldn't do anything to him. Besides, Sora hadn't betrayed the village. At most, they would just think he hid some of his strength. Having sorted out his thoughts, Sora's mood lightened considerably. He looked up ahead. The familiar coastline of the Land of Fire was now clearly visible. He could even see the blurry outline of Konoha's border outpost in the distance. Picking up speed, Sora raced towards the direction of the outpost. Sora did not go to the rendezvous point mentioned by the former Fox. Having returned directly to the Land of Fire by sea in a straight line, he was now due east of the Land of Fire, quite far from the rendezvous point. It was better to return directly to Konoha. This could also prevent others from deducing the location of the sea battlefield by backtracking his route. After passing the outpost, that subtle feeling of tension within Sora finally completely dissipated. The familiar scent of the forest replaced the salty sea breeze, giving him a sense of relief. But he didn't let his guard down because of this. Instead, he became more careful, concealing his presence and choosing a more remote route to infiltrate towards Konoha. Although the probability is small, the possibility of Kimagakure having hidden sentries along the border cannot be ruled out. Better safe than sorry. Sora habitually analyzed as his figure moved silently through the trees, avoiding contact with anyone as much as possible. The forests deep within the Land of Fire were much denser and more peaceful than the border areas, and traces of wild beasts became more frequent. After advancing for about half an hour, the sounds of fierce beast roars and screeches suddenly reached Sora's ears. Sora halted his steps, slightly furrowed his brow, immediately concealed himself, and silently moved towards the source of the sound. Pushing aside dense bushes, the scene before him made Sora pause slightly. In a forest clearing, two robust tigers were attacking a rather small and thin-looking monkey. The monkey had dull fur, its body a size smaller than others of its kind, appearing very weak. On some higher rocks not far away, several strong monkeys were crouching. They were scratching their heads and cheeks, chirping, but showed no intention of helping. Instead, they seemed to be watching the spectacle. Even when the thin monkey was in great danger, almost hit by a tiger's paw, they let out a few sharp cries that sounded like mockery. Exclusion within the group. Sora immediately understood what was happening. This phenomenon in nature was not rare. He originally didn't want to interfere. The survival of the fittest among beasts was perfectly normal. Just as he was about to quietly leave, the situation suddenly changed. The weak monkey, seemingly pushed to a desperate situation, flashed a fierce and cunning look in its eyes that didn't match its size. Using its small size as an advantage, it nimbly dodged a tiger's pounce and instead seized the chance to scramble onto the back of the other tiger. Its slender claws dug deeply into the tiger's eye socket. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 112, Chapter 112, The Land of Peaceful Bliss. Roar. The tiger cried out in pain from its injury, letting out a miserable shriek as it wildly shook its body. The thin and small monkey was violently flung away, crashing heavily into a tree, but its earlier attack had almost completely destroyed one of the tiger's eyes. The injured tiger went berserk, charging recklessly towards the monkey which had fallen to the ground and was momentarily unable to move. The other tiger also pounced at the same time. Seeing this, the monkeys on the rock seemed to think it was uninteresting. They chattered a few times, jumped down from the rock one after another, and disappeared into the dense forest without looking back, showing no concern for the fate of their clan member. Not saving a life in danger, even taking pleasure in its predicament. Sora's eyes were indifferent, his heart without much turbulence. Just as he thought that thin and weak monkey was surely doomed, another sudden change occurred. The monkey, mustering strength from who knows where, abruptly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal pounce. At the same time, it grabbed a sharp stone from the ground and, using all its strength, accurately stabbed it into the throat of the injured tiger. Squelch. Blood sprayed. The tiger let out a despairing whimper and fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. The other tiger was momentarily startled by this sudden turn of events, pausing slightly. After making this desperate counterattack, the thin and weak monkey seemed to have exhausted all its strength, collapsing limply on the ground. It could only watch as the other tiger let out an angry roar and charged towards it again. Oh, it actually managed to kill one. Sora was now genuinely somewhat surprised. The monkey's tenacity and the precision and ruthlessness of that counterattack were absolutely unlike an ordinary wild beast, and even less like the frailty it had initially displayed. Just as the other tiger was about to tear the monkey apart, a flicker passed through Sora's eyes, and his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside the fierce tiger, casually kicking out. Thud. After a dull sound, the fierce tiger weighing several hundred jin was sent flying sideways, crashing through several small trees before collapsing on the ground, motionless. Sora did not spare another glance at the tiger, his gaze falling on the thin and small monkey lying limply on the ground. Closer now, he noticed the monkey's unusual features. Its ears, there were actually 6 of them. 3 pairs of small ears were distributed on both sides of its head, looking quite peculiar. 6 ears? What breed is this? Sora searched through his memories. The world of Naruto had many strange summoning creatures, but he had no recollection of a 6-eared monkey. The 6-eared monkey struggled to get up, its gaze towards Sora filled with vigilance, but even more so with a weak confusion. It was severely injured, covered in claw marks and bleeding profusely. That last counterattack seemed to have overdrawn its life force. Sora glanced at the tiger corpse not far away, then looked at the other tiger he had kicked away. He sensed that in the direction of the kicked tiger's den, there seemed to be an extremely faint fluctuation of life force. The fluctuation was very peculiar, carrying a feeling of purity, somewhat similar to the summoning creatures he had encountered before. Out of curiosity, Sora temporarily ignored the 6-eared monkey on the verge of death. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the den of the kicked unconscious tiger, a hidden cave. The cave reeked of a strong, foul odor, but in a pile of dry grass in the corner, Sora discovered a small, furry creature. It was a small tiger, its entire body snow white, its eyes not fully opened yet, its breathing very faint. It seemed to have been born not long ago. That pure and peculiar fluctuation emanating from it was precisely what had attracted Sora. This little thing, its potential seems pretty good, has the capability to become a summoning creature. Too bad it's too small, and too weak. Sora stroked his chin, then returned to the cave entrance, only to find that the tiger had already lost its life force. His earlier kick seemed to have been a bit too strong. Looking at the small white tiger on the verge of death inside the cave, then looking at the six-eared monkey also close to death outside, Sora suddenly felt a bit. Does this count, as me killing its parents? Sora rubbed his nose, then shook his head. No, the mother tiger was killed by that monkey, the father tiger was killed by me, but that was because they were trying to kill the monkey. Well, the cause and effect is a bit messy. However, Sora felt no psychological burden about this. The strong prey on the weak, that is how nature is. He just thought it was a bit of a pity for this small tiger. He walked back to the six-eared monkey, crouched down, and examined its injuries. Very severe. Internal organs were likely ruptured, severe blood loss. Unless there was top-tier medical ninjutsu or a ninja like Tsunade here, it was impossible to save. The six-eared monkey also seemed to understand its own situation. Its intelligent eyes looked at Sora, no longer holding the earlier vigilance, but instead revealing a trace of pleading. Not a plea for survival, more like a kind of unwillingness and regret. This monkey's intelligence is not low. Sora thought to himself. He recalled the monkeys that had abandoned it and left earlier, then thought about the geographical environment of this area, and the peculiarities of this six-eared monkey. Within the land of fire, monkey clans, the most famous one should be that place, right? A thought flashed through Sora's mind. He focused a trace of chakra, extending his sensory perception in the direction those monkeys had left. His sensory range wasn't particularly vast, but after the incident in the Land of Wind, he had specifically trained the precision of unidirectional perception. Thanks to the Azure Dragon Fruit, Sora now only needed to concentrate his perception in a certain direction. Subtle fluctuations of chakra within several km, even the attributes and approximate strength level of the target, could be clearly detected. It was just that the perception range still had limitations. He had tried training observation haki, wanting to use it to compensate for the shortcoming in perception range, but repeatedly hit a wall. Sora gradually discovered that the Naruto world seemed to lack the special elements required for haki awakening, just like there was no seastone factor. No matter how he tried, he couldn't touch the threshold of haki, and in the end, he could only helplessly give up. Sure enough, at the entrance of a valley several km away, Sora detected a few lingering, faint chakra fluctuations. They were of the same origin as the six-eared monkey before him, but stronger and more robust. And that valley's location was extremely well hidden. At the entrance, there seemed to be something similar to a barrier or a naturally formed illusion. If not for the traces left by those monkeys and the faint chakra guiding him, it would have been extremely difficult to discover. Sora did not rashly approach, only observing from a distance. Through the gap at the valley entrance, he could see that inside seemed to be another world, with lush trees, abundant flowers and fruits, like a paradise separate from the world. He could even faintly see some robust monkeys jumping and playing inside. They all carried faint chakra fluctuations. So it really is this place. The summoning creature clan of the Sarutobi clan, the clan where Inma resides, the land of peaceful bliss. Sora understood in his heart. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning creature, Inma, was extremely powerful. It could transform into the adamantine staff, both offensive and defensive, praised by Orochimaru as the strongest summoning creature. Never expected that he had stumbled upon the vicinity of their clan's settlement by accident. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 113, Chapter 113, Summoning. It seems this six-eared monkey is a member of the Inma clan, but was ostracized for some reason. Sora looked at the nearly dead six-eared monkey before him, then thought of the equally dying small white tiger inside the cave. An idea suddenly came to his mind. A summoning animal. I seem to have always lacked a suitable summoning animal. The Inma clan is powerful and highly intelligent. Although this six-eared monkey is weak now, it doesn't seem stupid, has plenty of resilience, and being ostracized by its clan, it might have something special about it. As for that small white tiger, its potential also seems good. Saving it as a backup or to keep this monkey company could work. Sora was not a saint, but he didn't mind making an opportunistic investment, especially since both little creatures seemed to have good potential. But how to save this little monkey was a problem. Sora did not know advanced medical ninjutsu. The soldier pills and ordinary medicine he carried were not very effective against such fatal wounds. Sora suddenly remembered his own physique. The recovery power brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit was extremely strong. His own blood, might it have some special effect? Many novels he read in his previous life had such plot points, things like divine beast blood, dragon blood being highly nourishing, and so on. Let's try. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sora hesitated no longer. He extended a finger, concentrated chakra slightly, and forced a few drops of bright red blood from his fingertip. His blood looked no different from an ordinary person's, but under the sunlight, it faintly showed a very subtle blue-golden glint. He brought his finger to the mouth of the six-eared monkey. P.S. A stable version of Hashirama cells. The monkey was stunned for a moment. It looked at Sora doubtfully, then at the few drops of blood emitting a strange, enticing aura. Finally, its survival instinct took over. It stretched out its tongue with difficulty and licked them. Slurp slurp. After swallowing the few drops of blood, there seemed to be no change at first. The six-eared monkey's breathing remained weak, and its eyes gradually grew unfocused. No use. Sora frowned, feeling a bit disappointed but also thinking it was normal. After all, the special nature of his physique was more reflected in his own recovery and transformation abilities. He was just about to think of other methods, or simply give up, when a sudden change occurred. The six-eared monkey's body began to tremble slightly. The deep, bone-exposing wounds on its surface actually started to writhe, stop bleeding, and scab over at a relatively fast speed. Its originally weak breathing also slowly became heavier, as if a powerful life force had been activated within its body. Its previously dull fur also regained a hint of luster. Though still skinny, it no longer gave a feeling of frailty, but of toughness and strength. The entire process lasted about 5 minutes. When the six-eared monkey opened its eyes again, its gaze became extremely bright, full of vitality and intelligence. The way it looked at Sora had completely changed, filled with disbelief, gratitude, and a strange sense of closeness and reverence. It struggled to stand up. Though still somewhat weak, it was clearly out of life-threatening danger. It even tried moving its limbs and found that not only were its injuries mostly healed, but its strength seemed to have increased somewhat. Squeak, squeak. It squeaked excitedly twice, then towards Sora, it actually made a clumsy bow, just like a human. It actually worked, and so well. Even Sora himself was somewhat surprised. Could his blood also have the effect of stimulating potential and strengthening physique? The side abilities of this azure dragon fruit seemed more numerous than imagined. Looking at the six-eared monkey expressing its gratitude to him, the thought in his mind became even clearer. In that case, Sora looked at the highly intelligent six-eared monkey before him and slowly spoke. Little one, I know you can understand. Do you want to live, become stronger, and not be bullied anymore? The six-eared monkey immediately raised its head, its eyes wide open, and nodded vigorously. How about forming a summoning contract with me? Sora directly proposed. I will provide you with an opportunity and environment to become stronger. The six-eared monkey did not hesitate. It nodded vigorously again and even proactively extended its front paw, revealing its palm. Sora smiled slightly. Dealing with intelligent creatures was indeed easier. He quickly formed a few simple hand seals. These were the most basic summoning contract seals, mainly used to establish a preliminary connection with summoning animals of low intelligence. More complex equal contracts or blood pacts required more preparation and cooperation from the summoning animal. Moreover, the current Sora did not know those complex contract methods either. Don't resist. As Sora spoke, he touched the six-eared monkey's palm with his finger. A flash of light, and a simple rune mark sank into the six-eared monkey's palm before disappearing. A subtle connection was established between the human and the monkey. Though very faint, Sora could clearly sense the other's presence and general condition. One done. Sora was in a good mood. He pointed in the direction of the cave. There's another little one over there, just like you, almost dead. I'll go see if it can still be saved. Saying this, he turned and walked towards the cave. The six-eared monkey was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly limped after him. Inside the cave, the small white tiger's breathing was even weaker, almost undetectable. Sora repeated the method, forcing out a few more drops of blood and dripping them into the small white tiger's mouth. However, this time the effect was much slower. The small white tiger's breathing only stabilized a tiny bit, and it remained in a near-death state. Is it because it's too young? Or a different physique? Sora frowned. Seeing that the small white tiger wouldn't last a few more days, he looked at the six-eared monkey beside him and had an idea. Sora said to the six-eared monkey, "It is too severely injured. My blood can only temporarily keep it alive. I need to leave for a while to find some better medicine. You take it, find a safe place to hide, and wait for me to return." Sora transmitted an intention of care for and wait through the contract. The six-eared monkey seemed to fully understand. It nodded solemnly, carefully picked up the small white tiger, which wasn't much smaller than itself, with its front paws. Its eyes showed a sense of responsibility born from shared hardship. Sora also left some clean water and crushed soldier pills, though he wasn't sure if tigers ate this sort of thing. He also simply dealt with the tiger corpse outside the cave to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other predators. After Sora finished handling the scene, ensuring not too many traces were left, his gaze returned to the quiet six-eared monkey waiting to the side, its eyes unusually bright and lively. This little guy, after the strengthening from his blood, was not only healed from its injuries but also had much more vitality. Its eyes darted around, full of curiosity and intelligence, completely different from its previous near-death state. Can't keep calling it, little guy. Since we've formed a contract, we'll be partners from now on. It needs a name. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanficnovels. 114, Chapter 114, The Pillar of Heaven. Sora touched his chin, looking at the six-eared monkey. He recalled various mythological legends from his previous life. The Naruto world already had the adamantine staff from Inma's transformation. Suddenly, another famous divine monkey and its weapon flashed through his mind, the long-armed ape monkey, who could grasp the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and toy with the universe. Its divine weapon was named the Hemolysis wrought iron staff, also known as the Pillar of Heaven, White Jade Column. Pillar of Heaven, White Jade Column. Name should be Tenji, which means Heaven Pillar. Sora's eyes lit up. This name was both imposing and hinted at its potential future trait of transforming into a weapon, plus it had excellent symbolism. The more he thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. So he squatted down, looked at the six-eared monkey, and declared in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, you will be called Tenji." The little monkey clearly froze for a moment, then let out two chirp, chirp cries, as if trying to express something. Seeing this, Sora thought it really liked the name and nodded with a smile. You think this name is good too? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little monkey cried even more urgently, even waving its tiny claw a little. "Oh, you like it a lot. Then it's settled. From now on, you are Tenji." Satisfied, Sora patted its head, finalizing the decision. Chirp. The little monkey, no, it should be called Tenji now, looked at this human talking to himself and eventually let out a resigned low cry, accepting the name. It had actually been trying to tell Sora that it originally had a name, given by its mother a long time ago. But obviously, Sora didn't understand its monkey language at all. Forget it. Mother is gone now. That name can stay in the past with her. This name Tenji, it does sound very powerful, very impressive. Much better than names like Big Black or Fast Feet in the tribe. Pillar of Heaven thought to itself silently. It quickly adjusted its attitude and even began to like this new name a little. It puffed out its thin chest with effort, as if the name had already bestowed some strength upon it. Sora watched the little monkey's reaction, finding it amusing. Through their contract, he could vaguely sense its emotional shift from slight reluctance to acceptance and then to liking. Its intelligence is indeed not low. With proper nurturing, it will be a great asset in the future. He glanced once more towards the cave direction and sent a clear thought to Pillar of Heaven through the contract. Take care of that little white fellow. Hide well. Wait for me to return. Pillar of Heaven immediately nodded vigorously, indicating understanding. Though small and thin, its eyes were unusually firm, as if caring for the small white tiger had become the first important task Sora had entrusted to it. Sora delayed no further. Pushing off with his feet, his figure flickered several times as he rapidly moved away from the area, speeding towards the direction of Konoha village. He needed to return to the village quickly to report on the mission. At the same time, he needed to prepare more suitable medicine and food to treat the small white tiger. After all, his blood didn't seem very effective on the little creature, and he couldn't keep feeding it blood forever. In the forest, only the newly named six-eared little monkey, Tenji, remained. Clumsily holding the still unconscious small white tiger, it cautiously looked around, then carefully squeezed into a more hidden tree hollow it had just discovered, beginning its first guardian mission. It didn't know the weight of expectation and imposing meaning carried by the name Tenji, but it liked the name, and it liked the human who had given it new life in this name. Perhaps one day, it could truly live up to the name and become a powerful existence capable of holding up heaven and earth. Konoha village, Hokage's office. Sora traveled swiftly all the way back without further incident. After sustaining various injuries, he headed straight for the Hokage building. At the moment, the office was hazy with smoke. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was bent over his desk handling documents. Hokage-sama. Sora knelt on one knee. His voice, transmitted through the green snake mask, sounded somewhat muffled. Rise, green snake. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, set down his pipe, and said slowly, "How did the mission go? Why have you returned alone? Where are Fox and the others?" Sora stood up and reported succinctly, his account half truth, half falsehood. The mission was smooth initially. We identified 3 suspected supply points. But during the final confirmation of the camp located in the southeastern valley, we were ambushed by the Kumagakure elite unit Raven. The leader was the elite Jonan Black Crow. He recognized my mask. It seemed like retaliation for the Toroa squad incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly. Raven, unit, Black Crow, how could they appear there? Sora replied calmly. Unclear if it was coincidence or a leak. The opposing force was strong, 1 elite Jonan, 5 Jonan, 6 special Jonan. We were forced to scatter and break through. Fox held the rear, drawing away some pursuers. Grey Wolf, Night Owl, and I went in different directions. I was pursued by the main force led by Black Crow. I eventually lost them at sea and took a detour back. He deliberately blurred the process of losing them, only saying he took advantage of the sea environment and Black Crow's underestimation, barely escaping. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced briefly at Sora's injuries, his expression grave. Black Crow is a veteran captain of Kumigakure's intelligence unit, ruthless and merciless. For you to escape from him is no easy feat. He didn't doubt Sora's words. After all, for an 11-year-old boy, even a genius, to survive a pursuit led by an elite Jonan was already a miracle. Wiping them all out. That was simply unthinkable. Your mission is likely compromised. The clues on the Thunder Blast unit will probably be cut off. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued. I'll hand over further investigation to other teams. For this mission, your squad C5 has worked hard. Go rest. I will immediately send people to assist Fox and the others. Yes. Sora lowered his head in acknowledgement, feeling slightly relieved inside. This hurdle was passed. As for the news of Black Crow's entire force being wiped out, it wouldn't reach Konoha village for a while. However, after this battle, he would have to be even more cautious when facing Kimagakure in the future. Black Crow and his team died precisely because they were pursuing him. To say it had nothing to do with him would be a lie no one believed. It was easy to imagine that once the news reached Kimagakure, Sora would definitely be placed on their kill list. In the future, whenever he entered Kimagakure's sphere of influence, he would likely face pursuit. As for Konoha's side, even if they learned of Black Crow's death later, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely be more inclined to believe it was the work of Kirigakure to the east. After all, Sora was too young. No one would easily connect the annihilation of an elite force capable of fighting Kage-level opponents to a young boy. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 115, Chapter 115, Treating the White Tiger. After leaving the Hokage building, Sora did not return to the Umbu dormitory. Instead, he went to the medical unit first. Although he himself was not injured, the prolonged opening of the fifth gate and maintaining the Azure Dragon form had placed some strain on his body. He needed some medicines that would gently nourish his meridians and body as a cover, while also preparing for his true objective. Using the reason of excessive mission consumption, requiring recuperation, he obtained some standard soldier pills, blood replenishing pills, and ointments for relieving muscle fatigue. These were routine supplies for Umbu members and did not attract any attention. Then, he made a detour to the village's animal hospital and herbal medicine shop. Tenji is fine. The main issue is that small white tiger. Its injuries are severe, and it is too young. Ordinary medicine probably can't be handled. It needs gentler medicinal properties, and I also need to prepare some liquid food that a young animal can eat. Sora thought as he shopped. At the animal hospital, using the reason rescued an injured young ninja dog during a mission, want to try treating it, he bought some gentle topical ointment specifically for young animals, nutritional fluids, and feeding devices. This reason was also quite common. Many ninjas had contracted summoning animals, and treating injured animals was not unusual. At the herbal medicine shop, he bought some common herbs for clearing heat and detoxifying, as well as for strengthening the foundation and cultivating vitality. He mixed them into the previously obtained medicine, making it impossible for others to discern the specific purpose. After finishing all this, Sora returned to his own residence. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity to go out. Having just returned from a mission and immediately applying to leave the village again would inevitably arouse suspicion. For the next 2 days, Sora acted as usual. He reported to the Umbu on time, conducted routine training, and received new mission briefings, mainly for village patrols or simple intelligence analysis. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously did not intend to assign him high-risk missions for the time being, and his 3 teammates had not returned yet. Everything matched the expected state of an Umbu member who had experienced a fierce battle and needed rest. At the same time, Sora kept sensing Tenji's condition through that faint summoning contract. The little fellow's emotions were generally stable, occasionally conveying a trace of anxiety and worry. Clearly, the condition of the small white tiger was not good. I need to hurry. Sora thought to himself. The opportunity soon came. On the 3rd day, the Umbu Dispatch Office issued a C-rank mission. Go to a small town on the eastern border of the Land of Fire to receive a routine intelligence scroll from a local informant. The mission difficulty was low, and the journey was not short, but it was safe. Sora took the initiative to accept this mission. Eastern border. Perfect for a detour to that forest from before. Receiving intelligence is the cover. Briefly deviating from the route midway for a while will give me enough time to treat that small white tiger. When going through the village exit procedures, the registering Chunin looking at Sora's mission form simply checked his token as routine, advised him to be careful, and granted permission. For such a low-risk mission, executed by an Umbu member, the procedure was very simple. Thus, Sora smoothly left Konoha. Once out of the village, he immediately increased his speed. He first traveled some distance towards the mission location, confirmed no one was following, then immediately changed direction and sped towards the forest where he had the faint connection with Tenji. His time was limited. He had to return within a reasonable timeframe for mission completion. Relying on the contract sensing and his excellent memory, Sora quickly found the familiar forest. Just as he approached that area, a thin, cyan figure eagerly jumped down from a large tree, chirping excitedly. It was the 6-eared monkey, Tenji. After not seeing him for 2 days, it seemed even more spirited, its eyes more lively. But it soon tugged at Sora's pant leg, anxiously pointing towards a tree hollow deep in the dense forest. Sora followed it to the front of the tree hollow. He saw the small white tiger lying listlessly on dry grass, its breath even weaker than before, its body even somewhat cold. The situation is worse than I thought. Sora immediately crouched down and carefully examined it. He first carefully pried open the small white tiger's mouth and dripped a few drops of warm nutritional fluid to sustain its vitality. Then, he took out the prepared ointment specifically for young animals and carefully applied it to the small white tiger's small wounds and fragile body, gently guiding the medicinal power to disperse with a trace of chakra. Next, he chewed up some herbs for strengthening the foundation and cultivating vitality, mixed them with clean water, and fed them bit by bit to the small white tiger. After doing all this, he gently picked up the small white tiger, held it in his arms, and used his own body temperature and a subtle trace of chakra to slowly nourish its cold body. Tenji quietly squatted nearby, its big eyes watching without blinking, filled with tension and anticipation. Time passed bit by bit. Under Sora's meticulous treatment and warmth, the small white tiger's cold body gradually warmed up. Its weak breathing also became slightly stronger. Although still unconscious, its vital signs finally stabilized. Sora breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the nervous Tenji beside him and conveyed a reassuring thought through the contract. Kai. Tenji also seemed to relax, rubbing its little head against Sora's hand. Sora carefully placed the still unconscious but stable small white tiger back into the tree hollow lined with soft grass. He also left an adequate amount of ointment, nutritional fluid, and food, and carefully demonstrated to Tenji how to feed and apply medicine. The little creature was astonishingly smart. After watching once, it nodded its little head as if understanding. Take good care of it. I will come see you again soon. Sora patted Tenji's head. Tenji nodded vigorously, its eyes firm, as if receiving an extremely important mission. Sora estimated the time. Not daring to delay further, he immediately stood up. With a flash, his figure disappeared into the forest. He had to get to the mission location as soon as possible, obtain that intelligence scroll, and then return to Konoha on time. In the tree hollow, only the six-eared monkey Tenji remained, carefully guarding the sleeping small white tiger, waiting for Sora's next visit. Sora rushed to the eastern border town at the fastest speed, smoothly obtained the unimportant intelligence scroll from the informant, and then immediately started the return journey without stopping. The whole process was clean and efficient, not attracting any unnecessary attention. When he returned to Konoha to hand over the mission, the Chunin in charge of registration was even somewhat surprised by his efficiency. You're back already. No trouble on the way. Everything went smoothly. Sora answered concisely, handing over the scroll. After completing the procedures, he walked straight towards the Umbu dormitory area. His mind was still preoccupied with the two little creatures in the forest, thinking about what reason to use to go out next time. Just as he approached near the dormitory building, he vaguely heard some discussion. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 116, Chapter 116, Fox's Apology. Did you hear? The members of Squad C5 have returned. Really? Wasn't it said they encountered Kumigakure's Raven unit and suffered heavy losses? It seems there were no fatalities, but they were badly injured. Especially Grey Wolf, he was almost gone. He's really lucky. I heard that at the last moment, Lord Minato suddenly appeared and saved him using the Flying Thunder God technique. The sound of discussion reached Sora's ears, and his footsteps paused slightly. The captain and the others are back. Grey Wolf almost died. Saved by Namikaze Minato. He immediately changed direction and walked towards the Konoha hospital. After inquiring at the nurse station, he quickly found the ward where the few members of Squad C5 were staying. This was a three-person ward. Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl were all lying inside. Fox was leaning against the head of the bed, his remaining right arm in a thick cast, his face somewhat pale, but his spirit seemed acceptable. Night Owl was sitting on a chair nearby, her right leg wrapped in bandages. She was peeling an apple and appeared to have the lightest injuries. Grey Wolf was lying on the innermost bed, unconscious. Several tubes were inserted into his body, connected to medical equipment beside him. His chest was wrapped in a large amount of bandages, and a faint smell of medicine could still be detected. His condition was clearly the most serious. Green Snake. Fox was the first to see Sora standing at the door. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes, then he revealed a somewhat forced smile. It's good that you're all right. Night Owl also looked up. Seeing Sora, she visibly relaxed. You're really tough, kid. That Black Crow personally led the team to chase you. We were quite worried about you. Sora entered the ward. His gaze swept over the three of them, finally resting on Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, Night Owl sighed, a lingering fear in her voice. Almost didn't make it. The ones pursuing us were three special Jonan. Originally, Grey Wolf and I could cooperate and barely manage, looking for a chance to counterkill one, but then a Jonan suddenly appeared, catching us completely off guard. To cover me, Grey Wolf took a hit head-on. She paused, a look of both fear and gratitude appearing on her face. If Lord Minato hadn't suddenly appeared, instantly killed those guys with the Flying Thunder God, and brought both us and Grey Wolf back to Konoha Hospital, you probably wouldn't be seeing us now. Namikaze Minato. So, during this period, he's already using the Flying Thunder God to put out fires everywhere on the battlefield, his reputation rising rapidly. Sora understood in his heart. The mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed a bug-level existence on the battlefield. It's good you're back. Sora nodded, looking at Fox. Captain, your injury. It's fine, just a fracture. The medical corps said rest for a while and it will recover. It won't affect future activities. Fox moved his right hand slightly. His tone was light, but his eyes became complex again. He fell silent for a moment, then said to Night Owl, "Night Owl, go check if Grey Wolf's medicine is almost finished dripping." Night Owl was momentarily stunned. She looked at the 4-bottle, then at Fox and Sora, seeming to understand something. "Oh," she said, propping herself up on her crutch and standing. "I'll go call the nurse." With that, she walked out of the ward, conveniently closing the door behind her. The ward was now left with only Sora, Fox, and the unconscious Grey Wolf. Fox took a deep breath, his gaze directly on Sora, his tone carrying a deep apology. "Sora, I am sorry." Sora looked at him quietly, not speaking. Fox continued. "The situation was critical then. I deliberately said the intelligence was on you, leading the strongest, Black Crow, and most of the pursuers towards you. I know this was selfish, and very dangerous. But at that time, I judged that with your speed and strength, your chances of survival were much greater than Grey Wolf and Night Owl's. If those two were targeted by Black Crow, they would certainly die." His voice was low and candid. "I know your true strength is far beyond what you've shown. So, I made that choice. This is my responsibility and my selfishness. I apologize to you." Sora looked at Fox's sincere, guilt-filled eyes. There wasn't much turmoil in his heart. In that situation at the time, Fox, as the captain, making the choice for maximum benefit was understandable. If he really were just an ordinary Umbu Special Jonan, then Fox's actions would have been no different from sending him to his death. But Fox, as one of the only two people aware of the events in the Land of Wind, clearly had confidence in Sora. So he gambled. Moreover, the result indeed turned out as Fox anticipated. Sora survived, and Grey Wolf and Night Owl, because they attracted the weaker enemies, managed to hold out until Namikaze Minato's rescue arrived. Sora slowly spoke, his tone mild. "Captain, there's no need to apologize. I understand your choice. Besides, didn't I escape as well? When it comes to speed alone, I am the fastest in Squad C5. His words were half serious, half teasing, skillfully avoiding discussion about his true strength, while also accepting Fox's apology. Hearing this, Fox was momentarily stunned, then let out a bitter laugh. "Yeah, you kid really do run fast." He understood the meaning behind Sora's words. The weight in his heart finally lifted somewhat. The other party wasn't pursuing the matter, but he would remember this debt. At that moment, Night Owl returned with the nurse. The nurse changed Grey Wolf's medicine, checked the equipment, and said his condition was stabilizing and improving. Night Owl looked at Sora, speaking sincerely. "Green Snake, thank you truly this time. If you hadn't drawn the main force, we probably..." Sora shook his head. "We are all teammates. There's no need to say such things. Surviving is what matters." After staying in the ward a little longer, learning more details about their ambush and retreat, Sora got up and said his goodbyes. Leaving the hospital, Sora looked up at the sky above Konoha. His teammates returning safely was good news, but from what Fox and the others said, Sora also learned that of the 6 pursuing them, apart from the 4 killed by Namikaze Minato, 2 others survived. That meant, after Kimagakure learns of the outcome regarding Black Crow and his group, they will likely direct their focus towards Sora. In the days after returning to Konoha, Sora's life returned to its previous rhythm. Taijutsu training, Fuinjutsu study, occasionally gathering with friends like Kurane Ui, and sometimes visiting his gradually recovering teammates at the hospital. Grey Wolf's condition stabilized and improved. He was already out of the critical period. Night Owl's leg injury was almost healed. Fox's fractured right arm was healing well under medical ninjutsu treatment. Everything seemed to be getting back on track. But Sora never stopped thinking about the 2 little ones in the forest. On this day, he specifically went to the Umbu Logistics and Equipment Department. "Need to replace your mask." The ninja in charge looked up at him. "Yes. The previous mask was somewhat damaged." Sora gave a reasonable reason. Combat wear and tear was common, and replacing a mask was ordinary. He browsed through the various standard masks on display. Finally, his gaze lingered on 2 masks. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 117, Chapter 117, Tongue-Tip Blood. One was still in the style of the Green Snake, but its patterns were deeper, and the snake eye area seemed to be made of special material, faintly glowing with a dim light under illumination. The other was the mask he had noticed 3 years ago, a coiling and soaring azure dragon. Its lines were fluid, the dragon head majestic. Although still monochrome, its unique form stood out conspicuously among the array of masks. Green Snake. Azure Dragon. Sora stroked the cold surface of the Azure Dragon mask, silently reciting in his mind. He then stored both masks away, also taking an additional monkey mask. He would still wear the green snake mask for regular missions, while this monkey mask would be worn during missions related to Kimonin. As for the Azure Dragon mask, the day to wear it would surely come. 2 more days passed, and Sora accepted another patrol mission to the eastern region of the Land of Fire. The procedure remained the same: registration, then departure from the village. Once outside the village's surveillance range, he immediately changed direction, heading at full speed towards that forest. Relying on the contract sensation, he soon found Tenji and the small white tiger by a small stream deep in the forest. After a few days apart, the condition of the 2 little ones pleasantly surprised Sora. Tenji seemed to have grown a little taller, already reaching his waist. Its fur appeared even more green and lustrous, the intelligence in its eyes more pronounced, its movements more agile and powerful. At that moment, it was carefully using a large leaf to give water to the small white tiger lying nearby. The previously dying small white tiger, although still thin and small, could now barely stand and walk unsteadily. Its pure white fur had regained some luster, and its breathing had become even and strong. Seeing Sora appear, it even let out a faint yet affectionate whimper. Recovering even better than expected. It seems the nourishing effect of my blood on them is more significant than imagined. Sora crouched down and carefully examined the small white tiger's condition. The wounds were basically healed, but its constitution was still weak. Seeing Sora, Tenji excitedly chattered "GG," waving its hands and feet, then proudly pointed at the small white tiger and then itself, as if saying, "I've taken good care of it." "Well done, Tenji." Sora smiled and patted its head. Looking at the 2 little ones before him, Sora marveled that his blood could have such an effect. Then he suddenly recalled the essence blood mentioned in the cultivation novels he had read before, said to be stored at the tongue tip. If ordinary blood is like this, what about this so-called essence blood? Let's try it. I don't know if it's really true. Sora bit his tongue tip, squeezing out a few drops of blood, and dripped them into the mouths of Tenji and the small white tiger. As soon as this blood emerged, Sora immediately felt a wave of weakness, his vision darkening slightly. This tongue-tip blood is indeed different, much stronger in effect than ordinary blood. Could it really be the so-called essence blood? It's just that it weakens the person too severely. I mustn't use it casually in the future. After swallowing the blood, the changes in the 2 little ones were much more noticeable than before. The edges of Tenji's 6 ears took on a faint green-gold luster. Under the soft fur on its forehead, it seemed as if 2 almost imperceptible small bumps were about to emerge. The change in the small white tiger was different from last time, more direct this time. Deep within its clear blue pupils, a distinct flash of gold passed, and the roots of its pure white fur faintly gained tiny starlight-like specks of gold. It is effective, but the cost is too great. It's not feasible in the short term. While panting and observing carefully, Sora pondered that this tongue-tip blood was probably the so-called essence blood. It's just that consuming this essence blood was extremely taxing. Even with his constitution far exceeding ordinary people, merely squeezing out a few drops brought on a wave of weakness. Fortunately, the super recovery power brought by his Azure Dragon fruit meant he should recover from this loss before long. Sora shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on the small white tiger before him. It was walking unsteadily, still frail in appearance, but affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Should I give this little one a name too? Sora stroked his chin. Then, an ancient and revered title, embodying respect for the king of beasts, quietly surfaced in his mind. It symbolized power, majesty, and the supreme authority to rule over mountains and forests from ancient times. However, looking again at this little one who still wobbled when standing and whose cries were feeble, Sora couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Right now, it's far from that noble title. Fine. When you truly grow up and possess the power and spirit to rend the wind, split the clouds, and roar proudly across the mountains and forests, then I'll bestow that name upon you. Sora's original plan was to find a more hidden and secure place deep in the forest to temporarily settle them, and come out regularly to care for them. But seeing the increasingly intelligent and lively look in Tenji's eyes, he changed his mind. Through the summoning contract, he sent over an inquiring thought. Would you be willing to return to Konoha with me? It's safer there, but it could also be more dangerous. Unexpectedly, Tenji shook its little head like a rattledrum. Immediately after, a strong and complex surge of thoughts, carrying unwillingness, stubbornness, and a trace of longing, intermittently transmitted to Sora's mind through the contract. Home, go back, get stronger, take back. The thought was vague, but Sora understood. Tenji wanted to return to the land of peaceful bliss, to the clan that had once rejected and abandoned it. It wanted to become stronger, to rely on its own power to reclaim the dignity and status that belonged to it. Looking at this little monkey with determined eyes before him, Sora seemed to see a soul unwilling to yield. He respected this choice. All right. Sora nodded, also sending a supportive thought through the contract. Do what you wish to do. Summon me when you need help. Feeling Sora's understanding and support, Tenji excitedly chattered a few times and nodded vigorously. Sora then looked at the small white tiger that had unsteadily walked to his feet and was affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. The small white tiger was extremely dependent on him, but clearly could not survive on its own. Take it with you. Take good care of it. Sora said to Tenji. Tenji looked at the small white tiger, patted its own little chest, indicating it was on it. Sora left all the wound medicine, nutritional fluids, and food he had brought for them, and carefully instructed them. Finally, he watched as Tenji, with its thin but determined body, strenuously carried the small white tiger, which was not much smaller than itself, and walked step by step, heading towards the direction of the land of peaceful bliss. Sora did not follow, only watching from afar as they disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Returning to the land of peaceful bliss. That's fine. The resources there are richer, more suitable for their growth. With Tenji's current intelligence and potential, plus its indomitable spirit, it might truly carve out a place for itself among the Inma clan. And the small white tiger, following Tenji is better than hiding and moving around with me in Konoha. Sora felt through the summoning contract that Tenji's position was steadily moving towards that hidden valley. His mind gradually settled. The purpose of this outing had been achieved. He did not linger any longer, turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the forest, hurrying to complete his cover patrol mission. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 118, Chapter 118, The Raikage's Wrath. Land of Lightning, Kimagakur. Kimagakur is situated among towering mountain peaks, perpetually surrounded by thunder and clouds. Decorations symbolizing lightning can be seen everywhere. The shadow of war also looms here. On the streets, ninja squads occasionally rush by, heading to the mission center or the hospital. The air is thick with tension and oppression. At the center of Kimagakur, inside the tallest Raikage office building, the top floor, the Raikage's office, an extremely burly and robust man stood with his back to the door, before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire village. He had a thick black beard, reminiscent of a fierce warrior. His skin was dark, his muscles bulging. Just standing there, he emitted a terrifying aura as heavy as a mountain and as violent as thunder. He was the third Raikage, renowned throughout the shinobi world for his incredibly strong physique, lightning-fast speed, his strongest spear technique, Hell Stab, One-Finger Nukite, and his strongest shield, the Lightning Release Chakra mode. He was truly one of the strongest standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. At this moment, he had just returned briefly from the front lines of the battle against Iwagakur. Bang! The office door was pushed open, and a figure walked in quickly. The newcomer was around 30 years old, wearing the standard Kimagakur Jonan vest. His face was composed, and he wore a strange dark hat. He was Make, the third Raikage's capable right-hand man and strategist. He possessed the Lava Release Kekii Genkai, was powerful, and was deeply trusted by the Raikage for his cool head and excellent analytical skills. Lord Raikage. Make's voice carried a note of heaviness. The third Raikage did not turn around. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. It's you, Make. The pressure on the front lines has eased a bit for now. This old man came back to catch his breath. Is anything happening in the village? Is there a problem with the Thunder Blast unit's plan? Or movement from Kiri? His first thoughts were still about the war. Make walked to the Raikage's side, slightly bowed his head, and reported with a grave tone. It's about the Raven unit. The Raven unit. The third Raikage finally turned around, his thick black eyebrows furrowing. Weren't they ordered to clear out the Konoha rats spying on the Thunder Blast supply lines? Did the operation fail? Make took a deep breath and replied. It's more than just a failure. The Raven unit's third squad, dispatched to the Southeast Valley supply point for the clearing operation, consisted of 12 members in total. They encountered a 4-man Konoha Umbu squad. During the pursuit, only 2 returned. The other 10 are all confirmed dead. What? The third Raikage's eyes widened sharply. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted uncontrollably from him. 12 against 4. 10 dead, only 2 escaped. What about Black Crow? He was an elite Jonan. Who did Konoha send? One of the Sannin? Or did that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen come himself? The Raikage's voice was filled with furious disbelief. In his mind, such heavy losses could only be inflicted by encountering Konoha's absolute top-tier fighters. Make shook his head, his expression equally grim. The 2 who escaped were the 2 Jonan pursuing the enemy squad leader. They reported that the overall strength of the opposing squad wasn't particularly outstanding. With their numerical advantage, they had suppressed them, but... He paused, glancing at the Raikage's increasingly darkening expression, then continued. But one of the Umbu wearing a green snake mask was recognized by Black Crow as that Konoha ninja involved in the incident with Lord Toroa at the Land of Wind border over half a year ago. Green snake. The third Raikage's fist instantly clenched. A frightening killing intent erupted from his eyes. That brat. This old man remembers him. Toroa's grudge is not yet avenged. He dares to show up in the Land of Lightning. Toroa was not only an elite Jonan of the village but also his trusted aide. His death had enraged the third Raikage immensely, and he had long ago placed Green Snake on his must-kill list. Make quickened his pace of speech. After Black Crow confirmed the target, he decided to prioritize capturing Green Snake. He personally led 5 team members to pursue Green Snake, while the remaining 6 split up to pursue the other 3 Konoha Umbu. The group pursuing the other 3 encountered Konoha's elite Jonan, Namikaze Minato, and suffered heavy losses. But the most critical point is, the six-man squad led personally by Black Crow in pursuit of the Green Snake, was completely annihilated. Not a single survivor. A deathly silence fell over the office. The third Raikage's chest heaved violently, clearly trying with immense effort to suppress his towering rage. An elite Jonan, 2 Jonan, and 3 special Jonan. A crack squad assembled to pursue a Konoha Umbu member who was at most special Jonan level, was completely annihilated? This was simply unbelievable. What exactly happened? The Raikage's voice was frighteningly low, like the calm before a storm. Was it those water-playing scum from Kiri interfering? That area is close to the coastline, the most likely place for them to cause trouble. Although furious, he hadn't completely lost his reason. His first suspicion was interference from another village, especially Kirigakure, which was also hostile to the Land of Fire and specialized in aquatic ambushes. Muka shook his head again. The escaping team members reported no trace of any Kirinin at the time. Moreover, the battle seemed to have ended extremely quickly. At the final moment, Black Crow forcibly transmitted extremely limited information using a secret technique. What information? The Raikage pressed immediately. Muka spread open his palm, as if that intangible information lay within it. Only 2 words. Azure Dragon, ... Azure Dragon. The third Raikage repeated the term, his eyes filled with confusion and savagery. What does this mean? Some kind of code name? A jutsu? A summon? Or, referring to some unit from Kiri? The information was too scant to interpret at all. The term Azure Dragon had no specific meaning in the shinobi world, making it particularly mysterious. Muka then swiftly reported the countermeasures he had taken, saying, "This subordinate has already issued orders to activate the spies embedded within Konoha. They are to investigate, at all costs, detailed intelligence on the Umbu codenamed Green Snake, especially any possible connection to the words, Azure Dragon. Simultaneously, people have also been dispatched to secretly investigate Kirigakure, to see if there have been any unusual movements recently or secret operations related to Azure Dragon. He paused, then added, "But judging from the minimal chakra traces left at the scene and the scale of the battle, it doesn't seem like a large-scale ambush. It seems more like, they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful opponent and were swiftly defeated." The third Raikage fell silent for a moment, breathing heavily. The pressure of the war and the anger over his subordinates' deaths intertwined, making him wish he could personally seek out that Green Snake and tear him apart. But he was, after all, the Raikage. He needed to oversee the overall situation. Although he had a violent temper and believed in the supremacy of strength, someone who could ascend to the position of Raikage was no thoughtless brute. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 119, Chapter 119 Yumi and Ayumi. Investigate. Use all resources to investigate. Konoha, Kirigakure, do not overlook any possibility. Azure Dragon. No matter what it represents, you must figure it out for me. The moment you have confirmed intelligence, notify me immediately. Yes, Raikage-sama. Muka bowed and accepted the order. The frontline war situation is tense. Those Uegakure bastards are biting down like mad dogs. I cannot be away for too long. The third Raikage strode towards the door, lightning flickering on his body. Village matters here, along with the investigation into Green Snake and Azure Dragon, I leave to you, Muka. Understood. Please be careful at the front line. Muka responded solemnly. The third Raikage said nothing more. He just nodded, his figure transforming into a flash of lightning, instantly disappearing from the end of the corridor, rapidly heading towards the Land of Earth battlefield. Inside the office, Muka stood alone in place, brows tightly furrowed, repeatedly mulling over those 2 words. Azure Dragon. Green Snake. What on earth happened? He looked out the window at the gloomy sky, occasionally streaked by lightning. His heart was shrouded in an impenetrable fog and heaviness, identical to the atmosphere over Kimagakure. Heavy losses, yet they could not even discern the true nature of the enemy. This feeling was terrible. He took a deep breath, turned, and quickly left. He had to execute the Raikage's orders as soon as possible. Konoha, the orphanage. After dinner, Sora returned to his room. The moonlight outside the window was cold and clear. The faint sounds of Yumi and Ayumi laughing and play fighting in the next room could be heard, filled with the carefree nature belonging to their age. But Sora's mood was not light. He closed the door behind him, somewhat shutting out the sounds from outside. The room immediately quieted down, leaving only the sound of his own breathing. Yumi and Ayumi probably have no idea when they will be sent to the battlefield. If it were only me. A thought involuntarily emerged. If he had not been sent to the orphanage back then, but had struggled to survive alone in Konoha, perhaps things would be much easier now. He would only need to focus on hiding his secrets, improving his strength, without worrying about anyone else. After completing Umbu missions, he could train if he wanted, rest if he wanted. All resources could be used on himself. He wouldn't need to worry about whether 2 little girls would be sent to the battlefield, wouldn't need to worry about the orphanage's food, clothing, and expenses. An even more extreme, more free thought flashed through Sora's mind. What if I took them away from Konoha? Found a remote place to live in seclusion. Could we completely avoid this war? This idea was extremely tempting. Relying on the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, Sora was confident he could take Yumi and Ayumi away and find a relatively safe place to stay. The sky is vast for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. No longer bound by Konoha's higher-ups, no longer needing to hide his strength all day, worrying about being seen as a freak or a tool. But after just a few seconds, he secretly shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic fantasy. No, too naive. Sora analyzed calmly in his heart. First, the cost of defection was enormous. Once labeled as a missing nin, he would face endless pursuit from Konoha's Umbu, likely including speed-type experts like Namikaze Minato. He might be able to handle himself, but escaping with 2 children who had no ability to protect themselves was almost impossible. Second, leaving the shelter of Konoha, the big tree, might seem like freedom, but he would actually lose the most important resources and intelligence channels. The supplies needed for training, ninjutsu scrolls, even basic survival guarantees would become difficult. The growth and education of the 2 little girls would also become a major problem. In this turbulent world, the risk of acting alone was far higher than relying on a major ninja village. Furthermore, the Third Great Ninja War was a calamity sweeping the entire ninja world. There was absolutely no completely safe place. Being away from Konoha's protection might instead make them more likely to encounter threats from rogue ninjas, hostile forces, or even tailed beasts. Most importantly, Sora had promised Nono to take care of this home. This home was not just Yumi and Ayumi. It also included Miyamoto Ichiro, Yusuji Rin, the director, even this small orphanage itself. Sora could not possibly take everyone with him. The target would be too large, even more unrealistic. Abandoning them and leaving alone. Sora could not do that. Although in his previous life, that's exactly how he lived. Alone. While occasionally feeling empty, it was at least easy. He only needed to be responsible for himself. But there are no ifs in this world. Sora remembered when he first arrived at the orphanage, Nono, with her warm smile, gave him his first warm meal. He remembered Nono always smiling gently, patiently teaching him ninjutsu, the basics of training. He remembered even more, before Nono left Konoha to carry out that dangerous mission, she gently patted his head, her eyes filled with reluctance and pleading. Sora, sister has to leave for a while. The director's health is not good. Ichiro and the others are still young. Take care of this home for me, okay? He agreed. And after years of living together, Miyamoto Ichiro's silent contributions, Yusuji Rin's occasional bickering, Yumi and Ayumi's unreserved dependence and smiles. These little details had long since unknowingly seeped into his heart. This small orphanage had long since become his only harbor in this cold ninja world, a warmth he wanted to protect with all his might. Therefore, Sora could not just take care of himself alone, and he certainly could not just walk away. Sigh. Sora let out a soft sigh and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Really, bringing trouble upon myself. But this trouble, he accepted it willingly. Just occasionally, he still missed that state of being completely unattached. Multiple shadow clone technique. Accompanied by 2 soft popping sounds, 2 shadow clones appeared in the room. Without any communication, the main body gave them a look. The 2 shadow clones, with tacit understanding, picked up the book on the table, detailed explanation of Uzumaki clan's sealing technique fundamentals, and once again immersed themselves in the tedious study and deduction. Over half a year had passed. Sora had mostly mastered the knowledge within, even able to independently perform a few simple sealing techniques. But he had never rushed to find more advanced sealing technique texts. Instead, he unwaveringly had his shadow clones assist in reviewing the fundamental theory every day. In Sora's eyes, learning sealing techniques was like building a house in his previous life. The worst fear was an unstable foundation. Even the simplest rune inscription, chakra infusion ratio, if there was the slightest deviation, the seal would fail at best, or backfire on the user at worst. Now, spending more time to thoroughly polish the basics would allow fewer detours when encountering higher-level sealing arts later, preventing him from stumbling at critical points. Paying no mind to the 2 clones buried in their studies, Sora quietly sat on the edge of the bed. His gaze, unfocused, fell on the faint crescent moon outside the window. Yumi and Ayumi, they are almost 8 years old. The Ninja Academy has a 6-year system, but that was the rule in peaceful times. Now, with the outbreak of the Third Great War, everything was different. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 120, Chapter 120, Weakness. Sora remembered the casualty list he had glimpsed a few days ago in the mission briefing room. Names were densely listed on it, including many who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago, and even newly promoted genin. Some looked not much older than Yumi and Ayumi, should have been at a lively and vibrant age, but had forever stopped on the cold pages. What made Sora's heart sink even more was that there were also several names of former classmates on the list, people who had mocked him before but he hadn't cared about, thinking they would become cannon fodder sooner or later. Sora had never thought this day would come so quickly, nor had he ever thought he would see them again in this way. Behind the cold numbers on that list were lives that had suddenly been extinguished. The war machine, this meat grinder, does not distinguish between adult shinobi and children. Originally, according to the normal schedule, as long as Yumi and Ayumi did not choose early graduation, they would still have 4 years left in the ninja academy. But given the current rate of consumption in the war situation, no one knew if their year might be conscripted early. Maybe next year, maybe the year after, or even possibly in just a few months. Once they graduate and become registered genin, their fate is no longer in their own hands. Mission assignments, troop deployments, all of these could potentially push 2 little girls who have just left school directly to the bloody front lines of the battlefield. I cannot stay in Konoha forever. It's fine for the time being while Fox and the others are recuperating, but UMBU missions are becoming more and more frequent. I will always have to go out on missions and simply have no time to keep an eye on things in the village. Sora frowned tightly, stroking his chin as he kept thinking. Even if he were in Konoha, he couldn't protect the 2 little girls personally every single moment. Moreover, battles between shinobi change in an instant. On the battlefield, stray projectiles, traps, and ambushes are impossible to guard against completely. Even Sora couldn't guarantee he could dodge every attack. He had to find a way to fundamentally prevent them from being sent to the battlefield. Sora's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on his knees as his brain rapidly worked, sorting through all the resources and connections he could utilize within Konoha. The result, however, was that there were very few. In Konoha, he was almost completely alone. Trusted Jonan? Only Fox, who was currently in Konoha Hospital. Might Due. He was only a chunin, his words carried little weight, and he also needed to go out on missions. He couldn't possibly act as a permanent babysitter for the 2 little girls. After all, even in the original story, he couldn't constantly protect his own son, Guy, by his side. Kurane Ui, Asuma. They had graduated less than 3 years ago themselves. Their strength was around chunin level at best now. Although their backgrounds were special, they had no say in major matters concerning shinobi deployment like this. Actually, there was no way around it. Because of the Azure Dragon Fruit, Sora could not get close to those shinobi who were powerful or held high positions. Furthermore, Sora graduated and entered the UMBU at age 7. Most of his time was spent carrying out covert missions outside the village. Outside of missions, due to the pressure of the Third Great Shinobi War, he was always alone improving his strength. He simply had no time to interact with powerful shinobi. As for others in Konoha who were on good terms with Sora, such as Genma Shiranui, Rado Namayashi, and others, they might become well-known, powerful shinobi of Konoha in the future, but they were all his age, also around 11 or 12 years old now, and completely unable to help him. Thinking it over, he actually couldn't find a single powerful person he could entrust this to or who could help speak up for him. It seems there are only 2 options. 2 choices slowly emerged in Sora's mind. The first was to find a way for Yumi and Ayumi to enter relatively safe departments after graduation. For example, the medical corps. In Konoha's medical system, medical nin are usually stationed in hospitals located further behind the lines. The danger is far lower than for frontline combat shinobi, or the intelligence division. Although there are risks too, most of the work involves documents, analysis, and communications. At least they wouldn't have to directly face enemy blades. But the problem with this path was that it wasn't something you could just choose to enter. Medical nin require corresponding talent in chakra control and systematic study. The intelligence division also requires assessments. Moreover, both departments also need to obey deployments and could be sent to the front lines for support during wartime. Hadn't Nono been a medical nin and intelligence operative, yet was ultimately sent to the most dangerous enemy territory? The second option was to directly request an audience with Sarutobi Hiruzen. With his identity as an UMBU member and the value he had currently demonstrated, perhaps he could request the Hokage to specially approve placing the 2 little girls into permanent logistics or internal service positions, fundamentally exempting them from the possibility of being sent to the front lines. But this also carried enormous risks. First, on what grounds could he make this request? As fellow orphanage companions? Was this bond enough to persuade the Hokage? Secondly, this would be equivalent to clearly exposing one of his greatest weaknesses to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sora knew that the seemingly benevolent Hokage always maintained a degree of wariness towards him, this outsider, deep down, and Sora felt the same way. Letting Hiruzen know that he cared so much about these children from the orphanage was hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. He might agree to bestow a favor and further bind Sora to him. He might also refuse, or even use this point in reverse to control Sora more effectively. Both choices had their pros and cons, neither was a perfect solution. Sora leaned against the cold wall, closed his eyes, and images flashed through his mind, Yumi and Ayumi's innocent smiling faces, the increasingly gaunt face of the old director, and the figure of Miyamoto Ichiro silently taking care of this orphan home for 5 children. In this cold shinobi world, in this Konoha filled with schemes and dangers, only this small orphanage could give him a trace of genuine warmth and a sense of belonging. He absolutely could not let this warmth be ruthlessly crushed by war. After weighing it repeatedly, risks and benefits were measured over and over in his mind. Finally, Sora suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming firm. Compared to placing hope on the variable-filled assignment of departments, directly approaching the person who has the final say, although the risk is more direct, the effect might be better and more thorough. Sarutobi Hiruzen might use this to gain leverage over him, but that would only be potential control. On the surface, he still needed to maintain the Hokage's prestige and the hallmark of the Will of Fire. He was unlikely to directly threaten using 2 little girls. That would be too cheap and could easily dishearten others. It's decided. Sora took a deep breath and made his decision. Tomorrow, he would go and request an audience with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved his hand, dispelling the 2 shadow clones that were still struggling to study sealing techniques. A large amount of fatigue and scattered learning insights instantly flooded his mind, but his resolve was firm now. He only staggered slightly for a moment before recovering. Tonight, he needed to rest well, conserve his energy, to deal with tomorrow's meeting with that old and shrewd Hokage. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 121, Chapter 121, Meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next morning, Sora changed into a clean Umbu uniform and put on his green snake mask. He arrived at the Hokage building. As an Umbu member, he had the right to request an audience with the Hokage directly within certain permissions, without going through cumbersome layers of notification. The atmosphere inside the building was solemn. Ninjas coming and going were mostly in a hurry, their faces carrying the particular gravity of wartime. Sora looked straight ahead without glancing sideways. He walked directly to the door of the Hokage's office and nodded to the 2 Umbu guards stationed outside. He said in a low voice, "Umbu Squad C5, codename Green Snake. I request an audience with the Hokage-sama." One of the guards clearly recognized him. After a simple confirmation, the guard turned, knocked on the door, and entered the office to announce him. A moment later, the guard came out and stepped aside to clear the way. "The Hokage-sama will see you now." "Thank you," Sora said quietly. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The scene inside the Hokage's office was not much different from his memory. There were piles of documents, a faint smell of tobacco, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting behind the large desk, puffing on his pipe. But this time, Nara Shikagure, who served as Hiruzen's advisor, was not present. He was alone in the office. "Hokage-sama." Sora walked to the desk and bowed respectfully. "Oh, it's Green Snake." Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe. A trace of appropriately warm smile appeared on his face, as if he were a kind elder. "How is Grey Wolf's condition?" "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Grey Wolf is out of the critical period and is resting in the hospital." Sora replied formulaically. "That's good." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He leaned back slightly and looked at Sora. "You came specifically to see me. Is there something important? Is it a detailed report about the previous mission?" "It is not a mission report." Sora paused slightly before speaking. "This subordinate has come this time regarding a private matter. I wish to request Hokage-sama's permission." "A private matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows raised slightly, seeming somewhat interested. "Let's hear it." Sora raised his head and met Hiruzen's gaze. He spoke directly. "This subordinate respectfully requests that Hokage-sama, in the future, will allow the 2 children from the orphanage, Yumi and Ayumi, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, to serve in relatively safe departments such as the Medical Corps or the Intelligence Division, to avoid being directly sent to the front lines of the battlefield." The moment his words fell, the air in the office seemed to freeze for an instant. The warm smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face faded slightly. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his pipe, took a slow puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. His cloudy eyes observed Sora through the smoke, as if examining this sudden request. He actually brought it up directly. A thought turned in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Is it to repay the orphanage's upbringing? Or have these children become important bonds and weaknesses for him? He remained silent. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk surface, making a soft, steady sound. If before, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had some doubts about whether Sora had true bonds in Konoha, those doubts had now vanished completely. For him, Sora having clear attachments was actually a good thing. This brief silence made Sora's heart lift slightly. Sora had anticipated various reactions, but Hiruzen's deep silence was the most difficult to interpret. Is he weighing things? Weighing whether my value is worth him making this exception? Or is he thinking of a reason to refuse? After all, on the surface, all Konoha's children should be equal. Sora couldn't help but recall when he first came to Konoha. As an orphan from another village, he suffered no shortage of exclusion and disdain from the other village children. The so-called fairness always had preconditions. Just like Asuma. He was also a genin, but weren't his missions carefully selected? Even if he left the village, weren't there high-level guards secretly protecting him? The Hokage's son, how could he truly be treated the same as the children of ordinary villagers? Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the silent Sora before him, quickly assessing in his mind. Sora's talent and growth speed were indeed astonishing, especially since he recently managed to escape from a 6-man elite squad from Kyumo. Hiruzen even speculated that Sora already had Jonan-level strength. His overall strength had far surpassed Kakashi, who was a year younger. In terms of potential alone, among the entire younger generation of Konoha, he was probably only second to Minato and Kushina, who was a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, he was ultimately an orphan from another village, discriminated against and excluded by the village children since childhood, coupled with Sora's mature mentality. Although Hiruzen treated him equally on the surface, he himself knew that deep down, a trace of wariness always remained. But precisely because of this, the importance Sora showed towards his orphanage companions appeared even more precious. This was an anchor point that could be firmly grasped. It was also what he often spoke of, bonds. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. His voice was even, not revealing joy or anger. Yumi and Ayumi. I remember them. They are children from Nono's orphanage, right? They should be in second year now. Yes. Sora responded. During wartime, every Konoha ninja has the duty to dedicate themselves to the village. Genin are no exception. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a trace of unquestionable authority. But then, his words shifted, becoming earnest and well-meaning. Konoha is a big family. In principle, all children should be treated fairly. Sora sneered inwardly. Fair? Yes, fair by sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Sure enough, Hiruzen's next words confirmed his thoughts. However, what you say also makes sense. They are indeed still young. Their talent is not particularly outstanding. Sending them directly to the battlefield, the possibility of sacrifice is very high. For the village, it is also an unnecessary loss. The medical corps and the intelligence division are equally important. They indeed require more meticulous and stable individuals. The village also needs to preserve seeds for the future. He paused, as if making an important decision. Finally, he slowly nodded. His tone became firm. All right, I agree. After they graduate, I will personally order their assignment to the medical training department under Konoha Hospital for study. That place is far from the front lines, sufficiently safe. Hearing this, Sora's heart suddenly relaxed. But what surged up next was not joy, but a trace of surprise and deeper vigilance. He agreed just like that. So simply, using a high-sounding reason like, preserving seeds. This was smoother than he had anticipated. He had originally prepared himself for interrogation, even mentally prepared for rejection. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the silent Sora before him. Although he couldn't see the other's expression, he could sense a trace of astonishment beneath that mask. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 122, Chapter 122, Something's Off About Asuma. P.S. Ayusuji Rin sounds like Noera Rin. I will change the name to Yusuji Min. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood in his heart. His face once again took on the smile of a benevolent elder, and he spoke in a gentle tone. Sora, you were personally recruited into the Umbu by me. I know you are a good child who values bonds and inherits the will of fire. Protecting comrades, protecting the seedlings of Konoha, this is precisely the embodiment of the will of fire. I am very pleased that you are thinking of your friends from the orphanage. His words were quite beautifully phrased, full of the perspective and magnanimity expected of a Hokage. But Sora was inwardly dismissive. Will of fire? Sounds wonderful. What he's probably more pleased about is finally finding a clear bargaining chip to control me, right? So-called fairness, in the eyes of the higher-ups, is just a weight that can be adjusted any time. He was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ready agreement was not merely due to the so-called will of fire or appreciation of talent. This seemed more like an investment, or rather, a form of binding. Exchanging a seemingly insignificant promise, wrapped in a reasonable justification, for his deeper sense of belonging and controllability. The future safety of Yumi and Ayumi was now tied to Sarutobi Hiruzen's whim, and indirectly, to Sora's performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed disdained using crude methods of direct threat, but that didn't mean he wouldn't use more sophisticated ways to make you willingly put on the shackles. A weakness proactively handed to you, one you must carefully maintain, was often more effective than a direct threat. Just like how he tacitly allowed his own son, Asuma, to take on safer missions. Some rules only changed for specific people. Old fox. Sora cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he had no choice but to show gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. This subordinate is extremely grateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, seemingly enjoying the feeling of bestowing favor. Work hard for the village, Sora. Your potential is great. You will surely become an important pillar in protecting Konoha in the future. Those you value, the village will naturally not treat poorly. The implication in these words was quite clear. Making an exception for you is possible, but you must demonstrate corresponding value. Otherwise, if anyone who asks gets a yes, how would the Konoha village project continue? Yes. This subordinate will spare no effort, and fight for Konoha. Sora immediately declared his loyalty, his tone resolute. At a time like this, the attitude had to be sufficient. Good. You may go. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and picked up the documents on his desk again, as if he had just handled an insignificant little matter. This subordinate takes his leave. Sora bowed once more, then turned and left the Hokage's office with steady steps. Only after walking out of the Hokage building and feeling the somewhat glaring sunlight outside did Sora slowly let out a breath. The goal was achieved. Yumi and Ayumi had, at least on the surface, obtained a guarantee of safety. But Sora felt no relief in his heart. Instead, it felt like a heavier stone was weighing on him. He had used a clear weakness to exchange for a temporary promise, one that required continuous loyalty and value to redeem. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was both within and outside his expectations. What he expected was that the other party would indeed use this to bind him. What he didn't expect was that the other party would do it so naturally, so generously, almost leaving no room for criticism, even cloaking it in the guise of fairness and the will of fire. Is this the method of a politician? Sora thought silently. Fine. At least for now, the goals align. He needs my strength to fight for Konoha. I need his authority to protect those I care about. So-called fairness has always been a handout from the strong to the weak. This was a tacitly understood transaction. And he, for the time being, had no other choice. Sora looked up at the iconic Hokage mountain of Konoha, his gaze lingering on the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment. It seems, until I possess strength sufficient to break all the rules, I'll have to continue playing along properly with this shinobi monarch. And currently, besides Danzo, Konoha holds at most normal wariness towards me. That's not unacceptable. As long as I don't defect from the village, they won't be in danger. Shaking his head, Sora temporarily pushed these calculations aside. He decided to return to the orphanage first to tell everyone the good news. At least it could reassure them for a while. Just as he was walking back along the street, a familiar voice tinged with surprise came from beside him. Sora. Sora turned towards the voice. He saw Uehai Kurane, Asuma, and Usuji Min coming from another street corner. They looked like they had just returned from a mission. Uehai Kurane's baby-faced face wore a smile. Asuma still looked cool, though the blade of grass he used to chew had been replaced by a cigarette at some point. Usuji Min was curiously looking at Sora and the direction of the Hokage building behind him. Kurane, Asuma, Min. Sora stopped and greeted them. Mission over. Yeah, a simple C-rank escort mission. Kurane jogged over, came close to Sora, and said with a smile. And you? Just came out of the Hokage building, got a mission. Sora was currently wearing his Umbu uniform, his face still covered by that green snake mask. He just realized this and casually took off the mask, revealing a somewhat delicate but steady-eyed face. Yeah, reporting some matters to the Hokage-sama. Sora replied vaguely, without going into detail. Asuma glanced at him and said in his cool tone, Umbu is such a hassle. All secretive. Usuji Min gently nudged Asuma with her elbow, signaling him not to speak carelessly. Then she smiled at Sora. Don't mind him. He accidentally stepped into water during the mission today and is in a bad mood. Hey, Min. Asuma glared at Usuji Rin, a bit flustered and angry. Watching their interaction, Sora felt a slight stir in his heart. Asuma and Min. This feeling is a bit subtle. Didn't pay much attention before, but now it seems Asuma's attitude towards Min is much better than towards others. Min also seems to care about him quite a bit. It seemed the flap of his little butterfly wings had caused Asuma's attention to shift to Usuji Min from the same squad, with her cheerful and straightforward personality. That was interesting. Sora, have you eaten? Uehai Kurane, not noticing Sora's distraction, invited enthusiastically. It's lunchtime. How about coming to my house for a meal? Mom made a lot of delicious food today. As she said this, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her eyes held expectation, mixed with a bit of shyness. Wow. Usuji Min immediately let out a teasing cheer, nudging Kurane with her elbow. Kurane, very proactive. Have you been wanting to invite Sora for a long time? Min, what nonsense are you saying? Uehai Kurane's face turned even redder. She hurriedly covered Usuji Rin's mouth. Asuma shrugged nearby, with an expression of women are so troublesome, but didn't object either. Sora looked at the two girls play fighting, then glanced in the direction of Uehai Kurane's house not far away. After a brief thought, he nodded. Alright, sorry for the intrusion then. He wanted to relax a bit, and it had been a while since he saw Kurane. Chatting would be good. More importantly, the mental mind game just now with Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed needed some everyday interaction to dilute that sense of tension. Really? That's great. Uehai Kurane immediately became happy, her eyes sparkling. Usuji Min winked at Asuma, smiling like a cat that got the cream. Asuma sighed helplessly. Let's go, I'm starving. P.S. Usuji Rin sounds like Noera Rin, I will change the name to Usuji Min. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 123, Chapter 123, Chinku Ui. Ui Kurane's home was a typical Japanese-style house, quite a bit larger than an ordinary residence, featuring a meticulously maintained small garden, indicating a rather well-off family. As an old Jonan clan of Konoha, having such a residence was not surprising. Kurane happily pulled open the garden gate and called inside. Mom, I'm home, and I brought friends. A gentle woman wearing an apron came out from inside the house upon hearing the voice. She was Kurane's mother, Uiao. Seeing Sora, her face immediately showed a warm, slightly teasing smile. My, it's Sora-kun. It's been a long time since you last came. Please come in, lunch is almost ready. Thank you for having me, Auntie. Sora politely nodded in greeting. Not at all, not at all. Kurane often talks about you, saying you train very hard and know a lot. Uiao said with a smile, meaningfully glancing at her daughter, making Kurane's ears turn red. Mom. Kurane protested softly, quickly pushing Sora inside. Hurry, go in. Sora felt a little awkward inside, especially feeling Usuji-min's "I get it, I totally get it" look beside him. The group took off their shoes and entered the house. The living room was spacious and tidy, covered with clean tatami mats. A low table in the middle already had several small dishes and bowls with chopsticks set out. You all sit first, there's just one more soup. Uiao said, turning and heading back into the kitchen. Just as Sora sat down, a steady male voice came from the hallway. You're back. A tall, middle-aged man with a resolute face walked out. He wore a dark-colored house yukata, had short black hair, sharp eyes, and a calm demeanor. Between his brows carried the stern aura of one who had experienced battles, but facing his family now, that sternness was considerably toned down, appearing much gentler. This was Kurane's father, the Konoha Jonan, Shinku Ui. Sora immediately stood up. Uncle Shinku. This was his third time meeting Shinku Ui. This Jonan was often away on missions, rarely at home, even Kurane seldom saw him. Shinku Ui. In the original work, information about him is pitifully little. It's only known that he is Kurane's father, a Jonan, and that he died during the Nine-Tails attack. Sora looked at the man before him, whose aura was steady and powerful, and couldn't help but calculate in his mind. The Nine-Tails attack. According to the timeline, it will happen in about 4 or 5 years. By then, this seemingly very strong Jonan will also. Thinking this, Sora's mood became somewhat complicated. After all, for Ui Kurane, her father's sacrifice would undoubtedly be a huge trauma in her life. Dad, you're home today. Ui Kurane cried out in surprise and immediately ran over. Yes, a mission just concluded. I'm resting for a couple of days. Shinku Ui patted his daughter's head. His gaze swept over Asuma and Usuji-min, finally settling on Sora. He nodded and said, Sora, long time no see. I hear from Kurane that your performance is outstanding, already possessing special Jonan strength. His tone was very flat, not revealing much emotion, but the fact that he brought it up proactively clearly meant he had heard quite a bit about Sora from Kurane. Sora replied modestly. You flatter me, Uncle Shinku. It was just good luck. Umbu missions don't rely on luck. Shinku Ui said meaningfully, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Everyone sit, no need to be formal. Asuma was obviously very familiar with Shinku Ui, casually greeting him before sitting down. Usuji-min, however, seemed somewhat restrained. After all, she was facing a village Jonan. If she knew that Sora was now capable of crushing elite Jonan, one wonders how she would react. Shinku Ui looked at Sora, privately assessing him. This boy named Sora, his rate of progress is truly astonishing. A few years ago, he was just a kid with weak chakra. Now his aura is condensed, his physique robust. Just standing there gives off a faint sense of pressure. No wonder he was exceptionally promoted into Umbu and even gained the Hokage-sama's attention. Kurane being close to him, whether it's a blessing or a curse is hard to say. Still, it's better than being pestered by some unreliable boy. Thinking this, Shinku Ui glanced at Asuma, who was secretly trying to pull a cigarette from his pack. Asuma felt the gaze and immediately sheepishly stuffed the cigarette back. At such a young age, not learning proper things, smoking at 12 years old, what a bad habit to pick up from your father. Uiao came out carrying the soup pot. Seeing her husband, she smiled. Shinku, look at Sora-kun, hasn't he grown a lot taller since last time? He's almost as tall as you. Sora was almost 12 now, but due to the Azure Dragon Fruit's modifications to his body, his height was already close to 170 centimeters, a good half a head taller than peers like Kurane, Asuma, and Min, with a straight, upright figure, though his face still carried a trace of youthful immaturity. Shinku Ui looked Sora over and grunted in acknowledgement. Not bad. Kurane looked at Sora, feeling a little proud inside, as if the praise was for herself. Sora has always worked very hard. She secretly thought, then quickly lowered her head to eat. The meal was plentiful and tasted very good. During the meal, Uiao was very enthusiastic, constantly putting food on Sora's plate, asking questions like, is training usually very hard? Are you adjusting well in Umbu? From time to time, the fondness and curiosity in her eyes were almost undisguised, leaving Sora to thank her while trying hard to eat, occasionally answering a few words. Kurane's face remained slightly flushed the whole time, occasionally softly reminding her mother, Mom, stop asking so much. Under the table, Usuji-min gently nudged Asuma with her foot, exchanging looks that said see, I told you. Asuma returned a boring look, but the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Shinku Ui ate in silence most of the time, occasionally asking the group a few questions about missions and training. Sora, while dealing with Uiao's enthusiasm, observed the family, feeling deep emotion. This is what a normal family is like. Unfortunately, according to the original, Such warm scenes won't last more than a few years. War, the Nine Tails, the beauty of this world is always fleeting. He knew Shinku Yui's ultimate fate. Looking at the steady, powerful man now, and the gentle, virtuous Uiao and lively, cute Kurenai beside him, overthinking is pointless. Focus on improving strength is the right path. Only with sufficient power is it possible to change something in the future. At the very least, protect the important people around you. For Sora, this meal was both warm and somewhat torturous. Finally making it through the meal, Sora sat for a little while longer before rising to take his leave. Uiao enthusiastically told him to come often, and Kurenai saw him to the door. Today, thank you for coming. Kurenai said softly, her face still bearing a faint blush. Thank you for the hospitality. The food was delicious. I'll bother you again next time I have the chance. Sora smiled. He almost reached out to pat Kurenai's head like he did when they were little, but halfway his hand stopped as he noticed Kurenai's mother behind her, wearing a teasing smile. He quickly withdrew his hand. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 124, Chapter 124 Good News. After parting with Kurenai and Asuma, Sora walked towards the orphanage with Usuji Min. I didn't expect you to agree to go to Kurenai's house for a meal. Usuji Min tilted her head, looking at Sora with a smile. The way Kurenai's mother looked at you, it was like looking at a future son-in-law. Sora glanced at her helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. It was just normal concern from an elder for a junior. Is that so? Usuji Min drew out her tone, clearly not believing it, but she didn't continue teasing. She changed the subject and asked, you went to the Hokage building earlier, right? Was it for some important mission? When you came out, you seemed a little heavy-hearted. Sora was a bit surprised by Usuji Min's keen observation. Like Asuma, she also graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 9. Counting it up, she has been a genin for almost 3 years now. Sora remembered that Asuma was promoted to Chunin at 12, and Kurenai at 13. Usuji Min's talent was not low to begin with. At this pace, she probably already has strength close to Chunin level by now. Sora pondered slightly, thinking this matter would have to be told to the orphanage group sooner or later, so he nodded. Sort of. A very important matter. Let's talk about it together when we get back. Seeing Sora's serious expression, Usuji Min also put away her playful attitude and nodded. Returning to the orphanage, because it was the weekend, the sounds of Yumi and Ayumi playing in the yard could be heard from far away. Miyamoto Ichiro was sitting on the veranda. Seeing Sora and Usuji Min return together, he raised his hand in slight surprise. Brother Sora, Sister Min. The two little girls immediately ran over when they saw them. Sora smiled and patted the two little girls' heads. Miyamoto Ichiro asked curiously, how come you came back with Min today? We ran into each other on the way. As he said this, Sora looked at everyone. Actually, there's something I need to tell you all. Seeing his serious expression, Miyamoto Ichiro and Usuji Min exchanged a glance. Even Yumi and Ayumi quieted down, looking at Sora curiously. Sora organized his words and explained about meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and successfully securing spots for Yumi and Ayumi to join the medical training department after graduation. He did not mention the subtle transaction and maneuvering between himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen, only stating the result. As soon as his words fell, the yard fell silent for a moment. Miyamoto Ichiro was stunned at first, then his face suddenly bloomed with immense joy and relief. He took a long, deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Really? Lord Hokage really agreed. As the oldest in the orphanage and someone without ninja talent, he understood the cruelty of war far better than the two innocent little girls. The tense atmosphere pervading the village recently, and the occasional news of some family's child dying in battle, all weighed on his heart like a boulder. He was extremely worried about Yumi and Ayumi's future fate, yet felt powerless. Hearing this news now, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. Yes, Lord Hokage promised it personally. Sora affirmed with a nod. That's great, truly wonderful. Miyamoto Ichiro rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes even turning slightly red. This is good, now there's no need to worry. Usuji Min also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face. That's great. The medical corps is indeed much safer. Sora, you're really amazing, you actually managed to persuade Lord Hokage. Although she is currently a genin, performing only D rank and a few C rank missions, and thanks to Asuma hasn't truly faced the bloodshed of the battlefield yet, she has still heard about the dangers at the front lines. She felt genuinely happy that such security was obtained for her two younger sisters. Yumi and Ayumi blinked their big eyes, seemingly not fully understanding what this meant, but seeing their older brother and sister so happy, they also became happy. Are we going to be medical ninja in the future? Ayumi asked curiously. Will we be like Sister Nono? Yumi also asked. Mentioning Nono, Sora's gaze softened. Yes. You will be like her, helping injured people in the hospital, not going to distant and dangerous front lines. Okay, I like helping people. Me too. Looking at the two little girls' innocent smiles, the gloom in Sora's heart from his maneuvering with Sarutobi Hiruzen also dissipated somewhat. No matter what, this result is good. At least for the next few years, they are safe. However, Sora changed the subject, looking at the two little girls. Entering the medical training department also requires passing an exam. You need to learn a lot of knowledge, especially chakra control, which has very high requirements. You must start working hard from now on. Yumi and Ayumi immediately puffed out their little chests and promised, "We will work hard." Miyamoto Ichiro also calmed down from his excitement and nodded. "Right, we should start preparing in advance. I remember, before Sister Nono left, she seemed to have left behind some of her old notes and basic textbooks from when she studied medical ninjutsu. They're in that old box in her former room." Nono left in a hurry, but some less important personal items and books were left behind. "That's great." Yusuji Min clapped her hands. "With Sister Nono's notes, learning will definitely be much easier. I'll go find them." She was quick to act, immediately running towards the room Nono used to live in. Miyamoto Ichiro also went to help. Not long after, the two carried out a small wooden box. Opening the box, inside were indeed several somewhat worn books and a few scrolls neatly placed. They were labeled Medical Ninjutsu Basics, Introduction to Fine Chakra Control, Illustrated Guide to Common Medicinal Herbs, and so on. There were also some notes in neat handwriting, clearly Nono's personal insights. Sora picked up one notebook and flipped through it. The contents were recorded in great detail, progressing from simple to complex, very suitable for beginners. "Sister, the things you left behind are helping out greatly once again." Sora thought silently in his heart, his longing for Nono increasing a little more. He didn't know where she was now or how she was doing. He shook off these thoughts and handed the books and notes to Yumi and Ayumi. "This is your homework from now on. While studying the Ninja Academy curriculum, you must start reading these books, especially practicing chakra control. Understand?" "Understood." The two little girls solemnly took the books, their small faces full of seriousness. Watching them eagerly begin to flip through those notes bearing Nono's handwriting, Sora, Yusuji Min, and Miyamoto Ichiro looked at each other and smiled. The yard was filled with an atmosphere of hope. Miyamoto Ichiro looked at Sora, his eyes full of gratitude. "Sora, really, thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do." Sora shook his head. "We are family. No need to say such things. Moreover, this is only temporary security. Ultimately, they still need to work hard themselves to pass the exam." "Yes, we will supervise their studies," Yusuji Min declared, clenching her fist, as if exuding the air of a big sister. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 125, Chapter 125, Tsunade. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed since the mission to the Land of Lightning. The technology of Konoha Hospital was indeed excellent, and combined with the natural recovery abilities of ninjas, the injuries of Fox and his two teammates were mostly healed. However, the dark clouds of the Third Great Ninja War had not dispersed. Instead, the situation seemed to be worsening. Konoha was fighting on two fronts against Kimagakur and Iwagakur simultaneously, and even needed to guard against Kiragakur and Tsunagakur. Their forces were stretched thin, and every bit of combat strength was extremely precious. Therefore, the recovered Squad C5 soon received new transfer orders. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 4 people standing before him, his gaze lingering on Sora for a moment. "I am aware of your recovery status," Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The pressure on the front lines is immense. You are needed to return to duty immediately. Please assign our mission, Hokage-sama." Fox, as the team leader, responded solemnly. "However, considering your squad's current condition, directly throwing you into the front lines carries excessive risk." Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his tone. "I have decided to reassign Squad C5 to the rear, to perform guard duty." "Guard duty?" Fox was slightly taken aback. Umbu elite squads typically carried out high-risk missions like infiltration, assassination, and reconnaissance. Guard duty was relatively rare, especially for dispatching an entire full squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression serious. "Yes. The mission location is a medical and logistics base deep within the Land of Fire. The protection target is Tsunade." The name Tsunade caused everyone present to pause for a moment. One of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu, a legendary figure of Konoha. Lady Tsunade. Night Owl couldn't help but exclaim softly. "With Lady Tsunade's strength, does she need our protection?" This was not only Night Owl's doubt but also the perplexity in the hearts of Fox and Grey Wolf. Tsunade was hailed as the strongest female ninja, possessing peerless monstrous strength and unparalleled medical ninjutsu. For them to guard her sounded somewhat redundant. Sora, however, understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Tsunade had developed hemophobia and could not directly participate in frontline combat. Sending them was ostensibly for protection, but in reality, it was to prevent Tsunade from encountering accidents due to her hemophobia if ambushed. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have anticipated this question and explained. "The medical base where Tsunade is stationed stores a large amount of strategic supplies and treats countless wounded. Its importance is self-evident. Iwagakure has been making frequent small moves recently, repeatedly attempting to ambush our logistical lines. Tsunade's safety and the stability of the base are of utmost importance and cannot be compromised. With Squad C5 present, we can strengthen the base's alert and defense capabilities to deal with potential infiltration and attacks. Although Fox and the others still found it somewhat strange after hearing this, the Hokage's orders were not to be questioned. Yes, we guarantee the completion of the mission. Fox took the lead in accepting the order. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. The mission details and route are in the scroll. Depart immediately. Yes. The four took the scroll, saluted, and left the Hokage's office. After leaving the Hokage building, Fox immediately opened the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. The location is in the northwest of the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. It's not a short distance. We need to travel as quickly as possible. Fox put away the scroll and looked at Sora and the other two. Everyone, get ready. We meet at the village entrance in 1 hour. Understood. Sora returned to his residence, simply packed his equipment, replenished his soldier pills and ninja tools, then took out the monkey mask he had prepared earlier from a scroll and put it on. The green snake mask is registered with Black Crow. It's safer to change it. After preparing everything, Sora arrived at the village entrance on time to meet his teammates. Fox and the other two also noticed Sora's new mask but didn't ask any questions. Changing masks was common in the Umbu. Move out. At Fox's command, their figures flashed, transforming into 4 black shadows that swiftly disappeared on the road leading southeast. Along the way, the 4 maintained the Umbu's standard silence and vigilance, traveling at high speed. After nearly 2 days of travel, Squad C5 arrived at a hilly area according to the map. Passing through several hidden barriers and sentry posts, a fairly large base appeared before them. The base was built against a mountain. The periphery had simple wooden fences and watchtowers. Inside, rows of neatly arranged tents. Many wounded Konohanin moved between the tents, either receiving treatment or helping transport supplies. The air was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs and disinfectant. Although busy, it seemed orderly. Fox showed the Hokage's order to the guards. Soon, a middle-aged medical Jonan who appeared to be the base person in charge came out to greet them. You must be the members of Squad C5. I am Sugimoto, the medical Jonan in charge of this base. Fox stated their purpose concisely. Umbu Squad C5, reporting as ordered. Responsible for the protection of Lady Tsunade and the base. Thank you for your hard work. Lady Tsunade is currently giving medical treatment guidance inside the main medical tent. Sugimoto made a gesture of invitation. I'll take you there. Following Sugimoto through the base, Sora silently observed his surroundings. The base's defense seemed loose but was actually relaxed on the outside and tight on the inside. Several key positions had hidden chakra fluctuations, likely due to barriers or traps. Also, most of the wounded here were in recovery. Those needing emergency surgery had been transferred elsewhere. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen and the base commander have put thought into this. Placing Tsunade here allows them to utilize her unparalleled medical knowledge and experience to guide medical ninjas and formulate plans, while also trying to avoid triggering her hemophobia by having her see large amounts of blood directly. Sora understood clearly. Soon, they arrived before the largest tent in the center of the base. Lifting the tent flap, Sora and his team saw the core figure of this mission, Tsunade. She wore a classic tea-green robe. Her golden hair was tied in a ponytail, appearing capable and efficient. Even in a wartime environment, her presence was still powerful. Merely standing there, she seemed like the stabilizing pillar of the entire camp. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was her ample bust, which remained breathtaking even under the loose ninja attire, rising and falling slightly with her breath. This caused Night Owl, who was behind Sora, to unconsciously straighten her posture, then pout somewhat dejectedly. Indeed, the proportions are astounding. Sora's gaze swept over calmly, objectively evaluating this future 5th Hokage. But then he thought to himself. Tsunade during this period, although having experienced the deaths of her lover Dan and her brother Noeki, probably hasn't completely succumbed to gambling and alcohol yet. She still holds her post, but her heart is likely already scarred and battered. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 126, Chapter 126, The Attacking Iwagakure. Fox stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lady Tsunade, Umbu Squad C5 reporting as ordered. We are responsible for your security and the protection of this base. Tsunade turned around and swept her gaze over the 4 members, Sora and his team. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Fox's missing arm and Grey Wolf's noticeably weakened state, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. The old man is really overdoing it. Tsunade's voice carried a trace of impatience. This place is very safe. I don't need any special guards. Despite saying this, she did not outright refuse, clearly understanding Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Her gaze then fell on Sora, who was standing slightly behind the others in the formation. He seemed somewhat familiar, especially that head of white hair. After a brief thought, she remembered. Oh, it's you, kid. Tsunade crossed her arms, which accentuated her ample chest, and walked towards Sora with interest. Grown quite a bit taller in a few years, haven't you? What, after graduation, the old man tossed you into the umbu? Sora had never met Tsunade face to face before. After a moment's consideration, he understood. It was obvious she had noticed him during the Ninja Academy entrance exam, especially since, like Tsunade, he possessed part of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Given the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, there was a slight sense of kinship, but not much. Although the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, there were still many members of the Uzumaki clan across the ninja world. From what Sora knew, there were Nagato, Karen's mother, and in Konoha, there was also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. Sora quickly processed this in his mind, then removed the monkey mask from his face and responded calmly. Yes, Lady Tsunade. It has been a long time. Tsunade looked Sora over a few times and nodded. You look much sturdier than before. Since you're here, perform your duties well. The camp rules will be explained to you by Shizen. After speaking, she seemed unwilling to say more and turned to walk into the large tent. Shizen, who had been following Tsunade, hurried forward and politely explained the camp's layout, security zones, and some key points to Squad C5. Sora listened to Shizen's explanation while using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings and the direction Tsunade had gone. Tsunade's hemophobia should be very severe by now. The fact she can still stay here to command is probably only because of her sense of responsibility and her bonds with Konoha supporting her. But this state definitely cannot last. The psychological trauma from witnessing loved ones die horribly is not something willpower alone can overcome. Sora analyzed silently in his heart. According to the original timeline, the Third Shinobi World War would continue for about 4 more years, ending only after the Battle of Konobe Bridge. Tsunade's complete departure from Konoha should occur around the end of the war, or shortly after it concludes. Calculating it, the time she has left in Konoha probably isn't long. Sora was not surprised by Tsunade's eventual departure, he even felt it was inevitable. After experiencing so much pain, leaving this place of sad memories might be a form of liberation for her, until she finally encountered Naruto's talk no jutsu. Alright, that's the basic situation. Your resting tents are over there. If you have any questions, you can come to me anytime. Shizen finished her explanation and politely pointed towards several smaller tents at the edge of the camp. Thank you. Fox expressed thanks on behalf of the squad. After assigning guard duties, Squad C5 officially began their security work at the medical base. Life at the medical base was much calmer compared to the life and death undercover mission in the Land of Lightning. Squad C5's main tasks were daily patrols, security, and checking the identities of personnel entering and leaving the camp. This medical base primarily served the northwestern front where Konoha clashed with Iwagakure. The battlefields were scattered between small nations like the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. However, in Sora's view, the Land of Rain had probably already fallen under the control of the Akatsuki organization led by Nagato. Hanzo the Salamander had been personally killed by Nagato a year ago. The overall commander of the northwestern front was Jiraiya. The northeastern front was held by one of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's former guards, Akimika Torifu, who was responsible for its defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in Konoha, overseeing the overall situation. Although Orochimaru was also on the northwestern front, Sora did not know his exact whereabouts. He speculated that while Orochimaru might superficially hold a high-ranking command position, in secret, he was likely still conducting various unknown experiments. Tsunade spent most of her time in the main tent of this medical base, directing operations through Shizen and other experienced medical Jonan, rarely personally treating wounded. Even when she occasionally needed to assess difficult injuries, she tried her best to avoid direct contact with blood, relying more on receiving reports and giving instructions. A few times, Sora saw from a distance that when severely wounded, blood-soaked soldiers were carried near the main tent, Tsunade's face would instantly turn pale, her body would tremble, and she even needed to hold on to something to steady herself before quickly turning and leaving to Shizen. The hemophobia is worse than I imagined. Sora confirmed his guess. This peaceful routine lasted for about 10 days. One evening, as Sora finished a patrol shift and was resting at the camp's edge, he saw Fox and the other two walking towards him quickly with grave expressions. Green Snake, during our patrol to the northwest, our squad discovered and intercepted an Iwagakure reconnaissance team. Fox said solemnly, explaining the situation concisely. There were 5 of them, quite strong. We took care of 4, but one was very slippery and got away. Night Owl added, that guy's escape technique was very good. We couldn't stop him. Sora felt a chill. Fox and Grey Wolf's strength had declined due to severe injuries from previous missions. Night Owl, while fast, was weaker in direct combat. They had clearly encountered a strong ninja team. And at this moment, only Iwagakure would be coming here. He inquired. Have you informed Lady Tsunade? We were just about to go. The situation is bad. We need to make plans early. Fox nodded in reply. Then, the group immediately reported the situation to Tsunade. Inside the main tent, after hearing the report, Tsunade frowned deeply. Iwagakure is moving this fast. It seems the pressure on the front lines is indeed great. They've even started targeting rear medical bases. Shizun said worriedly. Lady Tsunade, should we evacuate immediately? The base's location is exposed. It's too dangerous. Fox also suggested. Lady Tsunade, what Miss Shizun says makes sense. Although evacuation would be troublesome, it's better than being attacked by the enemy's main force. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Her gaze swept over the ninja receiving treatment outside the tent. She shook her head. No, evacuating now would be too much for these critically wounded. The mortality rate during transport would greatly increase. Moreover, finding a suitable new location and establishing a base temporarily also takes time. She took a deep breath and made a decision. Strengthen the vigilance, reinforce the defensive works, request reinforcements from the village. Until the reinforcements arrive, we hold our ground here. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 127, Chapter 127, Kitsake. Fox opened his mouth, wanting to persuade her further, but seeing Tsunade's determined eyes, he knew her mind was made up. He could only reply, yes, we will make the arrangements immediately. Sora stood to the side without speaking. He actually wanted to persuade Tsunade to leave too. Currently, after excluding the wounded, the Konoha ninja in the entire base numbered about 100. But most were at the Chunin and Genin level, and a portion were medical ninja with little combat power. Given Iwagakure's style, once they confirmed the target, the attack would inevitably be as heavy as bedrock. The scout who escaped would definitely report the situation here to Iwagakure's, East Deadman, and other high-ranking officials, especially since Tsunade was present at this base. But Tsunade's decision was more a matter of helplessness than stubbornness. The risks of relocation were indeed great, especially for these wounded soldiers. Holding out and waiting for reinforcements was currently the safest choice, on the condition that Iwagakure's next wave of attack wouldn't be too strong, and that reinforcements could arrive in time. But for the ninja in the camp, if either of these two conditions failed, a fierce, life-and-death battle would likely be unavoidable. However, Tsunade, as one of the legendary Sannin, who had experienced the Second Shinobi World War, considered more than just immediate gains and losses. Even if this decision would cause some losses for the camp's ninja, the attacking Iwagakure forces might not fare well either. After all, this was within the Land of Fire's borders, not territory where Iwagakure could freely advance and retreat. Moreover, those daring enough to penetrate deep into the heartland to raid a medical camp would definitely be Iwagakure's elite combatants. If they could intercept and kill this elite force here, the impact on the entire Fire-Earth front line would be significant, far more valuable than a local loss. Over the next 2 days, the atmosphere in the camp became noticeably much more tense. Defensive works were reinforced. Patrol shifts and numbers were increased. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Sora could feel a sense of oppressive foreboding, like a coming storm, enveloping the entire base. But he felt no pressure himself. With his strength, he could escape even if he couldn't win. But although Tsunade appeared calm on the surface, due to her hemophobia, her status as a top-tier combatant was filled with uncertainty when facing bloody battles. On the third day, just before dawn, at the darkest moment before daybreak, the warning barrier at the camp's perimeter emitted a sharp alarm sound. Enemy attack. A large number of enemies approaching. The entire camp was instantly roused. Combat personnel quickly took their positions. Sora, Fox, Night Owl, and Grey Wolf were the first to arrive at the defensive works at the camp's front line. They saw dozens of shadowy figures appearing in the distant forest, rapidly approaching the camp. They wore uniform Iwagakure ninja attire, their movements carrying a steady and powerful aura. The person at the front was extremely tall and burly, even a head taller than an ordinary person, with long black hair and a rough face. Just standing there, he gave off an unshakable, mountain-like oppressive feeling. Seeing this person, Fox's face instantly turned extremely grim. He uttered a name in a dry voice. Kitsake. It's actually him leading the team. Sora's gaze also turned grave. Kitsake, the son of the third Tsuchikage Onaki, the future fourth Tsuchikage Kuratsuke's father, Iwagakure's top elite Jonan, famous for his powerful earth release abilities and superhuman strength taijutsu. His strength approached the Kage level indefinitely. This is troublesome, Sora thought to himself. It's actually a powerhouse of this level coming. It seems Iwagakure is determined to either destroy this medical base, or capture Tsunade. Kitsake stood at the very front of the Iwagakure formation. His eyes directly locked onto the largest tent in the center of the camp. He slowly spoke. Princess Tsunade, I have long heard of your great name. Tsunade walked out from the main command tent. Shizun followed closely behind, her face showing a hint of nervousness. Tsunade's expression was normal. She looked coldly at Kitsake. Kitsake, your Iwagakure's reach is too long. You are not welcome here. Humph. In wartime, there's no such thing as welcome or not welcome. Princess Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu has saved too many Konoha ninja. For us in Iwagakure, this is not good news. Today, either you come with us, or, this base has no need to exist. Kitsake chuckled lowly. The threat in his words was unconcealed. Just based on you. Tsunade snorted coldly. She crossed her arms, appearing calm and composed. But Sora, standing behind and to her side, knew Tsunade was just putting on a strong front. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Kitsake stopped wasting words. He waved his large hand. Take action. Try to capture Tsunade alive. Kill. Dozens of elite Uegakure ninja who had crossed the front-line battlefield surged forward like a tide. Various Earth Release ninjutsu instantly erupted. Earth Release. Earth Spear. Earth Release. Rock Rods. Countless stone spears and stone rods attacked the Konoha defensive works. Defend. Fox shouted loudly. Squad C5 and the other Konoha ninja staying behind immediately fought back fiercely. Kunao, shuriken, and explosive tags crisscrossed in the air. The light of ninjutsu constantly flashed. The battle entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. Tsunade also did not hesitate. Although she could not see blood, her super strength and combat experience were still terrifying. She charged directly into the enemy formation. Every punch and kick contained the power to split mountains and crack stones. Ordinary Uegakure ninja simply did not dare to take them head-on. They were often sent flying by her single punch, with broken tendons and bones, losing their fighting ability. However, she deliberately avoided directly causing bloody scenes, mostly focusing on knocking unconscious or repelling enemies. Sora and the others strictly followed mission requirements, always guarding around Tsunade, helping her clear enemies from the flanks and rear. Sora did not use the Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities, only using taijutsu and basic ninja tools, performing in an ordinary manner. In the initial stage of the battle, relying on Tsunade's formidable strength and the Konoha ninjas' desperate resistance, the Konoha side barely managed to withstand Uegakure's offensive. However, as the battle continued, casualties inevitably appeared. A Konoha ninja had his thigh pierced by an earth spear. Blood instantly dyed his trouser leg red. He let out a shrill scream. The smell of blood began to permeate the air. TSK. This is troublesome. Sora glanced secretly at Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade's movements became visibly stiff and sluggish. Her face began to pale. Her breathing also became rapid. When an Uegakure ninja was sent flying by her punch, crashing onto a rock and splattering a spray of blood, her body shuddered violently. Her offensive instantly stalled. Her eyes revealed unconcealable fear and disgust. Lady Tsunade. Shizun cried out anxiously, hurriedly stepping forward to support her. I am fine. Tsunade said, forcing herself to hold on, but her voice already carried a tremble. Fox also noticed Tsunade's abnormality. Although he didn't understand the specific reason, he immediately gave the order. Contract the defense line. Protect Lady Tsunade and withdraw. It really did act up. Hemophobia on this kind of battlefield is practically a fatal weakness. Sora sighed inwardly. Immediately afterward, he also gathered around Tsunade, fighting while retreating, contracting towards the interior of the camp. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 128 Chapter 128 Orochimaru. Kitsake naturally also noticed Tsunade's abnormality. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, then transformed into a sharp gleam. It seems the information from the spy is true. Princess Tsunade, you don't seem to be in good condition. Full offensive, capture her. Since they dared to attack this medical base where Tsunade was present, they naturally had some degree of confidence. And this confidence was that Tsunade's strength was impaired, fluctuating erratically. With Kitsake's command, Uegakure's offensive grew even fiercer. Kitsake himself began to attack as well. His powerful Earth Release ninjutsu brought immense pressure to the Konoha side. The situation began to tilt towards Uegakure. Although the Konoha side had superior numbers, the Iwanin who came were all elites. Despite resisting desperately, they were already at a severe disadvantage in strength. Moreover, with their core combatant Tsunade's condition deteriorating rapidly, their defensive line was in dire straits. While fending off the enemy attacks, Sora calmly observed the battle situation. However, Sora noticed that despite the perilous situation, although Tsunade's face showed pain and struggle, deep in her eyes there was no complete despair or panic. Instead, there was a hint of hidden anticipation. Just as I thought. But Tsunade isn't the type to wait for death passively. Knowing she has hemophobia, she still dares to hold out and wait for reinforcements. Besides considering the wounded, she must definitely have other reliance. Watching Tsunade, a thought stirred in Sora's heart. The reinforcements from the village wouldn't arrive so quickly, and the frontline troops and Jiraiya were definitely being held back by Uegakure and couldn't make it either. So, the reinforcements Tsunade called for weren't the conventional support troops from the frontline or the village. A name instantly flashed across Sora's mind, Orochimaru. As fellow Sannin, even though they later parted ways, during this period, they should still maintain a certain level of connection and understanding between them, especially when facing a common external enemy. That's right. Orochimaru's whereabouts have always been mysterious, but his strength is unquestionable. If Tsunade contacted him in advance, with his speed, he could indeed arrive at the critical moment. This is Tsunade's real trump card. Having figured this out, Sora felt slightly more at ease and continued to slack off. He no longer worried excessively about the battle situation collapsing. Instead, he focused more energy on protecting Tsunade and ensuring his own safety, while secretly guarding against attacks from Kitsake. Even though, given Sora's true physical constitution and strength, Kitsake posed no threat at all, he was still far from reaching a level where he could stride unopposed across the ninja world. Limited by his body's age, if he did not activate the dragon transformation form or the 8 gates, his strength was at the special Jonan level. However, once the 8 gates were opened, it could elevate him to Jonan or even elite Jonan standard. If he fully transformed into the Azure Dragon form, Sora would have just stepped onto the threshold of Kage level. And if he activated the Azure Dragon 8 gates in this form, he estimated he could even touch the peak of Kage level. Even so, trying to confront all the major hidden villages of the ninja world head-on with his own strength alone was still a pipe dream. Unless one day, Sora could possess strength comparable to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, strength that could be called godly, then he could truly match an entire hidden village by himself. Furthermore, Sora knew that besides the 5 great hidden villages, there were quite a few sinister hands lurking in the shadows. Exposing his strength too early would only bring him into their sights prematurely. Especially at this point in time, Uchiha Madara had likely already begun to push forward Obito's plan. The battlefield underground was probably already crawling with white Zetsu. If he were considered a variable by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, who might choose to kill him before their deaths, that would be asking for trouble. Therefore, Sora set a bottom line for himself. At most, he could only display strength close to elite Jonan level. And for now, he still chose to stay under the big tree of Konoha, developing discreetly. After all, it's easy to find shade under a big tree. All Sora had to give was some time for mission execution. It just so happened that he currently needed time to improve his strength. As long as he didn't encounter Kage-level figures, these missions posed no threat to him. The battle situation became increasingly unfavorable for the Konoha side. The defensive line was compressed to the core area of the camp. Not many Konohanin were still able to fight, and each was injured. Squad C5's situation was also not optimistic. However, Sora maintained a relatively intact state, but he deliberately controlled his performance, only displaying strength slightly higher than an ordinary special Jonan, barely protecting a small area around Tsunade and Shizun. Tsunade's trump card, if it really is Orochimaru, given his personality and style of action, he would never show up early. He would definitely appear at the most critical moment, the moment that best reflects his value. Now, it's about time. Any later, and Tsunade might really be in danger, which wouldn't align with his interests. While deflecting a shuriken aimed at Shizun with a kunao, Sora calmly analyzed. Kitsake had personally joined the fray at this point. His target was clear, Tsunade, whose condition was obviously not right. A huge rock fist smashed fiercely towards Tsunade's location with astonishing force. Protect Lady Tsunade. Fox roared, trying to block with an earth-style wall. But facing Kitsake's tremendous strength, it was like paper, shattering instantly. Just as Tsunade and Shizun were about to be buried under the giant rocks, Shizun closed her eyes in fright. Tsunade's body remained rigid due to the bloody scenes on the battlefield. Still not coming? Must you always cut it so close? Watching Kitsake swinging his fist towards Tsunade, Sora was extremely speechless inwardly. But he couldn't just watch Tsunade get seriously injured by Kitsake right in front of him. After all, his mission was to guard Tsunade. 8 gates release, 5th gate, gate of limit, open. Suddenly, intense green energy steam erupted from Sora's body. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. His originally somewhat weary aura instantly became ferociously violent. His speed reached an extreme, leaving an afterimage in his original spot. What? Kitsake only saw a blur before his eyes. That Umbu wearing a monkey mask had already appeared in front of Tsunade. Facing his huge rock fist, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he similarly threw a punch. That fist seemed ordinary, but wrapped in the green steam, it carried an indomitable momentum. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deafening roar. An air wave centered on the two of them violently spread out, blowing everyone around them almost unable to open their eyes. Crack! Bang! Kitsake's hard rock fist was actually shattered inch by Sora's punch, turning into countless scattered flying rocks. Sora himself pretended to grunt, squeezing out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His body slid back several meters before barely stabilizing. At the same time, the green steam on his body rapidly dissipated, and his face also turned pale. Anyone could see that taking Kitsake's punch, which carried the force of 1,000 Jun, had placed an immense burden on him. But this shocking strike ultimately blocked Kitsake's fatal attack, saving Tsunade and Shizun. The entire scene instantly fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. A seemingly ordinary Umbu could erupt with such powerful strength, directly confronting Iwagakure's Quasi-Kage-level powerhouse Kitsake. Green Snake. Besides Fox, who seemed thoughtful, Grey Wolf and Night Owl were both shocked and delighted. They knew Sora's taijutsu was strong, but they hadn't expected it to be this strong. After all, Sora had never displayed the 5 gates of the 8 gates release in front of them. Tsunade stared blankly at Sora, who was shielding her. Her pale face was full of shock. As an expert in taijutsu and tremendous strength, she could better appreciate the power Sora erupted with in that instant. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 129, Chapter 129, The Route of the Iwa. 8 gates released formation, 5th gate. At this age, with this physique, a thought flashed through Tsunade's mind. Kitsake was even more shocked and furious. He stared fixedly at Sora and said harshly, 8 gates released formation. There's someone like this in Konoha Zumbu. Kid, you. Before he could finish his words, another unexpected change occurred. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Several huge pythons covered in purple scales burst out from the ground beneath Kitsake's feet without any warning. They instantly wrapped around his legs and waist, the powerful constricting force rendering him immobile. A cold, hoarse, and uniquely magnetic voice sounded. He, what splendid taijutsu. However, bullying children and comrades who are not in good condition is not the behavior of a strong individual, Kitsake. Orochimaru's figure appeared like a ghost at the edge of the battlefield. His arrival caused another stir. Lord Orochimaru. The Konohanin cheered. Kitsake's heart sank to the bottom. Orochimaru, why are you here? Frontline intelligence clearly indicated Orochimaru should also be pinned down. Kitsake, you underestimate the Sannin too much. Or perhaps, you overestimate Iwagakure's intelligence capabilities too much. Orochimaru licked his lips. His golden serpentine eyes first swept over Kitsake's grim expression, then landed with interest on Sora, who was panting heavily and clearly in a state of exhaustion. Oh, isn't this that interesting little one? Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of pleasure, as if he had discovered a new toy. Several years have passed, and you've already grown to the point of opening the gate of limit. Your physique is indeed quite interesting. Sora's heart shook. He lowered his head and bowed. Lord Orochimaru. If there was anyone in the shinobi world Sora was most wary of, it was Orochimaru. Orochimaru from his previous life left the deepest impression on him. Others might be powerful, like Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and so on, or they might be sinister and ruthless, like Danzo, Obito, and others. But the fearfulness of these people was mostly overt, with traces to follow. Only Orochimaru was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. His twisted pursuit of life and truth, along with his unpredictable forbidden techniques, made one feel a chill from the depths of their soul. You never knew when, or in what manner, he would appear, or what kind of experimental material he would consider you to be. After all, in the entire Naruto story, some believed in bloodlines, some believed in spirit, some believed in the body, some believed in eyes, some believed in innate inheritance, some believed in acquired effort. Only Orochimaru believed in science. And science, especially biological science, inevitably involved the term experimentation. The last time Sora met Orochimaru was during the ninja school assessment period. He didn't expect that after nearly 6 years, Orochimaru still remembered him and recognized him at a glance. Trouble. He noticed me after all, and seems interested in my physique. Sora thought it was bad. He could only try his best to suppress his aura, behaving like an ordinary genius youth who had exhausted all his strength. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade also gave Sora an approving glance. Seeing Orochimaru's attention seemingly drawn to that Umbu kid, Kitsake felt both anxious and furious. But he knew the situation was lost. Miscalculated. Completely miscalculated. I thought Tsunade was in an abnormal state, and capturing this medical base was almost certain. I never expected Orochimaru could break away from the front lines. He knew that with Orochimaru here, today's mission was already impossible. With 2 of the Sannin gathered, even if Tsunade was in poor condition, it was not something their team could contend against. Everyone, retreat. Kitsake roared, his entire body's chakra erupting, forcibly breaking the pythons entangling him. The Iwa were already terrified. Hearing the order, they felt as if pardoned, immediately scattering and fleeing in all directions, heedless of everything. Trying to leave behind some souvenirs. Orochimaru gave a cold smile, his hands quickly forming seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent whirlwind swept out, blowing several slower Iwa off their feet. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves, and countless small poisonous snakes shot towards the fleeing enemies like hidden weapons, causing a wave of screams. But he did not pursue with full force, nor did he pay attention to Kitsake, who was desperately fighting a rearguard action to cover his subordinate's retreat. His attack was more like a method of driving away and deterring. As expected. Sora observed all of this. Orochimaru had no intention of going all out to kill Kitsake. Defeating him and killing him were completely different matters. Capturing him alive was even more impossible. That would mean directly facing the furious retaliation of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onaki. Orochimaru's current focus was on his forbidden technique research. He had no interest in provoking such trouble. But this did not align with Tsunade's earlier plans. Tsunade obviously intended for the arriving Orochimaru to completely eliminate the attacking Iwa, or at least capture the leader. Only then would it have a significant effect on the overall war situation. But for Orochimaru, defeating Kitsake, rescuing Tsunade and the base, was already enough to report to the village. It would also put Tsunade in his debt. At the same time, it would avoid attracting the Tsuchikage's attention. It killed multiple birds with one stone. Seeing Orochimaru not pursuing relentlessly, Kitsake felt slightly relieved, but more than that, he felt humiliation and anger. He took a deep look at Orochimaru and Tsunade, as if to firmly remember today's defeat, then without hesitation performed an Earth-style technique, sinking into the ground and disappearing. With the commander fleeing, the remaining Iwa collapsed like a mountain falling apart. Except for a few clever ones who escaped amidst the chaos, most were stopped by the Konoha and the snake swarm summoned by Orochimaru, becoming cold corpses. The battle was finally over. The camp was in shambles. The Konoha who had survived the disaster slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, their faces mixed with lingering fear and relief. Orochimaru walked up to Tsunade and said slowly, "It seems I arrived just in time." Tsunade looked at him somewhat annoyed, then glanced at Sora, who was receiving simple treatment from Night Owl. Finally, she said in a low voice, "Thank you." Orochimaru's gaze turned to Sora again. He laughed hoarsely. "Little one, that move earlier was quite good. The 8 gates released formation is not something anyone can master. Your body is very interesting." Sora's heart tightened. He replied respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Orochimaru. I merely fulfilled my duty." Orochimaru smiled slightly, not paying it much mind, and turned to arrange the withdrawal matters. Supported by Shizune, Tsunade walked up to Sora. Looking at this young Umbu who had saved her, her tone softened considerably. "How are your injuries?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. It's just excessive physical exhaustion. Resting for a while will be fine." Sora replied, he actually wasn't injured. With his physique, it was impossible to be injured by Kitsake's punch in the 8-gate state. He had been paying attention to Orochimaru's movements from the beginning. When he forcefully blocked Kitsake's punch earlier, he sensed Orochimaru's chakra approaching and knew there was backup, so naturally, he didn't need to exert his full strength. After all, the weights tied to his feet had never been taken off from the start. Tsunade, of course, didn't know any of this. She nodded, giving Sora a deep look, as if to commit his appearance to memory. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 130, Chapter 130, Kimagakuru's Target. The cleanup of the aftermath was completed. Escorted by Orochimaru, the surviving Konoha ninja and the wounded were moved to a valley closer to the heart of the Land of Fire, where a new temporary medical point was established. The defenses here were more stringent, and it was also closer to the main force. Orochimaru did not linger. After arranging the basic defenses, he prepared to leave. Before departing, his golden snake eyes once again fell upon Sora, and he meaningfully licked his lips. "What an interesting little fellow. I hope you can still bring me surprises the next time we meet. Don't die easily on the battlefield." That cold gaze seemed penetrating, making Sora feel as if he were being watched by a poisonous snake, sending a slight chill down his back. "So, I've been noted by this snake after all." Sora sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing his head in response. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru gave a light laugh, said nothing more, and his figure transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Watching Orochimaru disappear, Sora felt utterly helpless. Orochimaru's words were far from mere concern. They sounded more like marking and anticipating a potentially promising, experimental subject. "In short, I have marked a location." Fortunately, the current Orochimaru was in the early stages of his human cell vitality research and had not yet ventured into the later, wildly forbidden areas. His craving for subjects had not yet reached the point of taking any means necessary. Additionally, his core collaborative project with Danzo, would release, was also consuming a significant portion of his energy. Moreover, with the tense situation on the Konoha frontlines, Orochimaru, as a core combatant of the village, had to focus most of his efforts on battlefield command and jutsu development for now. He likely had no extra time to keep an eye on this potential stock. After Orochimaru left, Squad C5 continued their mission of guarding Tsunade and the new base. The Third Great Ninja War remained deadlocked. Konoha faced immense pressure from fighting on 2, even 3, fronts. After failing to sneak attack the medical base, Iwagakure did not give up on harassing Konoha's rear facilities. Small groups of elite ninja would occasionally bypass the front lines, attempting sabotage. However, having learned from the previous lesson, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly placed greater importance on this new medical base. He dispatched more personnel and reinforced the defensive barrier. Therefore, although several small-scale skirmishes occurred afterward, they were all repelled without major incident. Meanwhile, Kimagakure, the Raikage's office. The third Raikage sat in his large chair, glaring at Muka standing before him and speaking loudly. "Muka, 3 months. What have you found out about Green Snake and Azure Dragon? Don't tell me you still have no leads." Muka quickly stepped forward, presenting a compiled scroll with both hands. "Lord Raikage, please review this first. This is intelligence we have gathered by mobilizing most of our spy network within Konoha, at a great cost." The third Raikage snatched the scroll, his eyes quickly scanning the contents, his brow gradually furrowing. "Sora, a 12-year-old kid? white hair, entered the UMBU at age 7. That old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen sure recruited a genius. His tone was full of sarcasm, but more so suppressed rage. He looked at Muka. Is that all? What's the connection to a Azure Dragon? Muka wore an awkward expression. Having only uncovered this information in 3 months was truly helpless. Sora hid his trump cards too deeply. The power of the Azure Dragon fruit was never displayed before others. On the rare occasions he was forced to reveal it, he would annihilate all witnesses on the spot, utterly destroying them. But he quickly composed himself and responded in a low voice. Lord Rakage, please calm your anger. Regarding Azure Dragon, there are no records within Konoha of any unit, jutsu, or summoning beast by that name. We suspect this might be misleading information left by Captain Black Crow before his death, or, it could be a codename for some individual power we completely fail to understand. Furthermore, we have intensified our investigation into Kirigakure. However, feedback indicates Kirigakure has had no unusual large-scale operations recently, and no clues related to Azure Dragon have been found. We can essentially rule out Kirigakure involvement in the destruction of the Black Crow squad. To obtain this intelligence, we lost over 5 deeply embedded agents. 2 of them were exposed while trying to access more core UMBU files and were eliminated by Konoha's route. Muka's tone carried a hint of grief. After listening, the third Rakage's chest heaved violently a few times, clearly on the verge of an outburst. They had paid a considerable price, yet received a pile of information that seemed detailed but was essentially useless regarding the key point. The mystery of that Azure Dragon lingered in his mind like a ghost, robbing him of sleep and appetite. A force capable of silently devouring one of his elite Raven squads. If they couldn't figure it out, it was like a sharp sword hanging over Kimigakure's head, not knowing when it might fall again. Suppressing his rage, the third Rakage spoke. So, you're saying we now only know that this green snake is Sora. We know what he looks like, but we still don't know exactly how he took down Black Crow. Yes, Lord Rakage. Muka lowered his head in admission. The Rakage took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impulse to immediately go to Konoha and drag the kid out himself. Where is he now? Muka said with a troubled expression. Based on scattered intelligence, after the Land of Lightning incident, Sora's UMBU Squad C5 underwent rest and recuperation. Recently, they have been mainly active on the battlefield in the border region between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. However, UMBU movements are secretive, and mission contents are highly classified. It's very difficult for us to pinpoint his exact location and timing. If we want to grasp his movements in real time, unless we activate those deep cover lines. Mentioning the deep cover lines, the Rakage's eyes narrowed slightly. Those were Kumo's ultimate spies planted at the highest levels within Konoha, almost never activated. They were a final card to be used only in matters of the village's life or death, possibly never used even once in a lifetime. No, the deep cover lines absolutely cannot be activated lightly. The Rakage decisively rejected. We must think of another way to lure him out. Muka pondered for a moment, his finger sliding over the network of names on the scroll, finally stopping on one. Perhaps, we can start with people he cares about. There happens to be one person who is both closely connected to him and active on the battlefield. Who? The Rakage's gaze sharpened. Might Due. Muka pointed to the name. Konoha's Eternal Genin, currently a Chunin. According to intelligence, Sora's Taijutsu originated from him. They have a teacher-student and friend relationship. Most importantly, Might Due is currently active on the battlefield along the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. The third Rakage immediately understood Muka's meaning, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. If we can't catch Green Snake, force him out. Use someone he cares about as bait. But indeed, rather than searching aimlessly for the elusive UMBU, it made more sense to proactively set bait, using an insignificant Konoha Chunin to fish for a hidden big fish. This deal seemed profitable no matter how you looked at it. The third Rakage abruptly stood up, making a decision. Muka, arrange personnel immediately. Send an UMBU squad over. Capture that Might Due alive for me. If capturing alive is difficult, eliminate him on the spot. Then spread the news. I want to see if that green snake Sora will show himself for his teacher. Yes, Lord Rakage. Muka bowed, received the order, and quickly turned to leave and make arrangements. In the office, the third Rakage walked back to the window, looking down at the cloud-shrouded village, his fists clenched tightly. Azure Dragon. Green Snake. No matter what you are, the price for killing my Kumo ninja must be paid in blood. He could almost picture the scene, that white-haired kid recklessly charging into a trap to save someone, only to be torn to pieces by the elites he dispatched. At this moment, Sora naturally had no idea of the arrangements the enraged third Rakage was making to deal with him. If he knew, he might also sigh with emotion, pondering what terrifying power was hidden within that insignificant Eternal Genin Might Due in his eyes. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 131, Chapter 131, Might Due's Morning Peacock. Another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from carrying out daily patrol and sentry duties, Sora also summoned Tenji from time to time. The first reason was to inquire about the well-being of Tenji and the small white tiger. The second was to deepen their bond while continuing to have it consume his dragon blood to strengthen its physique. However, because they were in a war zone, Sora did not choose to use his vital essence blood, but his ordinary blood instead. Each time he summoned Tenji, he would also have it take back a small bottle containing his blood for the small white tiger to consume. Most of his remaining energy was invested into cultivation. Opening the 8 gates required an extremely strong physical constitution as support. More than a year had passed since he first opened the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit. He was still unable to open the 6th gate, the Gate of View. Therefore, Sora never neglected his daily basic physical training. Another ability he focused on training was sensory perception. Currently, his single-direction sensory range had reached about 2.5 km. Although it was still far from the freakish level of the mind's eye of Kagura, Sora was quite satisfied, and this range was still steadily expanding. During this period, Sora could clearly feel Tsunade's condition worsening. Her hemophobia not only did not improve, but because she continuously stayed on the fringes of the battlefield, it became more severe. Sometimes, merely seeing a bit of dark red seeping through a bandage, or smelling a faint trace of blood in the air, would make her breathe rapidly, requiring Shizun to support her so she could stand steady. She spent more and more time inside the main command tent, hardly ever going outside anymore. All her orders were relayed through Shizun. It seems the time for Tsunade to leave Konoha is truly not far off. The psychological trauma from continuously losing important people, coupled with witnessing the ruthless bloodshed of war firsthand, has pushed her almost to her limit. Konoha, or rather this shinobi world, has become a painful cage for her. Sora silently observed all this, understanding it clearly in his heart. He did not have many feelings about it. Everyone had their own choices and paths. And during these 3 months, something also happened that Sora was unaware of. Near the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, within a dense forest. Ha, ha, ha. Might Dewey's energetic shouts echoed through the woods. He wore his signature green jumpsuit and was carrying out a simple patrol mission. For him, this kind of solo mission was the perfect time for youthful burning. 30 more kilometers of patrol route left. After finishing that, add 500 handstand walks. This is youth. He cheered himself on, his feet moving like the wind, his speed astonishing. Just as he passed through a relatively low-lying and hidden valley, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures flashed out without warning from the surrounding treetops and behind rocks, instantly surrounding him. All 4 wore dark-colored combat attire and plain masks, with no markings that could reveal their identities. They looked like a band of wandering rogue ninja. But their movements were coordinated and uniform, their auras focused, their eyes sharp. Clearly, they were well-trained, definitely not a disorderly mob. The leader, whose aura was the most formidable, had strength clearly at the Jonan level. He stared coldly at Might Dewey, his voice raspy as he spoke. Might Dewey, come with us. Might Dewey stopped, scratched his head which resembled a watermelon rind, looking confused. Huh, who are you? Do you need something from me? I'm currently burning my youth on a mission right now, I'm very busy. That Jonan's eyes turned cold, he couldn't be bothered with further talk. According to the intelligence, the target was just a not-too-bright Chunin. A swift resolution was the way to go. Move. Try to capture him alive. He barked in a low voice. His 3 subordinates, at the Takebutsu Jonan level, immediately moved. 2 charged from the front holding kunao, their speed like lightning. The other quickly formed hand seals. Doton, Doriadana. The ground swelled, earth rapidly closing in, attempting to trap Might Dewey in place. Whoa, attacking so suddenly? That's not very youthful. Might Dewey shouted. Facing the assault, he seemed flustered, but his eyes instantly became intensely focused in that moment. Intuition honed from long periods operating on the fringes of battlefields told him, these 4 people, were strong, and they carried clear killing intent. Though usually carefree, Might Dewey's combat intelligence was not low. Facing the frontal assault of 2 Takebutsu Jonan and the closing earth prison, Might Dewey made the most direct response. Hakemon Tonko, Rokumon, Keimon, Kai. Boom. A violent surge of green energy steam erupted from Might Dewey's body like a volcanic eruption. The powerful shockwave directly shattered the half-formed earth prison. The 2 charging Takebutsu Jonan were forced to a halt by this sudden terrifying pressure, their eyes filled with shock and terror. What? This pressure? The leading Jonan's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing loudly in his mind. The intelligence was seriously flawed. This was absolutely not the power an ordinary Chunin should possess. Now is not the time for daydreaming. Youth does not permit hesitation. The moment Might Dewey finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet exploded, and his figure instantly vanished. So fast. That Jonan only had time to see a green afterimage. In the next instant, Might Dewey appeared in front of 1 Takebutsu Jonan, delivering a simple, straightforward straight punch. Thump. That Takebutsu Jonan had no time to react at all. His sternum shattered instantly, blood spewing wildly. His body flew backward, crashing through several large trees before slumping limply to the ground, life and death unknown. Instant kill. The other Takebutsu Jonan was scared out of his wits, turning to retreat, but Might Dewey was faster. Might Dewey's fist swung at a speed impossible for the naked eye to follow. The pressure from his punches intensely rubbed against the air, generating countless clusters of flames resembling a peacock spreading its tail, blanketing the other Takebutsu Jonan and the Earth-style ninja forming seals in the distance. This was the embryonic form of one of Guy's later signature moves, Morning Peacock. Boom 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 boom. Dense explosions echoed through the valley. Flames consumed everything. That Takebutsu Jonan attempting to flee and the Earth-style ninja didn't even have time to scream before being completely engulfed by this violent onslaught. In the blink of an eye, 3 Takebutsu Jonan, completely annihilated. Only the leading Kumagakure Jonan remained, dumbfounded, staring at the green figure before him like a demon god descending, his mind blank. What kind of joke is this? Is the intelligence division eating shit? Where is this a Chunin? The chakra and combat power bursting out is already comparable to an elite Jonan. Your turn. Obstacle to youth. Might Dewey didn't care what the other was thinking. After dealing with the underlings, he immediately locked onto the last Jonan. That Jonan's soul nearly fled in terror. Where would he dare keep any thought of capturing alive? He turned around, pushed his speed to the limit, and fled madly. Don't think about escaping. Youth does not permit giving up halfway. Might Dewey roared, his figure transforming into a green lightning bolt again as he gave chase. A few minutes later, a short, sharp scream came from deep within the forest, followed by silence. Might Dewey deactivated the 8 gates, white steam rising from his body. He looked at the motionless Kumagakure Jonan lying on the ground and scratched his head. Really, have wandering ninja near the border gotten so strong lately? Good thing Might Dewey's youthful passion is even stronger. He carefully checked, confirming all 4 had lost their vital signs, and there was nothing on their bodies that could prove their identities. Seems professional, deliberately hiding their identities. Whatever, never mind, the mission is important. Still have to continue the patrol. Thick-skinned Might Dewey did not delve into the true origins of these wandering ninja, treating it merely as a relatively intense skirmish. He simply dealt with the scene, then patted the dust off his clothes, and once again set off on his patrol route full of vigor, humming an off-key song of youth. He had no idea that he had casually eliminated an elite Umbu squad specially dispatched by Kumagakure to target him and lure Sora out. And he certainly wouldn't know that this unintentional outburst of his would bring what kind of shock and confusion to the Kumagakure higher-ups, and what kind of impact it would bring to Sora, far away on the battlefield in the land of Earth. Kumagakure's fishing plan, failing before achieving anything, had kicked an iron plate harder than imagined, even before Kurogakure did. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 132 Chapter 132 Re-encounter with Uchiha Ryota. Konoha Frontline Medical Base. Sora had just finished a round of physical training. He was sitting cross-legged on a large tree at the edge of the camp, eyes closed and concentrating, training his sensory ability. He calmed his mind, spreading it outwards like ripples on water, carefully distinguishing the various chakra fluctuations carried on the wind. The chakra of the Konoha ninjas inside the camp, either steady or slightly fatigued, the weak but stable aura of the wounded, Tsunade's massive yet subtly disordered and suppressed chakra. And further away, the faint, primitive life force of birds, beasts, insects, and ants in the forest. Everything seemed relatively calm. However, just as Sora's sensory range extended to an area about 4 ri outside the camp, several suddenly appearing chakra fluctuations caught his attention. Chakra from Uegakure, 3 people. Their auras are fierce, carrying killing intent. They are pursuing something. Sora focused his mind, directing his sensory focus towards that area. Soon, he caught 3 other chakra signatures fleeing in a panic. They belonged to Konoha ninjas. One of these chakra signatures actually carried a faintly familiar feeling. It was a chakra texture that was cold and sharp. Although much stronger than in his memory, that unique feeling. Uchiha Ryota. Sora's eyes snapped open, a flash of surprise in them. Since graduating early in their first year, he had met this member of the Uchiha clan no more than 4 or 5 times. Yet now, he sensed the other's presence here. What surprised him even more was that from that urgent chakra, he clearly detected a unique in release power. It was the Sharingan, and not a 1 tomo, but the fluctuation of a 2 tomo. To think this guy actually awakened his Sharingan, and it's 2 tomo. The bloodline talent of the Uchiha is really something to envy. But, it looks like their team is in a bad situation, being chased by Iwa Nin like a stray dog. Sora pondered in his heart. According to Umbu duty and discipline, his primary task was to guard Tsunade and the safety of the base. He could not leave his post without authorization to rescue an outlying team in danger. After all, this could be an enemy trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Sora's first reaction was to ignore it. He did not care about Uchiha Ryota's life or death. Even from a personal emotional standpoint, he held little goodwill towards this Uchiha boy who had nearly killed him with a great fireball and was full of superiority. Let him fend for himself. Aren't the Uchiha always boasting about being geniuses anyway? But Sora quickly suppressed this sentiment, analyzing calmly. No, can't completely ignore it. Even though I dislike him, he is still a Konoha ninja. Besides, I do have some connection with his brother, Takamai. I can't just watch him die right in front of me. Furthermore, the fact that these three IWA nin can penetrate this deep indicates there might be another gap in the front line. Their movements themselves are important intelligence. For both public and private reasons, I should go take a look. Thinking this, Sora stroked his chin and did not hesitate any longer. He leaped down from the treetop and walked quickly towards Tsunade's main tent. Inside the tent, Tsunade's face was still somewhat pale. Shizun was reporting something to her. "Tsunade-sama." Sora bowed respectfully. "What is it, Sora?" Tsunade looked up, her voice carrying a trace of weariness hard to detect. "Just now, while sensing the camp perimeter, I detected a 3-person Konoha team being pursued by 3 Away-Gakure ninjas approximately 2 kilometers to the southeast. The situation is critical. I request permission to go investigate and provide support as appropriate." Hearing this, Tsunade frowned slightly and said, "Can you confirm it's a Konoha team? Identity? One of them has a chakra signature similar to a ninja from the Uchiha clan, suspected to be my classmate from the Ninja Academy days, Uchiha Ryota." Sora reported truthfully. "Uchiha." Tsunade pondered for a moment, then looked at Sora. Although her condition was not good, her mind was still clear. Sora proactively reporting and requesting to go out indicated he had considerable confidence. Moreover, this also fit the duty of guarding the base and eliminating surrounding threats. "Go. Be quick. Return swiftly. Be careful of your safety. If there is anything abnormal, immediately send a signal for backup." "Yes." Seeing Tsunade's approval, Sora turned and swiftly left the tent. At the same time, in the dense forest 4 ri away, Uchiha Ryota and his 2 teammates were desperately fleeing. All 3 were quite injured, their clothes torn and covered in blood and grime. One of his teammates had a leg injury, hindering movement. The other had severely depleted chakra, his face deathly pale. Behind them, 3 Away-Gakure ninjas clung to them like a bone-deep fester, closely pursuing. They occasionally threw kunai and explosive tags, forcing them to be unable to flee at full speed. "Ryota, you 2 go quickly. Don't mind me." The teammate with the leg injury panted heavily and shouted, knowing he had become a burden. Uchiha Ryota growled lowly. "Shut up. The Uchiha do not have the habit of abandoning comrades." His Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, with difficulty capturing the trajectory of attacks coming from behind and using shuriken to block. But Uchiha Ryota's heart was filled with despair and helplessness. After awakening his 2 Tomo Sharingan, his strength had indeed greatly increased. Whether in insight, copying, or seeing through techniques, he was far beyond his past self. But the 3 IWA nin pursuing them cooperated seamlessly, were experienced and crafty, all elite special Jonan of his same level. He alone could barely manage to hold them off, but protecting 2 teammates in poor condition was truly beyond his means. Could it be? I'm really going to die here. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. Uchiha Ryota thought of his clan, thought of his brother Takamai, and also thought of that figure who had crushed him like a demon on the exam field. Sora. Strangely, at this moment, he couldn't muster much hatred towards Sora. Instead, he felt a complex emotion. That orphan he once looked down upon, relying on pure taijutsu and that ferocious drive, had already reached a level he needed to look up to. The humiliating defeat on the exam field, though shameful, had also made him clearly recognize the gap and ground down some unnecessary arrogance. If that monster were here. Uchiha Ryota even unconsciously had this thought. Just then, a figure appeared like a ghost, soundlessly, on a tree trunk to their side and front. The newcomer wore the Konoha Umbu uniform and a common animal mask on his face. But those calm, unruffled eyes made Uchiha Ryota recognize the person instantly. It's you." Uchiha Ryota blurted out, his voice filled with disbelief and a trace of hope he himself did not notice. Sora's gaze swept over the 3 in a sorry state, finally landing on Uchiha Ryota's conspicuous 2 Tomo Sharingan. He confirmed it in his heart. Then Sora said plainly, "It seems you need help." Uchiha Ryota opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say none of your business, but the word simply wouldn't come out. In the face of a life-or-death crisis, that pitiful bit of pride seemed so laughable. In the end, he only nodded with difficulty, his 2 Tomo Sharingan fixed tightly on Sora, carrying a trace of complexity. The complex, hard-to-decipher look in Uchiha Ryota's eyes was fully seen by Sora. But he had no time now to deal with this kid's psychological state. The urgent task was to deal with the pursuers behind them, to avoid leading more enemies near the base. 3 IWA Special Jonan, good cooperation, in good condition. Ryota's team of 3 has almost lost their fighting strength. Dragging it out will only be more troublesome. End it quickly. Sora's thoughts flashed, and he instantly made a decision. Stay put. After throwing these words to Uchiha Ryota and the others, Sora's figure suddenly vanished from the tree trunk. The next moment, he had already appeared directly in front of the 3 pursuing IWA nin, a Konoha Umbu. The lead IWA nin's eyes narrowed, sensing the dangerous aura suddenly rising from Sora, and immediately shouted, "Be careful." However, it was already too late. 8 gates released formation, 4th gate, Gate of Pain, open. Sora shouted lowly in his heart. The chakra within his body surged violently like a breached flood. A green energy steam instantly rose from his body surface. His speed, his strength, skyrocketed to Jonan level at this moment. What? The three IWA Nin's expressions changed drastically. This sudden burst of power completely exceeded their expectations. Sora did not hesitate in the slightest. The ground under his feet exploded into a shallow crater. His figure transformed into a green blur, pouncing straight at the lead IWA Nin. So fast. That IWA Nin only had time to cross his kunai in front of his chest before Sora's fist arrived. Bam! The kunai was smashed, bent and deformed by the tremendous force. The fist's momentum did not diminish, solidly imprinting on his chest. Puh! The IWA Nin instantly flew backwards, crashed through a large tree, and slumped to the ground, condition unknown. The other two IWA Nin were horrified. The two immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. Earth release, stone staff. However, in the face of Sora with the fourth gate open, these defenses and attacks seemed too slow. Sora did not even take a detour. He directly punched the just erected earth-style wall. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 133, Chapter 133, A Proud Apology. Boom. The earth wall shattered in response, rubble flying amidst the dust. Sora's figure charged through the smoke, ignoring the stone spear thrusting from under his feet, and instantly closed in on the second Uegakur ninja. What followed was a simple, direct side kick. The Uegakur ninja only felt an irresistible force strike him, several of his ribs breaking as his entire body was sent flying sideways, losing consciousness. The final Uegakur ninja was utterly terrified, turning to flee. But how could Sora give him the chance? His figure flashed, appearing behind him like a ghost, a hand chop landing precisely on the back of his neck. The Uegakur ninja's vision went dark as he slumped to the ground. From opening the fourth gate to resolving the three special Jonan, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. It was so fast that Uchiha Ryota and his teammates hadn't even reacted before the fight was over. The area fell silent, leaving only the slowly dissipating green steam around Sora and his feigned heavy breathing. Uchiha Ryota widened his Sharingan eyes, the twin Tomo fixed unwaveringly on Sora. Although he knew the current Sora was strong, with monstrous taijutsu, he hadn't expected it to be to this extent. After activating that forbidden technique called 8 Inner Gates, he could actually deal with 3 Uegakur special Jonan as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This guy, he really is a monster. This thought resurfaced in Uchiha Ryota's mind, but unlike during their academy days, it was now mixed with a trace of awe he himself hadn't even noticed. Sora steadied his rapid breathing, then after simply dealing with the scene, walked over to Uchiha Ryota and the other two, saying calmly, "Can you still walk? This place isn't safe. Let's return to the base first." "Yes." Uchiha Ryota struggled to his feet, his two teammates also helping each other up. On the way back, as most of the Uchiha clan members were currently stationed on the eastern front guarding against Kirigakur, their sharing and possessing exceptional dynamic vision and insight, highly effective against Kirigakur's silent killing and mist techniques, Sora hadn't seen Uchiha Ryota on the Uegakur front. So he inquired, "Shouldn't your team be on the eastern front against Kirigakur? Why did you come to the rear of the northwestern front, and end up being chased by Uegakur?" Uchiha Ryota fell silent for a moment, then explained, "Our team was originally on the eastern front. But a week ago, we received a secret mission, transferring us to the northwestern front for a special reconnaissance mission." He paused, glanced at Sora, and continued, "I can't go into the details of the mission. In short, we were discovered by Uegakur, pursued all the way here. 3 other teammates have already sacrificed themselves." Sora nodded, not particularly interested in the mission Uchiha Ryota mentioned, it was just a routine inquiry. Soon, the 4 returned to the new medical base. Seeing Sora return with 3 Konoha ninja covered in wounds, one of them an Uchiha, the base guards immediately let them pass. After handing the 3 Uegakur ninja over to the guards, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, also came out. She needed to understand the situation. But when her gaze swept over the bloodstains and wounds on Uchiha Ryota and his 2 teammates, her face instantly paled. "Shizune, you handle the debriefing. I'm going back first." Tsunade almost bit her teeth to get the words out, then quickly turned and walked back to the main tent with hurried, almost fleeing, steps. Shizune watched Tsunade's retreating back with concern, then hurriedly stepped forward to arrange for medical ninja to treat Uchiha Ryota and the other 2. Uchiha Ryota, puzzled by Tsunade's abnormal behavior, didn't ask further. After simple treatment and bandaging, Uchiha Ryota's 2 teammates were sent to rest. His own injuries were lighter, and he insisted on personally thanking Sora. At the edge of the camp, Uchiha Ryota looked at Sora, whose face was still covered by the monkey mask, his expression somewhat awkward. The Uchiha pride made it hard for him to naturally express gratitude. He took a deep breath, as if having made a significant resolution, and spoke. "Hey, Sora." Sora looked at him, waiting. "Just now, thank you." If you hadn't arrived in time, the three of us probably. Uchiha Ryuda's voice was a bit stiff, but the sincerity within was audible. He paused, seemingly feeling mere thanks weren't enough. His eyes flickered, looking elsewhere as he said. And also, about what happened back at the Ninja Academy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you like that, and used the Great Fireball. For an Uchiha, especially the once proud Uchiha Ryuda, to utter an apology showed that his growth over the past year and this near-death experience had truly changed him. Sora was somewhat surprised. He had thought Ryuda would at most say thanks and that would be it. He removed his mask, revealing his calm face, and looked at the Uchiha youth before him. His eyes no longer held the previous challenge, instead carrying a touch of steadiness and complexity. I accept it. Sora nodded, his tone even. It's all in the past. On the battlefield, survival is what matters most. He didn't say polite phrases like it's okay, simply accepting the gratitude and apology calmly. This actually made Uchiha Ryuda feel more at ease. Seeing Sora so straightforward, he also relaxed, the tension leaving his shoulders. He looked at Sora, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking. You've become so strong now. That 8 inner gates. Just a means of self-preservation. Sora cut him off, clearly unwilling to discuss the topic further. Focus on recovering from your injuries first. The mission intelligence can be reported in detail once your team leader regains consciousness. With that, Sora put his mask back on, turned, and left to continue his patrol duty. Uchiha Ryuda watched Sora's departing back, sighed with complex emotions. A former rival had now become his savior. The unpredictability of fate was truly hard to fathom. However, after this, the lingering resentment in his heart towards Sora had completely dissipated. After resting at the medical base for a day, their injuries slightly improved, Uchiha Ryuda and his 2 teammates prepared to leave. After all, they still had an unfinished reconnaissance mission. The obtained intelligence needed to be delivered to the command center as soon as possible. Before departing, Uchiha Ryuda and his 2 teammates found Sora again, who was performing guard duty. This time, his expression was much more natural. Although still carrying that unique Uchiha pride, the gratitude in his eyes was sincere. Sora, we're leaving now, Uchiha Ryuda said. Thank you, truly, this time. The teammate beside him with the leg injury, now leaning on a crutch, also bowed solemnly to Sora. Lord Green Snake, we will never forget this life-saving grace. The other teammate also expressed his sincere thanks. Sora looked at them and nodded. The mission is important. Be careful on the way. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 134, Chapter 134, The Departure of Tsunade. There was not much small talk. After looking deeply at Sora for a moment, Uchiha Ryuda turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest with his 2 teammates. Watching their retreating backs, Sora, under his mask, slightly furrowed his brows and fell into thought. Uchiha Ryuda. This person truly did not exist in the original story. He carefully recalled memories from his past life, confirming that whether in the main series, movies, or spin-offs, no Uchiha ninja named Uchiha Ryuda had left a name behind. With his talent of barely being able to perform the fireball jutsu at age 6, plus now opening the 2 Tomo Sharingan at 12, as long as he doesn't die young, he should at least be an elite Jonan level combatant in the future. He shouldn't be unknown among the Uchiha clan. It seems, if not for my appearance, their squad would most likely have been wiped out. Sora understood clearly. Uchiha Ryuda's squad had just been transferred from the Eastern Front and had no knowledge of this medical base's existence. The escape direction they chose was towards the frontline base facing the Iwa Nin. Although it was only separated by 2 kilometers, it was precisely this short distance. If he hadn't intervened, they would probably have already become casualties under the blades of the pursuing Iwa Nin by now. But this was the cruelty of war. Countless talented ninjas fell like meteors before they had a chance to shine. His intervention had inadvertently changed Uchiha Ryuda's original fate. The butterfly effect. Sora let out a soft breath. Because of my existence, some insignificant details are shifting. However, the life or death of one Uchiha Ryuda should have a negligible impact on the overall situation of the ninja world, right? He didn't dwell on it too much, quickly putting the matter out of his mind. Time passed day by day. Frontline battle reports were sometimes good, sometimes bad. The atmosphere in the medical base fluctuated with the state of the war. And Tsunade's condition, just as Sora had predicted, was deteriorating day by day. Her hemophobia was becoming increasingly severe, even developing to the point where occasionally hearing the word blood, or seeing red liquid, would trigger a strong physical discomfort in her. If her hemophobia had a progress bar, Sora estimated it was around 60% when he first arrived, and now it was infinitely close to 100%. Tsunade completely shut herself in the main command tent, almost never seeing anyone. All affairs were handled by Shizun on her behalf. Originally the stabilizing pillar, she had now become the most unstable element in the base. Although no one said it outright, a subtle unease began to spread throughout the base. Sora saw all this and knew the time for departure was near. Tsunade's spirit had been stretched to its limit. This field hospital had become a hell that intensified her suffering, rather than a place of healing. Finally, on a drizzly afternoon, Tsunade summoned Squad C5 to the main command tent. The light inside the tent was somewhat dim. Tsunade sat in a chair, her figure, except for certain areas, appearing somewhat gaunt and weary. Shizun, holding the small pig Tun, stood worriedly behind her. I have decided to return to Konoha. Tsunade got straight to the point, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, but her tone was unusually firm, as if she had unburdened a great weight. Fox, Night Owl, and Grey Wolf were taken aback for a moment, exchanging glances. They had vaguely guessed something, but hadn't expected Tsunade to propose leaving so directly. Tsunade did not explain the reason, simply continuing. Sugimoto Jonan can take over all medical work here. I will explain the situation to the old man. Her gaze swept over the 4 members of Squad C5, finally resting on Sora. Your Squad C5 will escort Shizun and me back. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Fox immediately accepted the order. This was their mission. Wherever Tsunade went, protection was their duty. Just as expected, Tsunade finally couldn't hold on any longer. But with this departure, I'm afraid she won't return to Konoha's core circle of power for quite some time. Sora was not surprised by this outcome, even feeling it was a kind of liberation for Tsunade. Forcing her to stay here might not be good for her or for Konoha. Once the decision was made, action was swift. Tsunade seemed not to want to stay a moment longer. After a simple handover, early the next morning, she, accompanied by Shizun and under the escort of Squad C5, set out on the road back to Konoha village. After leaving the medical base, to avoid possible Iwanin who might have crossed the border, Sora's group chose a relatively hidden but more difficult route. Tsunade's mood was low throughout the journey. Most of the time, she was silent, either resting with her eyes closed or staring blankly at the gray sky. Shizun carefully accompanied her, occasionally speaking a few soft words, trying to alleviate her depression. The other 3 members of Squad C5 performed their duties diligently, maintaining high alert and guarding the perimeter. Sora also performed his umbu duties as usual, but his mind was active. With Tsunade's return to the village this time, I'm afraid she won't go to the front lines again for a while. She might even leave the village soon. This will be difficult for Konoha. Losing a top-tier combatant and a master of medical ninjutsu, the pressure on the front lines is imaginable. But all this had little to do with Sora. Just as the journey was half over, in the evening, when the group was resting in a hidden cave, Shizun found Sora. Green Snake, Lady Tsunade requests your presence. Sora was somewhat surprised but immediately got up and followed Shizun to the deeper part of the cave where Tsunade was resting alone. Tsunade sat on a flat stone. She waved her hand, signaling Shizun to leave first, then her gaze fell upon Sora. Take off your mask. There are no outsiders here. Tsunade's voice carried weariness, but still held an undeniable authority. Sora complied, removing his monkey mask, revealing his young yet steady face. Tsunade examined Sora for a few moments, saying plainly, Uzumaki clan bloodline. Although not pure, this vitality cannot be faked. The land of whirlpools. What a pity. She let out a soft sigh, a trace of reminiscence and sadness flickering in her eyes. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan had been allies for generations. The fall of the land of whirlpools was a huge loss for both Konoha and the Senju clan, and she herself also carried Uzumaki blood. This connection made her feel a deeper empathy for the tragedy of the land of whirlpools. However, Tsunade quickly collected her emotions, changing the subject. Your taijutsu talent is quite good. Being able to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates at this age, having this level of perseverance and physique at such a young age is rare. Sora's mind stirred slightly, not knowing why Tsunade suddenly brought this up, merely replying respectfully. You flatter me, Lady Tsunade. I just try my best to improve myself, wanting to survive on the battlefield. Survive. Yes, surviving is the most important thing. Tsunade smiled self-mockingly, then her expression became serious. I will be returning to the village soon. The front lines. I probably won't be able to go for the time being. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 135, Chapter 135, Super Strength. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said. The old man can be infuriating sometimes, but Konoha, in the end, it is the village my grandfather built with his own hands. Even though I left the battlefield, I still hope to do something more for it. As she spoke, Tsunade took out a slightly worn scroll from her chest and handed it to Sora. This is. Sora did not take it immediately, instead looking at Tsunade with confusion. A chakra manipulation technique. I call it super strength. Tsunade explained. It involves extremely precise control of chakra, concentrating it on a specific part of the body to unleash terrifying destructive power. Your taijutsu foundation is very good. The 8 gates formation focuses more on explosive speed and power, but its requirements for microscopic chakra control are relatively lower. This, strength of 100, might make up for some of your shortcomings, making your attacks more efficient and reducing unnecessary consumption. Also, although I don't know why your chakra amount is relatively small, your control is quite decent. Learning this should give you more of an advantage than the average person. Sora's heart shook. Super strength. This was one of Tsunade's signature abilities, incredibly powerful. Cultivated to a high level, splitting mountains and cracking rocks was nothing. He hadn't expected Tsunade to teach this to him. Is it because of our shared Uzumaki lineage connection? Or does she see potential in my taijutsu and wants to leave a spark for Konoha? Or maybe both. Sora quickly thought it over. This gift was no small thing. Lady Tsunade, this is too precious. Sora did not accept it immediately. Take it. Tsunade directly stuffed the scroll into Sora's hand, her tone brooking no refusal. While this isn't exactly a forbidden secret, very few people can learn it. Whether you can master it depends on your own comprehension. We still have time on the way back to the village. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me. Her gaze held a trace of complexity. I hope you can use this power well, to protect yourself, and also, to protect those who need protecting. After saying this, she seemed a bit tired, and waved her hand, indicating Sora could leave. Sora held the scroll in his hand, which still carried a bit of warmth and even a faint scent. He could feel the value contained within it. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Tsunade. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will definitely study diligently and live up to your trust. At this moment, his gratitude was sincere. He had actually thought about the strength of 100 back when he first joined the Umbu. But the Umbu Jutsu library didn't have it. At the time, he deduced that the strength of 100 was probably a secret technique unique to the Senju clan, and he likely had no chance of obtaining it. He never thought he would get it from Tsunade now. This would undoubtedly greatly enhance his close combat destructive power. Combined with the power of the 8 Gates formation and the Azure Dragon Fruit, his strength would reach a new level. After exiting the cave, Sora found it difficult to calm his emotions. He found a secluded spot and couldn't wait to open the scroll. The scroll recorded in detail the chakra control principles, operational pathways, and key points to pay attention to during cultivation of super strength. Its core lay in precision and concentration, compressing a massive amount of chakra into a single point in an instant and unleashing it, producing a devastating effect. This placed extremely high demands on chakra control. The slightest carelessness could instead injure oneself. It really is exquisite. But this isn't just brute force. It's a highly sophisticated art of chakra application. The more Sora studied it, the more he felt the profundity of this secret technique. For the rest of the journey, Sora would ponder the contents of the Strength of 100 scroll and try to practice the most basic chakra control exercises whenever he had free time. Occasionally, during breaks, he would also ask Tsunade about some key points. Although Tsunade was not in a good mood, she appeared very patient when instructing Sora, often pinpointing the crux of his problems. This benefited Sora immensely, and his understanding of super strength improved rapidly. It seems this journey back to the village won't be boring. Sora looked at the strand of chakra at his fingertip, compressed to the extreme and vibrating slightly. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. This unexpected harvest would become another important means of survival and victory for him in the future. Several days had passed since leaving the front lines. Sora and his group traveled along remote paths towards the direction of Konoha village. Tsunade was eager to return home. Or rather, she wanted to escape that suffocating, blood-soaked battlefield as soon as possible. Therefore, the travel arrangements were not relaxed, but they were not rushing either. Sora spent most of his time immersed in the Strength of 100 cultivation scroll given by Tsunade, gathering chakra at a single point in an instant and releasing it precisely. It sounds simple, but it's truly difficult to do. As he walked, Sora multitasked, trying to control the chakra at his fingertip, making it no longer distribute evenly but concentrate into a point like an awl. This kind of microscopic control was extremely mentally taxing. The slightest lapse would cause the chakra to lose control and dissipate. No wonder Tsunade said very few people can learn it. Without sufficient chakra control ability and a strong physique to support it, forget about injuring the enemy, you'd injure yourself first. He couldn't help but recall that in the original story, Sakura also had exceptional talent in chakra control and received careful instruction from Tsunade before mastering the super strength. My advantage lies in my physical strength and recovery ability. The Azure Dragon Fruit and Uzumaki lineage give me enough margin for error. My control isn't weak either, but I still need a lot of practice to reach the cultivation standard for the Strength of 100. Just as Sora was immersed in his cultivation, Night Owl, who was scouting at the front, made a hand signal. The squad immediately stopped. Lady Tsunade, approximately 1 mile ahead, there are chakra fluctuations. About 7 or 8 people. Their strength is very ordinary. Night Owl reported in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of strangeness. Rogue Ninja. Fox frowned. We've encountered a few groups along the way. Sensing our presence, they all hid far away. What's wrong with this group? Grey Wolf also sensed it and shook his head. The strongest one has a chakra amount roughly at Chunin level. The others are even more like small fry. There are even 2 ordinary people without any chakra at all. Hearing this, a trace of impatience appeared on Tsunade's face. She waved her hand. Don't bother with them. Keep moving forward. If they don't know their place, just deal with them. Yes. Fox responded, signaling the squad to remain alert and continue forward. Sora also felt somewhat puzzled. Although the main battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War were in the border minor countries, the flames of war had spread. Coupled with mission friction, the appearance of rogue ninja within the Land of Fire was not strange. These ninjas mostly came from destroyed minor countries or defected from small ninja villages, surviving in the cracks, doing things like petty theft, or even robbery. But these people were often shrewder than anyone, keenly aware of who could be provoked and who could not. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 136, Chapter 136 Steel Plate Hakua. For people like Sora and his group, although Tsunade had restrained her aura, the powerful presence of being one of the legendary Sannin still remained. Fox was a veteran Jonan, and Night Owl and Grey Wolf were also special Jonan. Even if Sora did not deliberately show it, the robust temperament brought by his taijutsu training could not be hidden. Under normal circumstances, any slightly experienced ninja sensing such a lineup would have fled long ago. Abnormality indicates a plot, they are either extremely stupid, or they have some reliance. Sora was inwardly alert, but after repeated scans with his sensing, he confirmed that there was indeed only a group of rabble ahead. As the distance closed, even the sound of conversation could be faintly heard. "Boss, seems like someone is coming over." A somewhat panicked voice said. "What are you panicking about?" A rough voice berated. "Did you see clearly? How many people? Do they have headbands?" "CA, can't see too clearly, seems like 4 or 5 people, didn't see headbands." "No headbands? Humph, probably merchants or wandering craftsmen. A fat sheep has come to our door. Everyone, perk up." The rough voice immediately became excited. Hearing this, Sora and the others looked at each other, all feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance. So all this time, the other side hadn't even clearly seen whether they were headbands and just decided they were fat sheep. This group's professional level is too amateurish. Sora was speechless. It seemed they didn't have any reliance, they were purely stupid and blind. Tsunade obviously also heard this conversation. The impatience on her face grew stronger. She really had no interest in these small-time roadside thieves and directly said to Sora, "Sora, you go deal with it. Make it quick, don't waste time." After a pause, she added, "Just in time, try out what I just taught you. But pay attention to controlling the force. I'm watching." This was clearly on-site instruction. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Sora nodded, took a deep breath, and walked forward. He understood Tsunade's meaning. Dealing with such small fry, using super strength to practice was most suitable. It allowed for practical training without any risk. Fox and the other two guarded around Tsunade. This small scene wasn't worth them all making a move. As for the thing Tsunade mentioned, the three of them had no thoughts, and dared not have any thoughts, but they still held a trace of curiosity. Sora turned around a mountain col and saw the group blocking the road. The leader was a short, stout, and fierce-looking middle-aged man with a dirty cloth strip tied around his forehead, no headband. He was probably that boss at Chunin level. Behind him were 5 or 6 people, men and women, wearing shabby clothes, holding inferior swords and kunao. 2 of them even held pitchforks, their faces a mix of nervousness and greed. Seeing Sora walking over alone, young and dressed in ordinary dark clothes, the short, stout man's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly. "Kid, be smart and hand over all your valuables. Otherwise, don't blame me, your Uncle Steel Plate Hakua, for being impolite." Sora's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on the short, stout man. His sensing confirmed it. It was indeed only Chunin level, and he seemed like the kind of wild, self-taught type with no proper heritage. Steel Plate Hakua. But then, belatedly thinking about the name the short, stout man had just announced, Sora felt extremely speechless inside. This name, it really is, simple and direct, full of a hard, inconsiderate feeling towards others. He shook his head, suppressing the weird feeling inside. Then, Sora looked expressionlessly at Steel Plate Hakua and spoke. "Move aside, or, I will help you move aside." His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable meaning. Steel Plate Hakua was angered by Sora's attitude. He was, after all, a Chunin. In this area, which ordinary merchant caravan didn't tremble in fear upon seeing them. "Brat, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Get him." Steel Plate Hakua waved his hand. The several genin and ordinary people behind him shouted and charged forward. Sora shook his head. Against such small fry, he couldn't even be bothered to use ninja tools or taijutsu techniques. He recalled the essentials from the scroll, mobilized the chakra within his body, and rapidly concentrated it onto his right fist. An invisible sense of power began to gather. Control, precision, erupt at a single point. But, seeing a genin charging at the front, waving a kunao to stab, Sora neither dodged nor avoided. His right fist, seemingly slow but actually precise, swung forward. He didn't aim at the person, but at a half-person high rock on the ground in front of the opponent. Super strength. Sora silently shouted in his heart. The concentrated chakra instantly erupted. Boom! That hard rock, like tofu hit by a giant hammer, instantly shattered into pieces, rubble flying everywhere. A powerful airwave spread out from the point of impact of the fist, directly blowing away the few small fry who had charged forward. They fell, dazed and confused, wailing in pain. And Sora's fist, after shattering the rock, had already been withdrawn, as if he had only done a trivial thing. The scene fell dead silent. Those small fry blown away by the airwave lay on the ground, looking at Sora in terror as if looking at a monster. The fierce smile on Steel Plate Hikawa's face froze, his eyes wide open. You. He pointed at Sora, his voice trembling, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. Although he was a wild, self-taught Chunin, he still had some discernment. That punch just now had no fancy ninjutsu effects. It was purely the eruption of physical strength combined with chakra. But that destructive power definitely exceeded the Chunin level. We've kicked an iron plate. No, we've kicked a steel plate. Steel Plate Hikawa's heart sank. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. He finally understood why he couldn't feel the other party's obvious chakra fluctuations earlier. It wasn't that there weren't any, but that the other party's chakra control was far above his, and they had restrained their aura. Gee, great lord, spare my life. This humble one has eyes but failed to see. I have offended you, great lord. Steel Plate Hikawa fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing like pounding garlic, none of his previous arrogance remaining. Seeing this, the small fry behind him also hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Sora ignored Steel Plate Hikawa's pleas for mercy. Instead, he turned to look at Tsunade not far away. Tsunade slightly nodded. No expression could be seen on her face, but a flash of approval passed in her eyes. The speed of chakra concentration is acceptable. The eruption point was also fairly precise. However, there was still too much force dispersion. Roughly 30% of the force was wasted on blowing away those small fry. Continue practicing. The goal is to have over 95% of the force act on the attack point. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Sora replied respectfully, understanding in his heart. That punch just now was mainly for effect and deterrence. He indeed hadn't achieved extreme precision. It seems I need to practice even harder. Tsunade is right. Reducing unnecessary consumption allows for longer-lasting battles. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 137, Chapter 137 Cultivating Super Strength. Sora then turned his gaze back to Steel Plate Hikawa and his group who were kneeling and begging for mercy, and asked, Lady Tsunade, these people, how should they be dealt with? According to Umbu convention, the most secure approach for rogue ninja who block the road, rob, and threaten Konoha ninja was direct elimination. Hearing this, Tsunade's footsteps did not pause in the slightest. She did not even look at the group of trembling bandits, her expressionless face fixed ahead as if they did not exist. Shizun, let's walk faster. We need to find a good camping spot before dark. These words sounded as if she completely ignored Sora's inquiry. However, just as she passed by Sora, he clearly saw her glance briefly at Fox beside her, then immediately returned to indifference. Just a glance, without any words. But Fox gave a slight nod immediately, his eyes understanding. He also did not say another word, only imperceptibly slowing his pace to fall to the rear of the group, walking alongside Grey Wolf. Sora understood instantly. Tsunade's silence and that glance were themselves the clearest order. Tacit approval for elimination, but she personally did not want to see or hear any part of the bloody process. This was the decision of a Sannin who had experienced countless battles. Calm and efficient, not swayed by the pleas of a few ants, nor letting personal psychological trauma affect necessary judgment. When Tsunade and Shizun's figures disappeared around the bend in the road ahead, Fox, who had fallen to the very back, spoke softly to Grey Wolf. Make it clean. Yes. Grey Wolf turned to look at the bandits who had just relaxed, thinking they had escaped disaster. His eyes looked at them as if they were already dead objects. The smile of relief on Steel Plate Hikawa's face had no time to fully form before it froze. A few minutes later, Grey Wolf caught up to the group ahead and gave a slight nod to Fox. Fox nodded back. Everything was understood without words. The group continued forward in silence. No one mentioned the insignificant road blockers from before again, as if they had never existed. The rest of the journey was without further incident, and Sora's group smoothly returned to Konoha village. The towering gates, familiar guards, and that atmosphere of peace and tranquility let everyone secretly sigh in relief. This escort mission had lasted nearly half a year, and the Third Shinobi World War had entered its second year. But Sora knew this war would last a full 4 to 5 years. Right now, less than a quarter had passed. The road ahead was still very long. At the village entrance, Tsunade separated from Squad C5. She took Shizun and went straight to the Hokage building, presumably to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, or rather, to give an account of some matters. Fox took the other 3 members of Squad C5 to the Umbu headquarters for mission handover. After confirming the mission's completion and briefly recording the itinerary, the Umbu squad leader handling the handover informed them that due to the tense situation on the front lines, they only had 2 days of rest. In 2 days, new mission orders will be issued. Maintain standby status. The squad leader said emotionlessly. Understood. Fox nodded in acknowledgement. Sora was not surprised by this. The Third Shinobi World War was like a giant meat grinder, constantly consuming Konoha's manpower and resources. An experienced Umbu squad like theirs could not be left idle for long. Having 2 full days of leave was already quite good. Leaving the Umbu headquarters, the 4 bid simple farewells. Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl each returned to their residences to rest and recuperate. Sora headed straight for the orphanage. Returning to the orphanage after nearly half a year's absence, everything seemed unchanged. Miyamoto Ichiro was in the courtyard drying clothes. Seeing Sora return, a surprised smile appeared on his face. "Sora brother, you're back." Hearing the commotion, the 2 little girls Yumi and Ayumi also ran out from the house, surrounding Sora and chattering with questions. The old director was still lying on the bed in the inner room. Her breathing was weak but relatively steady. It seemed that lingering obsession was still supporting her. Yusuji Min was out on a mission and not at the orphanage. After some brief pleasantries, Sora returned to his own slightly shabby small room. Closing the door, shutting out the outside noise, he took a deep breath, savoring this hard-won tranquility. Only 2 days. Could not waste them. Sora had no thought of relaxing. Improving his strength was of utmost urgency. The first thing he thought of was the super strength Tsunade had taught him. This secret technique had great potential. If mastered proficiently, close-quarters destructive power would achieve a qualitative leap. Moreover, super strength was different from the 8 gates. It focused more on the microcontrol and instantaneous burst of chakra, placing relatively less strain on the body. It could be used as a regular attack method. Tsunade pointed out my problem with power dispersion. Must resolve it quickly. Control is the core of super strength. Sora sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not start practicing immediately, but first repeatedly recalled and mentally simulated the chakra operation techniques of super strength in his mind. At the same time, he formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. With 5 soft sounds, 5 shadow clones appeared in the room. With Sora's current chakra level, 5 was already the limit. It was far from the hundreds or thousands of the true multiple shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones took the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, basic detailed explanation, and continued studying those obscure and difficult runes and theories. The other 3 shadow clones with slightly more chakra walked to a corner of the room. They began the most basic chakra control practice, attempting to precisely gather chakra at their fingertips, forming a stable, non-dispersing small point. This was preparatory work for cultivating super strength, and also the best method to improve chakra control precision. Sora's main body then went to the open space in the courtyard, preparing to conduct practical simulation training for super strength. He did not choose huge boulders, but found several ordinary stones of different sizes. Start with the small ones. The goal is to completely focus the power on one point, minimizing the impact on the surrounding environment as much as possible. Sora concentrated, calming his mind, mobilizing chakra, slowly gathering it toward the index finger of his right hand. This time, he no longer pursued visual effects or exaggerated destructive power. Instead, he immersed all his mental focus into the extreme microcontrol of chakra. Compress more, condense at the fingertip. His index finger lightly tapped toward a stone the size of a fist. Thud. A soft, muffled sound. A tiny hole appeared on the stone, with only some slight cracks around it. It did not shatter apart like before. There is progress, but the power is still a bit scattered. The edges of the hole are not smooth enough. Sora carefully observed the effect, analyzing the shortcomings in his mind. He was not discouraged, picked up another stone, and repeated the same process. Once, twice, 10 times, dozens of times. The main body tirelessly practiced finger strength in the courtyard, feeling every subtle change of chakra. The shadow clones accumulated knowledge of sealing arts and experience in chakra control inside the house. Large amounts of information, insights, and fatigue were periodically fed back to Sora's main body through the dispelling of shadow clones. Fortunately, with his constitution, it had no real impact. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 138 Chapter 138 4 Symbol Seal. Until night fell and Miyamoto Ichiro called him to eat, Sora finally temporarily stopped his training. While eating, his fingers were still unconsciously trembling slightly, obviously still savoring that feeling of ultimate control. The super strength training is harder than imagined, but the improvement in chakra control is also very significant. This gradually refined sense of control seems to be helpful for learning sealing techniques as well. Sora's thoughts stirred, and he became pensive. The study of sealing techniques also relies heavily on precise chakra control, especially when constructing sealing formulas. The output must be stable, the form must be accurate, without the slightest deviation. The fine control ability honed through super strength training can exactly be transferred to the practice of sealing techniques, promoting the stable construction of sealing formulas. Conversely, the extreme control required by sealing techniques can further refine the delicate mastery of chakra, thereby advancing the grasp of super strength. It seems different abilities are not isolated, but rather echo and complement each other. Or perhaps, the fine control of chakra is the underlying logic of all high-level ninjutsu. Early the next morning, by the small river behind the orphanage, After finishing his morning taijutsu training, Sora sat on the ground to rest and did not continue to bury himself in intensive super strength practice. After long accumulation, especially the tireless learning by his shadow clones, he had basically digested the contents of the book, detailed explanation of Uzumaki clan basic sealing techniques. The outlining of those basic sealing formulas, the principles of chakra transmission, the construction of the simplest sealing formulas, he had already mastered about 70 or 80%. To go further, he needed deeper, more specific knowledge of sealing techniques. It's time to go take a look at the Anbu Ninjutsu repository. Sora made his decision. His goal was clear, higher-level Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. This would not only help him train his super strength, but was also part of a plan he had made a long time ago. His chakra amount had always been a weak point. The development of the Azure Dragon Fruit had currently entered a phase of slow, gradual progress. The size of the complete form Azure Dragon depended purely on grinding time. Elemental mastery was slightly better, but without awakening, it also had its limits. Therefore, Sora shifted his focus to the Chakra Power Bank plan, and the target he selected was the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein's energy is vast and stable, but it has already been sealed by Namikaze Minato. To have designs on it, I must first undo the seal. The prerequisite for undoing the seal is figuring out what seal Namikaze Minato used. This requires speculation based on the sources of Namikaze Minato's sealing knowledge, which mainly comes from two parts. First, his teacher Jiraiya, who might have taught some sealing techniques from Mount Myaboku. Second, his current girlfriend, future wife, Uzumaki Kushina, a genuine direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Among these, the sealing techniques of Mount Myaboku are too elusive and are related to senjutsu energy like toad oil, unsuitable for Sora's current situation. In comparison, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are the orthodox path and the ones he is most likely to access now. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina is under tight protection. I can't get close to her at all. But the Anbu Ninjutsu repository should have some high-level sealing technique scrolls originating from the Uzumaki clan. After all, after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, a large amount of its legacy was scattered. As an ally, Konoha collecting some of it is reasonable. Sora sat on the ground and stroked his chin, then got up and headed for the Anbu Underground headquarters. Anbu Underground Base. Sora went straight to the ninjutsu repository and found it was still that Anbu clerk wearing the Suzuka mask on duty. Why is it still him? Doesn't the Anbu have anyone else who can do this job? Muttering inwardly, Sora remained expressionless on the surface and handed over his identification tag. Exchange for sealing technique scrolls. Suzuka took the identification tag, verified it proficiently, and pointed to the nearby catalog. Look for yourself. Same rules. Sora picked up the thick catalog, flipped directly to the sealing technique section, and carefully browsed through it. Interestingly, because his Anbu seniority had grown, compared to last time, he now had permission to see more content. Several new sealing technique names appeared in the catalog, making his spirits lift. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains, sealing technique, 4-symbol seal, contract seal modified. Adamantine sealing chains. That's a powerful Uzumaki clan sealing technique used to suppress tailed beasts. And the 4-symbol seal is one of the core techniques Namikaze Minato used when sealing the Nine Tails. Sora felt a surge of excitement. He forcefully suppressed the impulse to exchange immediately and carefully read the notes below and the required Anbu merit points. The price was naturally extremely high. Just one of them would consume most of the Anbu merit points he had accumulated over the years. Anbu merit points can be earned again, but this high-level sealing knowledge is a rare opportunity not to be missed. Sora hesitated only for a moment before making his decision. It was the 4-symbol seal. Compared to adamantine sealing chains, the 4-symbol seal was clearly more suitable as the technique Namikaze Minato would have chosen to seal the Dragon Vein. Although adamantine sealing chains is powerful, its core lies in using materialized chains of chakra to bind the target, leaning more towards suppression and restraint. It is highly effective against physical targets like tailed beasts, but the Dragon Vein's energy is formless and violent, requiring precise sealing rather than simple restraint. The 4-symbol seal is different. It is known for stability and precision. The fact that Namikaze Minato could use it to split the Nine Tails chakra and seal it inside Naruto is enough to show its control over violent energy, making it clearly more suitable for sealing the Dragon Vein. Having inferred which sealing technique Namikaze Minato likely used, Sora pointed to the 4-symbol seal on the catalog and said, "Exchange for this one." Suzuka looked up at Sora, seeming somewhat surprised he would choose such an expensive and profound scroll, but didn't ask further, just confirmed formally. Exchange, 4-symbol seal, deduct corresponding Anbu merit points. Loan period 1 month. You know the rules. Understood. Sora nodded, watched Suzuka process the procedures, his heart filled with anticipation. After obtaining the 4-symbol seal scroll, Sora carefully stored them away and turned to leave the ninjutsu repository. Orphanage. Back in his room, Sora eagerly spread the 4-symbol seal scroll on the table. Unrolling the scroll, The beginning contained complex diagrams of the four symbols' trigram positions and the circulation paths of chakra within the sealing formula. The sealing formula structures and energy circulation principles involved were several times more profound than those in the basic scroll. Indeed, not simple. Just understanding these basic structures will require considerable time. Sora did not rush for quick results. He took a deep breath and performed the multiple shadow clone technique again. 5 shadow clones appeared. 3 were responsible for studying the theoretical part of the four-symbol seal, attempting to understand its core essence. The other 2 continued practicing fine chakra control, laying the groundwork for later construction of complex sealing formulas. And Sora's main body, combining with the super strength training he had just started, immersed his mind in the more refined perception and control of chakra. Control, precision, efficiency. This is the common language of powerful strength. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 139, Chapter 139, The Battle of Kikyoima. Time passed swiftly during focused cultivation. Shadow clones continuously dispersed and were created again. A large amount of insights and experiences flowed into Sora's main consciousness like streams converging. His understanding of the four-symbol seal gradually shifted from vague to clear. Although he was still far from truly performing it, he had at least grasped the fundamentals. The core of the four-symbol seal lies in sealing and guiding. It constructs a stable energy circulation barrier to contain vast energy within and allows for limited guidance. This is indeed very suitable for handling chakra vein energy like the dragon vein. Namikaze Minato could modify and use this technique. His talent is truly terrifying. However, I now have a direction. As long as I proceed step by step, I might be able to master it. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Sora rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and stopped today's cultivation. Although tired, his eyes were exceptionally bright. The cultivation of super strength was progressing, the study of the four-symbol seal was on track, and more importantly, he had found the key link connecting different abilities, extreme control. The 2 days of rest passed in an instant. Squad C5 received new mission orders as scheduled. They were to head to the border region adjacent to the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind to carry out a series of reconnaissance, infiltration, and even small-scale assault missions. The shadow of war grew heavier. Friction between Konoha and the 2 major ninja villages became increasingly frequent. The area near the border had long become a dangerous whirlpool. For the next few months, Sora and Squad C5, like wound-up gears, continuously shuttled through the northwestern and southwestern border regions of the Land of Fire. Fighting became commonplace, and death followed like a shadow. However, because of Sora, a hidden minor boss, not a single member of Squad C5 died. Using only his openly known methods like the 8 Gates released formation and super strength, Sora repeatedly turned danger into safety in perilous situations. He even cooperated with the squad to complete several seemingly impossible missions. His performance earned high praise from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who secretly felt even more fortunate that his decision to give Sora special permission back then was not wrong. In exchange for just 2 dispensable genin, he gained Sora's spare no effort in mission execution. It was worth noting that Konoha's Umbu personnel had been replaced who knows how many times. Squad C5 was the only squad that had not changed members. On this day, Squad C5 had just completed a harassment mission against Uegakuru's supply lines and were preparing to withdraw according to plan when Fox received an urgent command scroll delivered via summoning animal. After reading the contents of the scroll, Fox's expression instantly turned extremely grave. "Captain, what's wrong?" Night Owl, sensing something was amiss, quickly asked. Fox took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Mission change. The Land of Wind has formally declared war on Konoha. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, is personally leading the main force of Tsunade, launching a surprise attack on the Kikyoima area." Kikyoima. Sora's heart shook. What was coming had finally arrived. He remembered the Battle of Kikyoima was a crucial battle in the Third Great Ninja War, also the largest and most brutal battle between Konoha and Tsunade. Although this battle was only briefly mentioned, its impact was significant. After the Battle of Kikyoima, the Land of Wind completely withdrew from the stage of the Third War and subsequently signed an alliance treaty with Konoha. This was the reason why Tsunanin like Temari appeared during the later Chunin exams attended by Naruto and others. The Hokage orders all Konoha squads active in the direction of the Land of Wind to immediately assemble towards Kikyoima and follow the dispatches of the frontline commander-in-chief. Fox said quickly, his gaze sweeping over Sora and the other 2. The frontline commander-in-chief is Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Hearing this name, Sora's eye twitched slightly. This was the name he least wanted to hear. Depart immediately. Full speed ahead. Fox did not delay and immediately gave the order. The 4 transformed into 4 black shadows, no longer concealing their movements, rushing towards the direction of Kikyoima at top speed. The closer they got to the Kikyoima area, the thicker the aura of killing intent in the air became. Signs of battle began to appear along the way. Occasionally, they could see unattended bodies lying on the ground, both Konoha's and Tsunade. When Squad C5 finally reached the outskirts of the main battlefield at Kikyoima, the scene before them made Sora secretly frown. The originally lush green mountains were now scarred and devastated. Huge craters, forests leveled by ninjutsu, and scorched earth were everywhere. Shouts of killing, explosions, and the roars of clashing ninjutsu continuously came from the center of the battlefield, like a symphony of death. Konoha's defense lines were set up layer by layer, relying on Kikyoima's terrain. However, Tsunagakure's assaults came wave after wave like tides. Especially the gold dust flying all over the sky brought immense casualties and pressure to the Konoha ninja. Night Owl looked at the gold dust in the distant sky and said hoarsely, "Is that the fourth Kazaki's magnet release?" "It seems so." Grey Wolf's expression was also very grim. "A ninjutsu of this scale is too terrifying." Sora also observed silently nearby. Raza's magnet release, Gold Dust World method was both offensive and defensive, with a massive range. On the battlefield, it was simply a weapon of mass destruction. Ordinary Konoha ninja seemed so powerless against such attacks. No wonder Tsunagakure dares to initiate a major war. Raza's strength indeed matches the name of Kazekage, even though he died too simply later on. Soon, Sora and the other three were led to the frontline command post, a temporary base established inside a mountain. The atmosphere inside the base was extremely tense. Ninja constantly came in and out to report on the battle situation. Deep within the command post, Sora saw Orochimaru again. "Oh, it's Squad C5. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Fox, finally settling on Sora. His tongue subconsciously licked his lips. "It seems you are all still alive. Good." That gaze made Sora feel as if needles were pricking his back. He could only bow his head in salute. "Lord Orochimaru." Fox quickly reported the squad's situation and observations along the way. After listening, Orochimaru said indifferently, "You came just in time. Tsunagakure's assault is fierce. That fellow Raza is a bit troublesome. Your squad C5 has decent strength. You are assigned to the assault sequence. Await further orders and be ready to be deployed for counterattacks at any time." "Yes." Fox accepted the order. Leaving the command post, Squad C5 was assigned a rest area and guard duty. With a major battle underway, no one could truly rest. Sora leaned against a rock, recovering stamina while calmly analyzing the battle situation. In his memory, Konoha ultimately won the Battle of Kikyoima, but the victory was very costly, even affecting Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. It was worth noting that Kikyoima was not far from Konoha itself. The fact that Tsunagakure could fight here was tantamount to fighting at Konoha's doorstep. Such a failure of duty was no small matter. As per situation, someone had to take the blame. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only take responsibility by resigning from his post. Finally, between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato, he chose Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage, and Orochimaru thereby firmly decided to leave Konoha. However, the current Orochimaru, as the commander of the Kikyoima battlefield, was undoubtedly ruthless. He would spare no cost for victory. Squads like Sora's, assigned to the assault sequence, in a battle of this scale, were very likely to be used as the tip of the spear or as pawns in the most critical and dangerous places. "It seems I need to be careful." Sora frowned, raising his vigilance. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 140, Chapter 140, The Battle That Mirrors the Konobe Bridge. The brutality of the main battlefield at Kikyoima far exceeded Sora's imagination. In just 2 short days, Squad C5, serving as the reserve unit for assault sequences, had been rotated onto the front lines 3 times. Each time involved bloody clashes with Tsunade. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had not personally taken to the field, but his massive gold dust ninjutsu hung over the Konoha like a sword of Damocles. It would descend from the sky from time to time, altering the situation in localized areas of the battlefield and inflicting immense pressure and casualties on the Konoha defensive line. On Konoha's side, Orochimaru was using summoned snakes and various bizarre ninjutsu to tenaciously hold back the Tsuna offensive. Both sides were locked in a brutal war of attrition. Human lives here had become the cheapest currency. On the evening of Sora's 3rd day at Kikyoima, just after Squad C5 had completed a harassment mission, a messenger from Orochimaru found them. "Squad C5. Lord Orochimaru has new orders for you." Fox immediately brought Sora and the other 2 to the command post. Orochimaru was still his usual cold self. A large military map was spread out before him, marked with the positions of both friendly and enemy forces, with the Kikyoima area highlighted. A dotted line extending from the direction of the Land of Wind pointed towards the rear of Konoha's defensive line. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse as he spoke. "The Tsuna offensive is more ferocious than anticipated. Raza's magnet release is putting significant pressure on us on the front lines. Our defense line needs time to adjust. We need to weaken their sustained offensive capability." His finger tapped a point on that dotted line on the map. According to intelligence, a crucial Tsuna supply line passes through this area. This is their lifeline for maintaining this high-intensity offensive. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Fox, finally settling on Sora, which made Sora's heart tighten slightly. "Squad C5. Your mission is to set out immediately, infiltrate behind enemy lines, locate, and destroy this supply line. 2 other squads will also be executing this mission. Your 3 squads will act independently yet in support of each other, choosing your own timing to strike. The ultimate objective is the same: sever Tsunade's provisions and supplies. Orochimaru's tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable finality. Yes, we guarantee completion of the mission. Fox immediately replied in a low voice. Sora inwardly sighed. Sure enough, it's come to this. A mission like this, deep behind enemy lines, cutting off their supplies, it's practically a suicide mission. He immediately thought of the plot near the end of the Third Great Ninja War in the original story. To break the stalemate, Konoha dispatched the Namikaze Minato squad to circle around and cut off an Uegakur supply line, while Uegakur sent the Mawashi and Oishi squads to stop them. That battle led to the death of Noara Rin and indirectly caused Uchiha Obito's fall to darkness. The Battle of the Konobe Bridge. I never thought I'd personally participate in a similar mission. Orochimaru's move here is just like Konoha's later tactics. It seems when it comes to war, so-called tactics are just old wine in a new bottle. Sora felt quite helpless about this. Missions of this type were extremely high risk. They involved penetrating enemy-controlled territory, facing unknown ambushes and encirclements, with a pitifully low success rate. But as the supreme commander of the front line, Orochimaru's orders could not be refused. Moreover, from a strategic perspective, this was indeed an effective means to relieve pressure on the front lines. It's just that those of us carrying out the mission will probably become expendable pawns. Sora glanced at Orochimaru. No emotion flickered in those cold eyes, as if he were merely arranging some trivial matter. Although inwardly grumbling, Sora maintained an appearance of absolute obedience like the other team members. At least, given his true strength, he didn't need to worry about his safety. But Sora was concerned about another point. Orochimaru was clearly interested in him. Even while busy commanding the entire Kikyoyama battlefield, he wouldn't send Sora on such a near-suicidal mission. After all, a dead experimental subject was ultimately inferior to a living lab rat. Does he want to see my capacity? Sora couldn't fathom Orochimaru's thoughts either, so he could only silently heighten his vigilance. After Sora and the others received their orders and left, a faint curve lifted the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Tsunade's supply line? Ha! The intelligence is half true, half false. Supplies do pass through there, but it's also a trap Tsunade meticulously set up. But, what does it matter? In his eyes, whether it was Squad C5 or the other 2 squads, they were all merely pawns on the chessboard. If the mission succeeded, it would slightly relieve pressure on the front lines. If it failed, it didn't matter. It would just serve to deplete Tsunade's manpower and allow observation of Tsunade's tactical responses. More importantly, he wanted to see what kind of surprise Sora could unleash under genuine life-and-death pressure. As for the lives of these subordinates, in war, death is inevitable. If their blood could be used to nourish data he found interesting, that was their value. After a night of forced marching, Squad C5 finally reached the area marked on the map. They didn't dare take the main roads, only traversing rugged mountainous terrain and dense forests, skirting around Tsunade's sentry posts. The process was quite draining in terms of energy and time. Fox crouched behind a large boulder and spoke in a low voice. According to the map and intelligence, the Tsunade supply convoy should pass through here during daylight hours. We will split up, find advantageous positions for reconnaissance and ambush, and maintain contact. Once the target is spotted, report immediately. Understood. The 4 immediately dispersed, using the shadows of rocks and bushes to conceal their forms and chakra fluctuations. Sora chose a rocky peak at a higher elevation. It had several natural caves, offering a wide field of view while also providing good concealment. Time passed minute by minute. Sora held his breath and focused his perception on the only relatively flat road leading from the direction of the Land of Wind. He didn't know how long it had been when, just as the sun had fully risen, the edge of his perception finally caught unusual movement. Numerous chakra signatures were moving slowly along the road towards this direction. There were quite a few, at least 20 to 30 people. Several of these chakra signatures were particularly strong, carrying the sharp, fierce feeling characteristic of Tsunade. They're here. Sora's eyes narrowed. He immediately sent a signal to Fox using the Umbu-specific communication method. At the same time, he carefully adjusted his angle to look towards the direction from which the chakra signatures were coming. In the distance on the road, a convoy gradually appeared. At the front and rear of the convoy were about 10 Tsunade, wearing standard Tsunade flak jackets, vigilantly guarding the middle. In the middle of the convoy were 7 or 8 carts pulled by camel-like animals. The carts were piled high with supplies tightly covered with tarps. Around the carts were also a dozen or so laborers responsible for transport. However, judging from the faint chakra they emitted, they probably weren't ordinary civilians either. A standard supply platoon. Approximately 10 guard ninja. The leader has chakra at the Jonan level. There are also 2 Takebutsu Jonan. The rest are Chunin. Among the laborers, a few also have chakra mixed in, likely Chunin in disguise. Sora quickly analyzed the enemy's composition. In a direct clash, with our squad C5 plus the other 2 squads, our chances of winning are not small. But the key is, we must finish it quickly, not allow them to send a distress signal. Otherwise, if surrounding Suna forces converge, it'll be troublesome. He continued observing, searching for the best timing and location to strike. At the same time, he also sensed that the other two Konoha squads were in position, like lurking vipers, waiting for the moment to deliver the fatal blow. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 141, Chapter 141, Scorch Release Pakara. Fox's instructions soon arrived. Target confirmed, prepare as planned. Wait for the convoy to enter that narrow area ahead. At my signal, attack simultaneously. Priority is to eliminate the escort ninja and destroy the supplies. Sora took a deep breath, adjusting his condition to its peak, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Those sent by Orochimaru should all be elites. It seems he places great importance on this mission, or perhaps he highly anticipates the results that cutting the supply line can bring. But, why is there always a faint sense of foreboding in my heart? This unease was not unfounded. In Sora's memory, tactics like cutting supply lines, while effective, carried extremely high risks during execution, often accompanied by heavy casualties. The people of Tsunade aren't fools. For such an important supply line, would they allow us to get so close so easily and only assign such limited escort forces? Lying in place, Sora pondered silently while pushing his sensory abilities to the limit. Besides the chakra of the convoy below and the extremely well-hidden presences of the other two Konoha squads, he detected no other abnormalities. Am I overthinking this? It's wartime, forces are strained, Tsunagakure's main forces are tied up on the front lines. It makes sense that their rear guard might be weak. Just as Sora began to doubt himself, Fox's signal finally arrived. Now. Almost the instant the signal was given, the three Konoha squads erupted from their respective hiding spots like phantoms. Wind release, wind cutter. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Earth release, rock pillar spears. Instantly, multiple ninjutsu blasted towards the Tsunagakure convoy on the road from different directions, catching them completely off guard. Screams rang out immediately. Several Tsunagakure Chunin and disguised genin at the edges of the convoy were torn apart or severely wounded by the violent ninjutsu before they could even react. Ambush. Konoha ambush. The Tsunagakure Jonan reacted extremely quickly, shouting a warning while forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A strong gust of wind tried to disperse some of the ninjutsu, but Konoha held the initiative with multiple simultaneous attacks, rendering his technique pitifully ineffective. Prioritize eliminating the escorts. Grey Wolf, Night Owl, with me. Green Snake, provide support and prepare to handle the supplies. Captain Fox, experienced and decisive, issued commands instantly. Swinging his short sword with his single arm, he charged at the Tsunagakure Jonan like a leopard. Grey Wolf and Night Owl each engaged one of the enemy's special Jonan. The other two Konoha squads were weaker, with only their squad leaders possessing Jonan-level strength, the rest being veteran Chunin. Yet they too pounced on the panicked Tsunagakure Chunin and civilian laborers like tigers among sheep. The battle was lopsided from the very beginning. Sora did not rush into the fray. Following orders, he maneuvered at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze calmly observing the overall situation. Not right, this is too smooth. Sora felt something was off. The resistance from these Tsunagakure ninja, while seemingly fierce, gave a sense of being formulaic. Especially that Jonan. Facing Fox's fierce assault, he seemed to be defending tightly, but lacked the ferocity and decisiveness found in life-or-death struggles. A thought flashed through Sora's mind. A trap. This is a trap targeting our infiltration units. His suspicion was soon confirmed. Just as most of the Tsunagakure escort seemed on the verge of being wiped out, the counter-ambush was finally sprung. The rock walls and ground exploded. More Tsunagakure ninja swarmed out, instantly completing a counter-encirclement. Their numbers far exceeded the original escort force. Over 30 of them. Moreover, their chakra fluctuations were generally strong, with several reaching Jonan level. As expected, it was a trap. Sora understood, feeling little surprise, instead a sense of, just as I thought. Bad. It's a trap. All units, retreat. Fox reacted first, shouting sharply. He forced back the Tsunagakure Jonan with a slash, trying to lead the squad in a breakout. But it was too late. The newly appeared Tsunagakure ninja were clearly prepared. Various ninjutsu and ninja tools rained down like a storm, instantly sealing off all escape routes for the three Konoha squads. The tide of battle reversed instantly. Ha ha ha. Konoha rats, finally took the bait. The Tsunagakure Jonan who had previously seemed to be struggling now laughed heartily, his face full of triumphant glee. You really thought we'd expose such an important supply line to you? Another Tsunagakure Jonan who had just appeared also sneered. To lure you out, we sacrificed several good subordinates. But trading the lives of a few low-level pawns for several elite Konoha squads is worth it. Their conversation confirmed Sora's guess. This was a lure from the start. Using a seemingly important supply convoy as bait to attract Konoha infiltration units to attack, then encircling them with the prepositioned main force, aiming for complete annihilation. As expected, war is no child's play. Tsunagakure is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. How could they make such a basic mistake? While deflecting incoming shuriken with his fists, Sora quickly scanned the newly appeared enemies. The Tsunade ambushers were well trained and coordinated, clearly all elites. The Konoha side, while individually strong, were caught off guard and surrounded, instantly plunging into a desperate fight. Injuries were already appearing. Big trouble. In this situation, escaping unscathed is almost impossible. Sora's mind raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Then his gaze suddenly fixed on a figure walking slowly towards the outskirts of the encirclement. Dark short hair, light-colored robe, with blazing orange orbs floating around her. Pakura. The hero of Tsunade, user of the Scorch Release Kekii Genkai. Sora's gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomer. Fragments of memory about Pakura surfaced in his mind. A powerful figure, tragically betrayed by Tsunade to broker peace with Kirigakure, dying a rather ignoble death. But now, in the mid-war period, she was one of Tsunade's most prominent and powerful figures. Scorch Release, superheated steam, instantly evaporates moisture. It's indeed a troublesome ability. However, with my speed and the resistance from my Azure Dragon constitution, it won't be that easy for her to hit me. Sora quickly assessed Pakura's threat. To him personally, Pakura's threat was limited. But her addition would undoubtedly greatly increase the risk of casualties for his teammates. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Need to find a way to break this situation, at least to get Fox and the others out. Pakura walked slowly to the front of the battlefield. Her cold eyes swept across the scene, finally settling on Sora, the youngest present. A hint of scorn curled at the corner of her mouth. Oh, there's even a child. Is Konoha out of people, sending such a brat to his death? However, dying under my Scorch Release can be considered an honor for you. Hearing Pakura's words, Sora's heart remained unperturbed. Thinking of Pakura's eventual fate, he shook his head inwardly. Who's going to their death isn't certain yet. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 142 Chapter 142 The 8 Gates Released Formation vs Scorch Release. Disperse and break through. Fox ignored Pakura and the others' taunts and quickly gave the order. In this situation of being counter-encircled, staying together meant being sitting ducks. Only by scattering could they have a sliver of hope. The other two Konoha squads did the same, each erupting with their fastest speed and charging in different directions, trying to tear open the encirclement. The Tsunade naturally wouldn't let them have their way. They immediately split up to pursue. Not long after, screams could be heard, clearly indicating someone had been hit. Squad C5 was under immense pressure as well. Grey Wolf, left flank. Night Owl, right flank. Green Snake, with me for the rear guard. Charge! Fox roared. Swinging his short sword with his single arm, his chakra burst forth, slashing out a sharp blade of wind that temporarily forced back the two Tsunade charging head-on. Grey Wolf and Night Owl hesitated not at all, immediately charging fiercely in the directions Fox indicated. Sora stayed close to Fox's side, using fists and feet to knock away all incoming shuriken and kunao. Occasionally encountering low-level ninjutsu, he would shatter them with a single punch. The taijutsu prowess he displayed made the surrounding Tsunade secretly alarmed. But Pakura's gaze was like a physical weight, coldly fixed on the strongest squad C5, or more precisely, primarily fixed on the youngest one among them, Sora. Pakura calmly instructed the Suna Jonan beside her. That brat, I'll handle him. The others, be sure to wipe them out completely, leave none alive. Yes, Pakura-sama. That Suna Jonan immediately accepted the order, leading the remaining personnel to besiege Grey Wolf and Night Owl's direction even more frantically, trying to keep them there for good. As for Pakura herself, she walked leisurely towards Sora and Fox. The two scorching fireballs floating beside her emitted terrifying high temperatures, making the surrounding air slightly distort. Troublesome. Being targeted by Pakura, escaping easily will be difficult. Sora frowned tightly. Although Fox was experienced, with one arm against Pakura, the chance of winning was almost zero. Looking at Fox hacking away fiercely ahead, trying to open a gap, and then glancing at Grey Wolf and Night Owl on the right flank locked in a desperate struggle, dangers lurking everywhere, he made a decision in an instant. Sora suddenly shouted lowly, "Captain, you go first. I'll hold her off." Hearing this, Fox didn't waste words. After looking at Sora, his single arm erupted with even greater strength, and he quickly charged towards Grey Wolf and Night Owl's direction, instantly helping them open a gap. Seeing this, Grey Wolf and Night Owl also said nothing more. They had learned quite a bit about Sora's strength through long missions. In their eyes, he definitely possessed Jonan-level strength, and his speed was the fastest among them. There had been several previous missions where Sora covered the rear. So the three of them rushed towards the outside of the encirclement without looking back. Several Tsunade wanted to give chase but were forced back by a few kunao with explosive tags attached that Sora threw in time. Alright, now, it's just us. Sora turned around, facing alone the slowly approaching Pakura and the covetous Tsunade behind her. Pakura looked at Sora who had voluntarily stayed behind. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes, then turned into deeper mockery. Oh, quite brave for one so young. Planning to sacrifice yourself to buy time for your comrades to escape? How touching, and foolish. Sora ignored her taunt. Taking a deep breath, the chakra within his body began to circulate frantically along the 8 gates released formation pathways. The first gate, Gate of Opening, open. The fifth gate, Gate of Limit, open. Boom. Green energy steam instantly enveloped Sora's body, and chakra surged out from within him like a volcanic eruption. What? This chakra, how is it possible? Just who are you? The mockery on Pakura's face instantly froze, replaced by thick shock. How could this Konoha brat who looked no more than 12 or 13 possess such terrifying chakra volume and presence? This completely defied common sense. Even among the long-established Jonan of Tsunade, few could erupt with such imposing might. Is it some kind of forbidden technique that stimulates life force? No, his life force feels violent, but there's no sign of weakening. When did Konoha produce such a monster? Pakura clearly had never seen the 8 gates released formation, but she could recognize that this brat before her was absolutely a rare and formidable enemy she had encountered in her life. He must be eliminated here. Otherwise, he will surely become a major threat to Tsunade in the future. Scorch release, overwhelming heat murder. Pakura hesitated no more. Forming hand seals, the 2 scorching fireballs floating beside her instantly expanded, transforming into 2 beams of blazing light that shot towards Sora like lightning. So fast. Sora's pupils contracted. His speed under the Gate of Limit state erupted to the limit, his body suddenly darting to the side and back. Hiss. The ground where he originally stood was swept by the scorching beams, instantly becoming dry and cracked, as if all moisture had been completely evaporated. The power is truly strong. Better not take it head-on. With a thought, Sora's hands quickly formed seals. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball containing the Azure Dragon's power, carrying an aura of destruction, met Pakura's scorch release light spheres head-on. Boom. Flames and blazing light collided violently in mid-air, causing a fierce explosion. Firelight shot towards the sky, heat waves in all directions, forcing the surrounding watching Tsunade to retreat repeatedly, their faces showing astonishment. He actually blocked Pakura-sama's scorch release with an ordinary fire release. Asuna Chunin muttered in disbelief. Pakura's expression turned even uglier. She could feel that the other party's Great Fireball had extremely concentrated power, its temperature absurdly high. It had truly neutralized her overwhelming heat murder. This is definitely no ordinary Great Fireball. Just how many more tricks does this kid have hidden? Can't deal with him at range. Close combat, finish him with a combination of Taijutsu and Scorch Release. Pakura had rich combat experience. Changing tactics instantly, her figure flashed, closing in on Sora like a ghost. Her palm, coated with scorching high temperature, struck towards Sora's chest. Good timing. Sora shouted lowly. Close combat was what he feared least, especially with the enhancement of Gate of Limit. Super strength. Chakra instantly concentrated in his fist, and he threw a straightforward, unadorned punch. Fist and palm met, releasing a dull, heavy thud. Pakura only felt a mountainous, overpowering force transmit from her arm. Moreover, the scorching high temperature failed to instantly breach Sora's defense. Instead, she herself was shaken, her arm going numb, her chi and blood churning. She involuntarily retreated 3 steps. How is this possible? His strength, and this chakra defense. The shock in Pakura's heart was beyond measure. Her scorch release not only had high temperature but also penetrating power. Ordinary ninja would have their skin scorched even if they blocked, yet Sora had actually blocked it head-on. This guy's taijutsu and chakra quality are just unnaturally strong. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 143, Chapter 143, The Snake in the Shadows. Sora was also secretly alarmed. Super strength combined with the power of the Gate of Limit, it actually only forced her back 3 steps. Truly worthy of being Pakura. Her physical toughness and reaction speed are first-rate. Moreover, the temperature on her palms, I could feel the scorching heat even through chakra. The scorch release truly lives up to its name. I really don't know how she ultimately died to shuriken in the end. Both of them had their own thoughts, but their movements did not pause in the slightest. Thud, 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 sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sounds of fists and feet colliding and the sounds of high temperature scorching the air continuously rang out. Sora combined the speed and strength of the 8 gates with the foundational level super strength. His offensive was like a storm, each punch and kick containing power capable of shattering stone. Pakura, relying on her rich combat experience and precise control over scorch release, moved nimbly, often avoiding Sora's heavy blows by a hair's breadth. At the same time, those hands wrapped in scorching chakra, like poisonous snakes, constantly searched for openings in Sora's defenses. For a time, the two fought to a standstill. Their figures moved at high speed across the field. Ordinary Tsunade could not clearly see their movements. They could only see green steam and orange flames constantly colliding. Only that one Jonan saw a bit of the method. His hands quickly formed seals. Among the Tsunade present, aside from Pakura, there was only this one Jonan. Therefore, Sora had kept part of his attention on him. After forcing Pakura back with a punch, Sora gave that Tsunade Jonan no chance to finish his seals. Almost the instant Pakura retreated, Sora had already crossed several meters. A fist imbued with super strength aimed straight for that Jonan's face. That Tsunade Jonan's pupils shrank sharply. His hand seal posture abruptly halted. In haste, he could only cross his arms to guard in front of him. All the chakra in his body frantically surged towards his arms, attempting to block this heavy blow. But he underestimated the super strength enhanced by the gate of limit too much. He also did not anticipate Sora's attack would be so swift and fierce. Thud. The moment fist and arm collided, that Tsunade Jonan felt a force far exceeding his imagination crash into him. The defense of his arms shattered like paper. The chakra barrier was directly torn apart. The remaining force of the fist did not diminish, heavily smashing into his chest. Gah! A mouthful of blood wildly sprayed from his mouth. His entire person was sent flying backward at high speed. A terrifying deep dent caved in on his chest. His eyes were wide open, clearly already dead. From Sora throwing the punch to the Tsunade Jonan's death, it was merely the span of a breath. The surrounding Tsunade instantly froze. That was a veteran Tsunade Jonan. He actually couldn't withstand a single move. Pakura was even more alarmed. Her body, having just stabilized, shook violently. A storm surged in her heart. What fast reactions! What ruthless methods! While entangled with me, he could still spare attention to lock onto another Jonan, and kill with one strike. This brat's combat awareness is more terrifying than veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. She originally thought Sora was only remarkable in chakra and taijutsu. Only now did she realize with a start, the most frightening aspects were his overall control and decisiveness in killing. Sora pretended to spit out a bit of blood and shook his fist. He glanced at that Jonan's corpse. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Almost enough. In his perception, Fox and the other two had now gone very far. There was no need to remain within the Suna encirclement anymore. But he never forgot Orochimaru's presence. The 8 gates and super strength were open cards. Showing them a bit was fine. It should still be within a reasonable range. But other abilities definitely could not be exposed. Thinking of this, Sora intentionally showed an opening. His movement seemed to slow by half a beat, as if the energy spent instantly killing the Tsunade Jonan was too great. Got you. Pakura snapped back from the shock of Sora killing her Jonan and immediately seized the opportunity. Her scorching palm aimed straight for the opening at Sora's side. Sora hurriedly defended, crossing his arms to block. Boom! Scorching power transmitted through his body. Sora grunted. Using the force, his figure flew backward. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another dragon's breath fireball shot out, blocking Pakura's pursuit route. Kill someone and still want to run. Pakura snorted coldly, quickly avoiding the fireball, and was about to give chase again. But she saw Sora forcibly twist his body in mid-air. Both feet fiercely stomped on the rock wall behind him. Crash! The rock wall shattered. Sora shot back like a cannonball. He pushed the power of super strength and the gate of limit to the extreme. His fist carried an indomitable momentum, smashing towards Pakura. Final blow. Pakura felt the power of this punch and did not dare to meet it head-on. She activated Scorch Release with all her might, forming a high-temperature barrier in front of her. Boom! The fist force and the high-temperature barrier collided fiercely, erupting with a shocking shockwave. Pakura was shaken back 7 or 8 steps by this tremendous force before stabilizing her posture. Her chi and blood churned. Sora, using the recoil force, did not pause at all. He quickly rushed in the direction opposite to Fox and the other two. His speed was so fast only a green afterimage remained. Chase. Cannot let him escape. Pakura suppressed her churning chi and blood. Her face was covered with frost. Alarm and anger surged in her heart. She was actually forced to this point by a brat. And he withdrew so calmly. Moreover, it was after killing a Jonan right in front of her. She immediately flashed, rapidly chasing in the direction Sora fled, leaving behind a group of Tsunade on the spot who looked at each other in dismay, their hearts still trembling. Sora moved at full speed. Pakura chased closely behind, killing intent gleaming in her eyes. She absolutely would not allow this Konoha brat with astonishing potential to leave alive. One in front, one behind, like 2 bolts of lightning, they swiftly weaved through the mountain forests. Their speed was shockingly fast. In just a moment, they had left far behind those Tsunade who tried to follow, disappearing from sight. Detecting that only Pakura's chakra signature remained behind him, Sora's eyes moved slightly. His speed slowed a little. Continuously fleeing like this was also not a solution. Pakura's tracking ability was not weak. If he could not make her withdraw knowing the difficulty, she would probably keep. Thinking of this, Sora suddenly stopped his figure, turning to face the rapidly approaching Pakura. Brat, why aren't you running anymore? Chakra exhausted. Pakura stopped 10 meters in front of Sora. The Scorch Release fireballs floating beside her glowed even brighter. Just thought, perhaps there's no need to run anymore. Sora spoke calmly. Although maintaining the gate of limit consumed a lot, with his physique he could still sustain it for a short time. Arrogant. Pakura snorted coldly. Wasting no more words, her hands formed seals. Scorch release, multiple instant steam murder. Instantly, several scorching fireballs shot towards Sora like meteors, blocking all his dodging space. Sora's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Both feet fiercely stomped the ground. Boom! The ground exploded into a small crater. Sora's figure passed through the gaps between the fireballs like a ghost, instantly closing in on Pakura. Pakura's heart was alarmed. She didn't expect Sora could still erupt with such astonishing instantaneous speed. She immediately changed her move. Both palms covered with scorching chakra met Sora's fist. Thud, thud, thud. Close combat erupted again. Sora combined the speed of the 8 gates with the explosive power of super strength. His offensive was like a violent storm, each strike heavy and forceful, forcing Pakura to constantly block and dodge. Pakura, relying on her rich experience and the peculiarity of scorch release, her palm strikes sharp, the high-temperature scorching, often used exquisite footwork to dissolve Sora's fierce attacks, while searching for counterattack opportunities. Her scorch release chakra was extremely penetrating. Even though Sora had chakra protection, prolonged contact could still cause a burning pain. The two moved at high speed through the mountain forests. Wherever they passed, trees snapped, rocks shattered, the ground left with scorched black palm prints and cracked fist pits. The more Pakura fought, the more alarmed she became. This brat was not only astonishing in strength and speed, his combat awareness and resilience were even more beyond imagination. Her scorch release actually could not break through his defenses in a short time. Instead, she needed to concentrate all her spirit to deal with that continuous onslaught of heavy blows. This brat's taijutsu. He's simply a monster. When did Konoha cultivate such a person? Sora similarly had a clearer understanding of Pakura's strength, truly worthy of being a hero of Suna. Her combat experience was seasoned, her use of scorch release superb. If not for relying on the hidden resistance and recovery brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit, he probably would have been defeated long ago. In a short time, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. After exchanging another blow, both simultaneously leaped back, facing each other across a dozen meters, breathing slightly heavily. Pakura looked at Sora, whose aura was still steady. Her eyes were extremely grave. She found she actually had no certainty of victory. Continuing to fight, even if she could win, it would probably be a costly victory. Moreover, if the other party was determined to escape, she might not be able to stop him. This child absolutely cannot be left alive. But today, Pakura's thoughts raced, weighing the pros and cons. Pursuing alone deep into enemy territory was too risky. What if Konoha had another ambush? Sora keenly caught the apprehension in Pakura's eyes. He knew the timing had arrived. He deliberately took a deep breath, adopting a posture to continue attacking, and said in a low voice, "Still want to continue?" Soon as Pakura. Pakura's eyes flickered. Finally, she snorted coldly. "Humph. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time we meet, I will definitely take your life." After saying this, she did not hesitate anymore. Her figure leaped a few times and disappeared into the dense forest. She had actually taken the initiative to withdraw. Finally scared her off. Looking in the direction Pakura disappeared, Sora slowly let out a breath of turbid air and deactivated the gate of limit state. A wave of fatigue surged up, but it was still within bearable limits. However, he still pretended to be physically exhausted, kneeling on one knee on the ground, while forcibly forcing out a mouthful of blood. In the distance, within the lush canopy of a large tree, an inconspicuous small white snake slowly poked its head out from between the branches and leaves. Its golden vertical pupils gazed in the direction Pakura disappeared. Its tongue lightly flickered. He. The 8 gates, super strength, and that extraordinary fire release. Truly a pleasantly surprising specimen. 12 years old, can open the 5th gate, taijutsu attainments astonishing, chakra control far surpassing peers. Sora-kun, the secrets you hide are even more than I imagined. I am becoming more and more interested in you. A flash of human-like greed and pleasure passed through the small white snake's eyes. Then it silently merged into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 144, Chapter 144 Orochimaru's Recruitment. In the evening, Sora finally returned to the vicinity of Kikyoyama, safe and sound. As soon as he approached, a figure quickly emerged from a hidden spot. It was Fox, who had been waiting here for a long time. Fox looked Sora up and down. Seeing that apart from heavy chakra depletion and some torn clothing, he had no obvious serious injuries, Fox's tense expression eased slightly. He said in a deep voice, "It's good that you are back." Sora nodded and asked, "Captain, what is the situation?" The others. Fox's eyes instantly dimmed, and his voice became much lower. "Our squad C5 can be considered lucky. Grey Wolf broke an arm. He can recover after a few months of rest. Night Owl was also poisoned by a Suna puppet. I'm afraid he won't be well for a short time either. The other 2 squads, 8 people, only the 2 captains returned." Sora fell silent for a moment. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the casualty number still stirred some emotions within him. 12 elite ninjas, 6 lost in a single mission. The cruelty of war was evident. Moreover, Grey Wolf actually lost an arm. Combined with Night Owl's condition, their squad strength was now insufficient to carry out Umbu missions. Sora estimated they would most likely need to be reorganized later. Then Sora and Fox briefly exchanged their experiences after breaking through the encirclement. Fox did most of the talking. Sora simply mentioned the process of shaking off Pakura's pursuit, omitting the details. As they were talking, an Umbu messenger wearing an animal mask walked over. "Green Snake, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you." What was coming had finally arrived. Sora was not too surprised. He had long expected that Orochimaru would seek him out after his return. Sora stood up and said calmly to the messenger, "Lead the way." A trace of worry flashed in Fox's eyes, but this was Orochimaru's direct order. He had no right to question it. He could only watch as Sora left with the messenger Umbu. Kikyoima frontline command post. Orochimaru's narrow golden snake-like eyes examined Sora with great interest. His face wore that uncomfortable smile, as if he was looking at an interesting object. After a while, Orochimaru finally spoke. "Ha ha ha, Sora-kun, you have finally returned. I have read the mission report. To single-handedly force back Scorch-style Pakura and also kill Asuna Jonan. It is truly an astonishing performance. You flatter me, Lord Orochimaru. It was merely a narrow escape. I dare not claim credit." Sora bowed his head slightly. His tone was respectful, but his mind was filled with vigilance. Orochimaru licked his lips. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. A narrow escape. To not only retreat unscathed from the encirclement by Pakura and numerous Sunanin but also to kill one of them in return. That cannot be explained by mere luck. At 12 years of age, to have trained the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate and also mastered Tsunade's super strength technique. Sora-kun, your talent is even more outstanding than I imagined. Sora inwardly thought, as expected. Outwardly, however, his expression remained unchanged. It is all due to the nurturing of the Hokage and Lady Tsunade. I merely strive in my training and dare not slack off. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru took a step forward, closing the distance to Sora. The 8 inner gates places an immense burden on the body. Ordinary ninjas, even if they can open them, will fall into a prolonged state of weakness afterward. But Sora-kun, you look, as if you are not greatly affected. His gaze was like a scalpel, seemingly trying to penetrate Sora's body and see the secrets inside. He is probing me. He suspects my recovery ability. But Sora's heart tightened. He knew the most critical question had arrived. The Azure Dragon Fruit's super recovery ability was a key support for his frequent use of the 8 inner gates. But this was also a point that could easily arouse suspicion. It might be because of my Uzumaki bloodline. My recovery ability is somewhat better than an average person's. Moreover, I dare not maintain the state of the 8 inner gates for long periods. Orochimaru gave a noncommittal smile and did not continue questioning. But Sora could feel that he was not completely convinced. The Uzumaki bloodline? Heh, how interesting. Orochimaru walked around him, his eyes sweeping over his body. Sora-kun, would you be interested in exploring the mysteries of life more deeply? The ninja world is vast. To limit oneself to Konoha, to the so-called will of fire, is truly, far too narrow. These words already carried an obvious tone of recruitment and sowing discord. Alarm bells rang loudly in Sora's mind. He hurriedly said, Lord Orochimaru, you overstate the matter. I have received great kindness from the Hokage. I only wish to be loyal to Konoha and dare not have other thoughts. At this moment, he had to state his position, and his attitude had to be firm, at least on the surface. Orochimaru looked at Sora's sincere expression. A trace of barely detectable mockery flashed in his golden snake-like eyes before returning to that faintly smiling appearance. He drew out his tone, sounding somewhat regretful. Is that so? What a pity. However, people always change, Sora-kun. If you ever change your mind, you can come to me anytime. I have a very high opinion of your potential. He intentionally emphasized the word potential. The implied meaning was clear. Well, you have just been through a hard battle. Go back and rest first. Orochimaru waved his hand, ending the summons. We will need your strength in the upcoming battles as well. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I take my leave. Sora bowed respectfully, then turned and walked out of the command post step by step. Only after leaving the cave and feeling the cool night wind outside did Sora secretly let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru's final words were less an invitation and more a declaration. I know you are not simple. I am very interested in you. You cannot escape trouble. Being targeted by this poisonous snake, life will probably not be peaceful from now on. Although with his current strength, if he used all his hidden cards, he might not necessarily fear Orochimaru. It was easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. What was most fearsome about Orochimaru was never his frontal combat power, but his endless stream of bizarre methods and his exploration into forbidden areas of life. Who knew what strange things he might come up with? After all, his peers either died or were crippled. Only Orochimaru grew younger and became harder and harder to kill. At the same time, Sora also confirmed that this mission was arranged by Orochimaru to test his strength, or arranged in passing. As for the sudden appearance of the Sunanin, in Orochimaru's view, it didn't matter whether they were there or not. He didn't expect that a simple ambush on a rear supply line could defeat the full-force assault of Suna. It would be best if they succeeded, but even if not, he could observe Sora's true strength. But unfortunately, Sora had always maintained extreme vigilance towards him. What he revealed to him were only some of the cards already exposed. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 145, Chapter 145 Artificial Tailed Beast. Fortunately, it is still wartime. As the commander, Orochimaru probably would not openly move against me. Moreover, he seems to prefer coercion and cooperation. However, his ship is going to capsize in a few years. Getting on board now would be purely asking for trouble. Sora knows that not long after the Third Shinobi World War ended and Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru defected from Konoha. His subordinates did not fare well in Konoha either, with the vast majority being ruthlessly eliminated. Returning to Squad C5's camp, Fox cast an inquiring glance. Sora just shook his head lightly and said nothing more. Some things are better known by fewer people. Sora sat by the campfire, watching the flickering flames, a sharp glint flashing imperceptibly in his eyes. Orochimaru, I hope you don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin, I will make you taste what power from another world truly is. But thinking of Orochimaru, another issue began to occupy Sora's thoughts, something he had considered long ago, the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein is not something one can just open their mouth and absorb. To use it as a chakra power bank, besides requiring relevant sealing techniques, knowledge related to artificial tailed beast technology is also needed. Sora has been gradually mastering sealing techniques, but given his current level, it is absolutely impossible for him to create an artificial tailed beast. Although a person named Shino later created the Zero Tails, that happened when Naruto was around 15 or 16, nearly 20 years from now. Sora cannot wait that long, so he set his sights on Konoha. Sora remembers that Shino hailed from the Sky Ninja Village, a small village without a tailed beast. This means he had no research subject. The data related to the Zero Tails was most likely stolen from one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Among the 5 great countries, Tsunagakure's political situation has always been unstable, and its strength is relatively weak. It simply lacks the capability for in-depth tailed beast research, so it is the first to be ruled out. Kirigakure is similar to Tsunagakure, with an unstable political situation. Coupled with too many Kekii Genkai users, it has been in a state of internal strife, so it is also ruled out. Of the remaining 3, Iwagakure focuses on Earth-style related research and seems to have made no significant achievements in tailed beast research either. While Kumigakure also focuses on lightning style and taijutsu development, the fact that they developed the giant chakra cannon and perfect Jinchuriki clearly indicates substantial research capability. Konoha possesses the first Hokage, who could completely suppress tailed beasts, and thus also has the capability for deep tailed beast research. After comparing them all, Sora fixed his gaze on Konoha and Kumigakure. But Kumigakure is too far away. Combined with Sora's relationship with Kumigakure, he ultimately chose Konoha. As one of the Sannin, a direct disciple of the third Hokage, and a nominee for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru obviously has access to Konoha's most internal technologies. Furthermore, when he defects from the village later, he will certainly take away a considerable amount of data and technology. Sora only needs to specifically hint at it to obtain the relevant artificial tailed beast technology from him. It seems being targeted by Orochimaru isn't all bad. But there is a problem. What does Sora use to trade with Orochimaru? Orochimaru is clearly interested in Sora's physique. Regarding this, Sora has been careful about his condition on the battlefield, ensuring he left no blood, flesh tissue, or similar materials behind. Even when facing Pakura, the blood Sora pretended to spit out had been scorched by dragon breath inside his body. Although I won't fear Orochimaru later, being researched is not acceptable. Sora sat by the campfire, constantly pondering. Finally, a person surfaced in his mind, Tenzo, Yamato. Although Yamato was a product of an experiment led by Orochimaru, currently Orochimaru does not know Yamato survived and was later taken back to Root by Danzo. As the sole survivor of the wood-style experiments, Orochimaru, who has researched wood-style for years, would surely be very interested. Sora only needs to provide information about Yamato or capture him for Orochimaru to definitely exchange for the artificial tailed beast technical data. Currently, Yamato is around 9 years old and still in Danzo's Root. Given Sora's relationship with Danzo, capturing one of his subordinates would be of no consequence. However, considering that Yamato left a good impression on him, he could just get some bodily tissues for Orochimaru when the time comes. Moreover, Sora understands that the core of a transaction isn't just the value of the bargaining chips, whether the strength of both parties matches is equally important. Therefore, when the time comes for the transaction, he must appropriately display his strength, making Orochimaru clearly understand each other's confidence and leverage, preventing the other from playing tricks by relying on a disparity in strength, and ensuring the transaction proceeds smoothly. The months-long battle of Kikyoema ultimately ended with Konoha's Pyrrhic victory. Just as Sora remembered, although the fourth Kazekage Raza inflicted heavy casualties on Konoha, Orochimaru, relying on his cunning tactics and formidable strength, managed to withstand the pressure and gradually turned the tide of battle. Tsunade, unable to achieve a breakthrough after prolonged attacks and with its supply lines repeatedly disrupted, ultimately had no choice but to retreat and sign an armistice agreement with Konoha. After this battle, the Land of Wind completely withdrew from the stage of the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha was also severely weakened, but Orochimaru, as the frontline commander, enjoyed unprecedented prestige. After the war ended, Konoha's frontline troops began an orderly withdrawal back to the village. Because Grey Wolf lost an arm and Night Owl, still suffering from poison, was sent back to Konoha for treatment, Squad C5, which Sora belonged to, had lost the ability to continue performing UMBU missions. Fox was temporarily reassigned to other understaffed UMBU squads to continue missions. Due to his outstanding performance in the rearguard mission and subsequent high-level clashes, especially after single-handedly battling Pakura and killing a Tsunade Jonan, Orochimaru seemed intent on tempering him, using him as a sharp blade, frequently deploying him into dangerous missions to engage Tsunade's elite squads. Particularly, Pakura specifically targeted Sora on the battlefield, leading teams to encircle him multiple times. However, Sora had long been wary of Tsunade's targeting. Pakura's encirclements not only failed but resulted in Sora counter-killing many powerful Tsunanin. Therefore, Sora gained some fame on the Kikyoima battlefield, earning the moniker, Konoha's Green Snake. Sora found this name quite speechless, far less imposing than names like Konoha's White Fan or Yellow Flash. A few days later, the mopping-up operations were basically complete, and Sora also received orders to return to Konoha. Sora arranged with Fox to meet at a rendezvous point outside Kikyo Castle, then follow the main force back to the village together. The next morning, Sora arrived early at the rendezvous point. Fox was already waiting there. The two walked on the road leading away from the Kikyoima area, not very fast. With the hostilities ceased, their taut nerves could relax slightly. Fox looked at Sora beside him, whose face still carried a hint of youthfulness but whose eyes were exceptionally steady, feeling a myriad of emotions. After returning to the village, Squad C5 will probably be disbanded and reorganized. Fox's voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying a barely perceptible trace of despondency. UMBU squad members live together day and night, sharing life and death bonds. Suddenly disbanding is inevitably hard to accept. Sora nodded. He had anticipated this. Yeah, Grey Wolf and Night Owl need time to recover. Captain, what are your plans? What plans can an old bone like me have? Fox smiled, his remaining arm habitually pressing the short sword at his waist. Probably assigned to train newcomers or transferred to the logistics department. But you, with your current strength and combat achievements, upon returning to the UMBU, you will likely be appointed as a new squad leader, leading a team independently. Sora neither confirmed nor denied it. Leading a team means more responsibility and attachments, which somewhat conflicts with his plan of pursuing the pinnacle of personal strength and potentially leaving Konoha at any time. Take one step at a time. Strength is the foundation. With sufficient strength, these arrangements won't affect me. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 146, Chapter 146, Kabuto. While the two were talking, they passed by a temporary post-war refugee gathering area. Sora's gaze casually scanned the surroundings. Although the war had ended, the area near Kikyoima was still chaotic. There were civilians who had fled and returned everywhere, as well as some scattered vagrants and orphans trying to find valuable items in the ruins. The Konoha ninja were busy with their own affairs. For these civilians, as long as they did not actively provoke or steal military supplies, they mostly turned a blind eye. At that moment, Sora's gaze was attracted by a thin, small figure in the distance. It was a boy who looked only about 6 or 7 years old. He had rare light gray hair and wore a pair of old, round-frame glasses. Behind the glasses were eyes that did not match his age, filled with some panic and wariness. He wore coarse clothes stained with dirt and was carefully rummaging through the ruins of a half-collapsed house for something. His movements were nimble, but his eyes kept darting towards the surrounding Konoha ninja, full of unease. This appearance, these glasses. Sora's steps paused slightly. Kabuto. He immediately recognized this boy's identity. Kabuto Yakushi, the future figure who stirred up the ninja world, skilled in medical ninjutsu and infiltration, even Orochimaru once regarded him as a trusted aide. At this point in time, why would he be here? According to the original work, he should have been discovered by his sister after the Battle of Kikyoima and taken back to the Konoha orphanage. Sora's brows furrowed slightly, his mind racing as he recalled the plot about Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto was originally a child from an orphanage near the Kikyoima battlefield. Due to his memory confusion and spy talent, he was used by Danzo and sent on missions to various countries. Later, he was subdued by Orochimaru. However, then Sora thought of Nono. According to his previous calculations and the original timeline, Nono should have completed her mission and returned to Konoha within the last year or two, and should have been active around the time of the Battle of Kikyoima. But in fact, Nono had left the orphanage for more than 5 years now, without any news. It seems, this mission of Big Sisters is even more important and dangerous than in the original work. Sora silently pondered the information about Nono, but with Hiruzen Sarutobi's endorsement, he speculated that Nono would most likely return within this year or two, just a matter of time. However, what was more important at the moment was dealing with the issue of Kabuto. No matter what, I can't ignore Kabuto. Sora had complex feelings towards the character Kabuto. The later Kabuto strayed from the right path and did many wrong things. But at its root, he was also a pitiful person destroyed by war and conspiracy, who lost his self-identity. His current state, how similar it was to when Fox brought Sora back to Konoha. Both were orphans struggling to survive in the flames of war. If Fox hadn't brought me back to the orphanage back then, if I hadn't had Big Sister's care, what would my fate have been? Probably not much better than his. Sora sighed inwardly. Since he encountered him, he couldn't just leave him be. Moreover, Kabuto's talent was undeniable. His medical ninjutsu, analytical ability, and disguise skills were all top-notch. If he could be guided onto the right path, he might become a powerful ally in the future. Even if not, at least he shouldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of Danzo or Orochimaru again, becoming their tool. Thinking of this, Sora hesitated no longer and walked towards that thin, small figure. Fox noticed Sora's action. Following his gaze, he also saw the boy rummaging in the ruins. He seemed to understand something and did not stop him, just silently watched. Kabuto was obviously very alert. Sora had only taken a few steps closer when he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with vigilance and fear. He instinctively took a few steps back, tightly clutching a piece of dry, hard bread he had picked up from somewhere. Do not be afraid. Sora stopped, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. I am not a bad person. Kabuto did not speak, just looked Sora up and down with a suspicious gaze, especially focusing on the Konoha ninja uniform he wore and the Umbu mask attached to his waist. Obviously, compared to Nono who radiated maternal warmth, Sora, who exuded a stern and murderous aura, was hard for him to let down his guard. What is your name? Where is your family? Sora continued to ask, while slowly squatting down to make his height level with Kabuto's, reducing the sense of pressure. Kabuto pursed his lips, still silent. But the fear in his eyes decreased slightly, perhaps because Sora didn't look very old either, and his attitude seemed friendly enough. The war is over. It is dangerous here. There are still many uncleared traps. Sora pointed at the surrounding ruins. It is very unsafe to be here alone. Kabuto looked around, then looked at Sora, and finally said in a barely audible voice, I have no family left. The voice carried the childishness of a child, yet had a hoarseness and numbness beyond his years. Sora was silent for a moment, then took out some soldier pills and water from his ninja tool pouch and offered them. Hungry? Have something to eat first. Kabuto looked at the food in Sora's hand. His throat moved involuntarily, and longing showed in his eyes. But he still did not step forward immediately, his vigilance extremely high. Sora did not rush him, just waited patiently. After a while, perhaps unable to resist hunger any longer, or perhaps feeling Sora meant no harm, Kabuto carefully stepped forward. He quickly grabbed the soldier pills and water, then immediately stepped back several paces, devouring the food ravenously. Watching his sorry state, Sora seemed to see himself many years ago, just brought to the Konoha orphanage, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Fate is truly unpredictable. After Kabuto had recovered somewhat, Sora spoke again. My name is Sora. I am a ninja from Konoha. Do you want to come back to Konoha with me? There is a place to stay, there is food to eat. It might not be very rich, but at least you won't have to worry about hunger, or be afraid of war. Kabuto looked up, looking at Sora through his dirty lenses. His eyes were full of hesitation and uncertainty. He had experienced too much deception and betrayal. He instinctively felt suspicious towards the goodwill of strangers. Konoha, orphanage. Yes, the Konoha orphanage. I live there. Sora nodded. These words seemed to have some effect. Kabuto's eyes flickered, and he murmured softly, I am called Kabuto. It was indeed him. Sora confirmed in his heart, showing a gentle smile on his face. Kabuto, that is a very nice name. So, what is your decision? To keep staying here, or to come back with me? Kabuto looked at the remaining half of the soldier pill in his hand, then at the messy ruins around him. Finally, his gaze fell on that smile on Sora's face, which wasn't brilliant, but was sincere enough. After a moment of silence, he nodded lightly and said in a voice almost inaudible, I will go with you. Sora let out a sigh of relief and reached out his hand. Let's go. We are returning to Konoha. Kabuto hesitated for a moment, but finally extended his dirty little hand and grasped Sora's finger. At this moment, Sora seemed to see the track of fate, because of his intervention, quietly shifting by a tiny angle. Fox watched as Sora brought Kabuto back. He did not seem surprised, just asked lightly. Decided. Sora nodded. Yes, taking him back to the orphanage. Fox looked at the thin Kabuto, then looked at Sora, as if remembering the scene years ago when he brought Sora back to Konoha. His single arm lightly patted Sora's shoulder, and he said nothing more. Just like that, just as Fox had brought him back to Konoha years ago, Sora brought the young Kabuto Yakushi with him and set off on the journey back to Konoha. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 147, Chapter 147 Promotion to Jonan. Sora and Fox brought Kabuto, following the triumphant procession, and slowly entered the gate of Konoha village. A large crowd of villagers had already gathered at the village entrance. Holding flowers and streamers, their cheers surged like a tidal wave. Welcome home, heroes. Look, it's Lord Orochimaru. And the other ninja lords. The crowd was boiling, the atmosphere extremely fervent. Sora walked in the middle section of the procession. Looking at the excited, admiring, smiling faces on both sides of the road, his heart was completely calm. Heroes. They are merely survivors. Who will remember the names of those who remain forever on Kikyoama? But he had personally experienced the cruelty of war. The cheers and glory before his eyes, in his view, were more like a temporary pain-numbing medicine. They could not conceal the heavy price Konoha had paid in this battle. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was walking not far ahead, basking in the attention of the crowd, a faint smile on his face. This guy certainly enjoys this kind of scene. However, he truly rendered great service this time. His reputation is indeed quite high now. Sora then looked at Kabuto beside him, who was somewhat at a loss, tightly clutching the hem of Sora's clothes. Kabuto clearly had never seen such a spectacle. He was quite frightened by the noisy crowd, his small face pale. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Sora whispered a word of reassurance. Kabuto looked up, saw Sora's calm profile, seemed to find his anchor, and nodded vigorously. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally attended and delivered an impassioned speech. He praised the bravery and fearlessness of the frontline soldiers, commemorated the ninja who had sacrificed themselves, and looked ahead to Konoha's future peace. Sora stood below the stage, listening to this familiar proclamation of the will of fire. His heart was unmoved, even felt a bit like laughing. For the village, for the next generation. It sounds wonderful. But are those who were sacrificed, who were treated as pawns, not also Konoha ninja? But he remembered the 6 Konoha ninja who died in the trap mission. He remembered the severely injured Grey Wolf and Night Owl. These, in the eyes of the higher-ups, were perhaps all just, necessary costs. After the commendation ceremony ended, ninja of various ranks disbanded according to the arrangements. Sora was just preparing to take Kabuto to the orphanage to settle him first, when an Umbu silently appeared before him. Green Snake, the Hokage wishes to see you. It had come. Sora understood in his heart. His performance on the battlefield must have long been reported back to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoning him at this time, the purpose was clear. Captain, please look after Kabuto for a moment. Sora said to Fox. Fox nodded. Go ahead. Sora patted Kabuto's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. Then he followed that Umbu, walking towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the large desk, looking at Sora who stood straight before him. His heart was filled with endless thoughts. Silver-white short hair, a face somewhat youthful yet exceptionally steady, eyes clear and calm. It was completely impossible to tell this was a 12-year-old youth who had just returned from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. 12 years old. Elite Jonan level strength. But back then, recruiting him specially into the Umbu was only because his potential and Uzumaki bloodline were seen. No one expected his growth speed to be this astonishing. After the incident with the Raven unit in the Land of Lightning, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that Sora now possessing Jonan strength would already be the limit. But the intelligence reports from the Kikyoama battle showed that Sora could not only skillfully open the first 5 gates of the 8 inner gates, but also had mastered some of Tsunade's super strength techniques. His taijutsu cultivation was even approaching elite Jonan level. Holding the rear alone, forcing back the long-established Pakura of the Scorch release, beheading Asuna Jonan. This combat record would be enough for any Jonan to be proud of, let alone a 12-year-old child. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly began to speak. Sora, I am very satisfied with your performance in the Kikyoama campaign. Especially when facing Tsunade's Pakura, you not only protected your comrades, but also heavily damaged Tsunade's morale, enhancing Konoha's prestige. Sora slightly bowed, his tone respectful. Lord Hokage flatters me. This was merely my duty. Merely your duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Not every ninja can accomplish such duty at the age of 12. He paused, picking up a document on the desk. According to the report from frontline commander Orochimaru, as well as the Umbu's own assessment, the strength, tactical proficiency, and decisiveness you displayed during the Kikyoama campaign have all reached the standard of a Jonan. According to Konoha regulations, promotion to Jonan requires recommendation, strength assessment, mission evaluation, and the final approval of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sora, his tone becoming formal. Your mission evaluation is undoubtedly excellent. In terms of strength, your performance on the battlefield is the best proof. As for recommendation, both Orochimaru and your Captain Fox have spoken highly of you. Sora listened quietly, not very surprised in his heart. He remembered Kakashi was also promoted to Jonan at 12. Although that was a special case during wartime, the battle merits he had now achieved, plus the strength he had displayed, were enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make the same decision. It's nothing more than buying allegiance with great rewards, and incidentally tying me more tightly to Konoha's war chariot. Sora saw it very clearly. A 12-year-old Jonan, a war hero just returned from the front lines, this title itself was a kind of shackle. Therefore, I have decided to exceptionally promote you to Konoha Jonan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose slightly, carrying an undeniable authority. From today, you are an officially registered Jonan of Konoha, entitled to corresponding authority and resource allocation. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hokage. Sora appropriately showed a trace of excitement and gratitude on his face, bowing once more. He understood the principle of acting a part fully. This is what you deserve. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, handing over a letter of appointment and the green flak jacket representing Jonan's status. I hope you will continue to strive and contribute to Konoha's prosperity and peace. Yes, I will certainly exert my utmost effort. Sora took the flak jacket and appointment letter with both hands. This small jacket represented status and strength within Konoha. Afterward, Sora briefly mentioned Kabuto's matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then nodded. Having compassion is a good thing. Since you brought him back, you are responsible for sending him to the orphanage. I will have someone make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Sora expressed his thanks. Alright, you may go. After promotion to Jonan, there will be new mission assignments. These next few days, rest well and familiarize yourself with the duties of a Jonan. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Yes, I take my leave. Sora bowed, then exited the Hokage's office. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 148, Chapter 148, Entering the Land of Wind Again. Sora brought Kabuto to the orphanage. Currently, only Miyamoto Ichiro and the old director were at the orphanage. When Miyamoto Ichiro saw Sora return, he was very happy, especially when he heard about his promotion to Jonan. He even excitedly patted his shoulder. Sora, I knew you could do it. A 12-year-old Jonan, the first one from our orphanage. Sora smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, then pulled Kabuto, who was hiding behind him, forward. Ichiro, this child is called Kabuto. I brought him back from around Kikyoima. He will live here with us from now on. Miyamoto Ichiro looked at the thin and small Kabuto, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes. He crouched down and said gently, Welcome, Kabuto. This will be your home from now on. Kabuto nodded timidly and whispered, Thank you. On the way back, Sora noticed the worn-out round-framed glasses on Kabuto's face, the lenses badly scratched. So he took him to the village's eyeglass shop to get a new pair of black-framed glasses. After putting on the new glasses, Kabuto looked much more spirited, and his eyes seemed clearer. Looking at Kabuto, who still seemed somewhat reserved, Sora thought for a moment and asked, Kabuto, do you remember your surname? Or, what was the full name your parents gave you? Kabuto shook his head blankly and said in a low voice, I don't remember. I only know I'm called Kabuto. Just like in the original story, his memories are fuzzy, only remembering his name. Sora pondered for a moment. According to the original course of fate, Kabuto should have been brought back to the orphanage by Nono, who gave him the name, Kabuto Yakushi. But now Nono is missing, and it's unknown when she will return. He couldn't just keep calling him Kabuto. Since I'm the one who brought him back, it shouldn't be a problem for me to give him a surname temporarily. When he grows up, or when sister returns, he can decide for himself later. Thinking this, Sora looked at Kabuto and said, Since you don't remember your surname, and you've now come to Konoha, you need a formal name to make life easier. I'll give you a name. Temporarily, take my surname, Nisjuro, and be called Nisjuro Kabuto. What do you think? Kabuto Yakushi is also fine, depending on what everyone thinks is better, it will be decided later. Translator, the original protagonist name was Lin Zai, I changed this to Sora. Now, that there is issue of surname, let me add a surname Nisjuro Sora. Kabuto raised his head, seemingly not fully understanding what, taking a surname, meant, but he could sense Sora's goodwill. He thought for a moment and nodded gently. Okay, I'll listen to you, Sora brother. Good, then from now on you are Lin Kabuto. Sora ruffled his hair. After naming Kabuto and settling him into the orphanage, 3 days passed unnoticed. During these 3 days, Sora enjoyed a rare period of peace. He didn't engage in high-intensity training, only maintaining basic taijutsu exercises and fuinjutsu study. Occasionally, he would also guide Kabuto in some most basic physical training and literacy. Kabuto's learning ability and comprehension were extremely high. He grasped many things almost immediately after being taught, and could apply them to other situations. This reaffirmed to Sora his future extraordinariness. As expected of the genius who could reach such heights in the original story, this learning ability is truly terrifying. Sora watched Kabuto, who was practicing writing seriously, and sighed inwardly. I just hope this time, he can walk a different path. Peaceful days are always short-lived. On the morning of the 4th day, an Umbu ninja appeared at the orphanage, conveying the Hokage's order, summoning Sora to the Hokage's office. Sora understood in his heart. The new assignment after his promotion to Jonan should be coming down. He straightened his clothes and followed the Umbu away from the orphanage. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still sitting behind his desk piled high with documents, smoking his pipe, puffing clouds of smoke. Seeing Sora enter, he lifted his eyelids and pointed to the chair in front of him. "Sit down, Sora." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sora sat down as instructed, waiting for what was to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and slowly said, "Regarding your next arrangement, I have two plans here. First, you know the situation of Squad C5 well. Fox, although experienced, lost an arm and his strength is severely impaired. Grey Wolf also lost an arm. Night Owl is poisoned by puppet poison and needs a long time to recover. Squad C5 already exists in name only and faces reorganization." Sora nodded silently. This was within his expectations. The first choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sora. "Given the strength you displayed in the Kikyoima campaign, the Umbu needs to replenish new squad leaders. You can choose to become the leader of a new Umbu squad, leading new team members on missions." A new Umbu squad. Leading a squad. Obviously, the Umbu also expanded its manpower during the war, but Sora immediately rejected this option in his heart. Leading a team means responsibility, bonds, and more risk of exposure. He has too many secrets. The ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit absolutely must not be revealed easily at present. Spending day and night with a group of teammates whose backgrounds are not fully known, and having to worry about their safety during missions, would undoubtedly be a constraint for him. Moreover, he fundamentally lacks a sense of belonging to Konoha and does not want to cultivate any elite force for Konoha. Seemingly sensing Sora's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised and continued. "The second choice, you will still belong to the Umbu, but your assignment will be independent, not attached to any fixed squad. You will serve as a special operations personnel directly under the Hokage, carrying out some high-difficulty, high-confidentiality missions alone, possessing greater autonomy and flexibility. During the war period, unless I give a direct order, you will not be forcibly assigned to any frontline command sequence." Hearing this option, Sora's heart stirred. Independent action, taking orders only from the Hokage, having autonomy, not being casually deployed by frontline commanders like Orochimaru as during the Kikyoima battle. This undoubtedly better suited his needs. It would allow him to utilize the Umbu's resources and intelligence network while maintaining maximum independence and concealment, making it convenient for him to do his own things. Sarutobi Hiruzen offering this option, on one hand, probably thinks I'm too young to effectively lead a squad and command respect. On the other hand, he wants to firmly grasp this sharp blade in his own hands, preventing Danzo or other factions from getting involved. After all, a 12-year-old piece with elite Jonan strength, if used well, can be extremely powerful. Thinking this, Sora did not hesitate further. "Hokage-sama, I choose the second option." A trace of an, as expected, expression appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He nodded. "Very well. Then this independent assignment will be temporarily named the Umbu Special Operations Group. Your code name remains Green Snake, and you report directly to me." "Yes." Sora responded. "Since you have chosen independent action, there is a task for you now." Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a scroll from the desk and handed it to Sora. Although the Land of Wind has signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha, Tsunagakure's wolfish ambitions must be guarded against. We need to know for sure, after the defeat at Kikyoima, the real movements within Tsunagakure, whether they still have the potential to continue the war, or whether there are signs of collusion with other ninja villages. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 149, Chapter 149, Investigating the Dragon Vein. Sora took the scroll, opened it, and quickly skimmed through its contents. The mission details were simple: infiltrate the Land of Wind, scout the movements of Tsunagakure and its surrounding areas, and assess its war potential and intentions. Mission rank, S rank. An S-rank mission, infiltrating the heart of an enemy country alone, scouting the movements of a ninja village. The danger level of this mission was easy to imagine. If exposed, he might face the encirclement and suppression of the entire Tsunagakure. However, Sora was not overly concerned about this. Given his true strength, as long as he was not trapped by a barrier or encountered enemies with special sealing techniques, if he wanted to leave, probably no one could stop him. Perfect, I can go take a look at Lulan. This thought immediately surfaced in Sora's mind. He had just divided the Azure Dragon Fruit's power into 4 stages when he ate it, and he was currently in the 3rd stage, complete beast transformation. But he currently had no clue about the final awakening. Moreover, Sora had been living in the Naruto world for over 6 years now, and he gradually realized that his previous assumption that the awakening would correspond to the 6 paths level was a bit naive. The Azure Dragon Fruit awakening could indeed reach the 6 paths level, but Sora estimated that at best, it would be around Kagaya's level, or possibly even lower. But Sora knew that above Kagaya, there were the Atsutsuki clan, who could graze in the universe. Relying solely on the awakened Azure Dragon Fruit ability definitely had its limits. Therefore, Sora set his sights on the power system of the Naruto world, Kekii Mora. Translator, Kekii Mora, bloodline encompassing, is an ultra-rare, advanced bloodline power unique to Kagaya Atsutsuki and her direct lineage, far surpassing standard Kekii Genkai 2 nature fusions, or Kekii Toda 3 nature fusions, by incorporating all 5 basic chakra natures plus yin-yang, allowing for god-tier abilities like truth-seeking orbs, dimension manipulation, and powerful offensive/defensive feats. And the dragon vein in Lulan was precisely the first step in his plan, an important part of solving his own chakra shortcomings. Although the artificial tailed beast technology was still nowhere to be seen, it didn't stop him from going to scout the location first and familiarize himself with the environment. Quickly calculating in his mind, Sora's expression remained unchanged on the surface. He put away the scroll and said solemnly, "Understood. I guarantee the completion of the mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. The mission duration is 2 months. Within 2 months, regardless of whether you gain anything, you must return to Konoha to report. Pay attention to your safety during this period. Prioritize your own concealment above all else. Avoid conflict with Tsunade unless absolutely necessary. Yes. Go and prepare. You can depart at any time. I take my leave. Sora bowed and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Walking out of the Hokage building, Sora narrowed his eyes slightly. Independent Operational Authority, an S-rank reconnaissance mission, target Land of Wind. Returning to the orphanage, Sora told Miyamoto Ichiro and the others the news that he was about to go on a mission. Going on another mission? How long will you be gone this time? Miyamoto Ichiro asked with concern. About a month, Sora said, then looked at Kabuto, who was standing to the side looking somewhat uneasy. Kabuto, listen to Ichiro and the older sisters while I'm gone. Eat well and study your characters diligently. Kabuto nodded vigorously. Seeing the look of dependency mixed with concern in Kabuto's eyes, Sora felt a slight stir in his heart and ruffled his hair. This little guy had become a bit more cheerful compared to when he first arrived. Early the next morning, Sora changed into a plain dark traveling outfit and left Konoha village. Land of Wind. Sora did not head towards the area where Tsunade was located. Instead, based on memories from his previous life, he searched in the general direction of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. At this moment, he was walking quickly through the desert. His conspicuous silver-white short hair had been changed to an inconspicuous dark brown. He had also made some modifications to his face, making him look slightly older, more like a wandering ninja or merchant who had been traveling outside for a long time, weathered by the elements. While traveling at a steady pace, Sora calculated in his mind. After the Battle of Kikyoima, Tsunade's strength was greatly diminished. Internal instability was inevitable. According to the timeline Sora remembered, they not only had to digest the bitter fruit of defeat and handle internal conflicts, but would also soon be attacked by Kirigakure. They simply couldn't spare much energy to cause major trouble externally. Therefore, Sora actually didn't take this S-rank reconnaissance mission too seriously. He just needed to take a walk within the Land of Wind, gather some intelligence like Tsunade's mission volume has decreased, or ninja forces are contracting their defenses, combine it with his own analysis, and he could report back. What truly concerned him was another objective of this trip, the dragon vein of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. But most of the Land of Wind was comprised of Gobi Desert and Sandy Desert, with harsh environments. Searching for the ruins of an ancient city that had been abandoned for a long time was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even with his memories from his previous life, Sora wandered and searched for over 10 days in the vast desert. During this time, he encountered several waves of sand bandits and Tsunade patrols, but he avoided them all in advance. Finally, on the evening of the 15th day, deep within a group of huge wind-eroded rock pillars, Sora discovered ruins half buried by yellow sand. And in the center of the ruins, an especially tall, though also dilapidated, spiral tower came into his view. This is the place. Lulan. Sora's spirits lifted, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He then quickly suppressed his chakra and carefully circled the periphery of the ruins several times to investigate. After confirming there were no traces of human activity around, and no traps or barrier fluctuations were detected, he silently infiltrated the center of the ruins and arrived beneath that tall tower. The interior of the tower was even more empty and dilapidated than it looked from the outside, filled with accumulated sand and dust. Sora had a clear goal. He headed directly towards the deepest part at the bottom of the tower. The further down he went, the more he could feel a faint, yet deep and vast, energy fluctuation. Finally, in a huge stone chamber resembling an altar at the bottom of the tower, he saw the target of this trip. A complex sealing formula about 3 meters in diameter, located in the center of the altar. Sora took a deep breath, suppressing some excitement in his heart, squatted down, and began carefully studying this sealing formula. He had now systematically studied the basics of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques and had mostly mastered the 4-symbol seal. Although he couldn't be considered a sealing master yet, his perspective and foundational knowledge far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja. Upon careful examination, Sora's brows gradually furrowed. It really isn't simple. Just as he had previously guessed, this was not a single sealing technique at all. It was a composite seal cleverly nested and combined from multiple high-level sealing techniques. Sora identified the 3 most core ones among them. 4 symbol seal, forming a closed loop, constructing a stable sealing space, serving as the main framework. Then there was a natural energy sealing technique from the Myabokyuzen lineage, carrying a strong toad contract aura, further reinforcing and stabilizing the seal, while seemingly having the effect of harmonizing natural energy. And this last one is, a contract seal? No, it's a variant bloodline contract seal. Sora's gaze focused as he saw several lines of runes connected to the core of the seal, carrying a strange bloodline aura. After thinking for a moment, Sora deduced that this should be the ancient contract between the dragon vein and the bloodline of the Queen of Lulan. It was by borrowing the power of this contract that the dragon vein energy could be so precisely bound to this place. 3 powerful sealing techniques, interlocking and supporting each other, forming an almost perfect whole. Its sophistication and complexity far exceeded what Sora could currently comprehend and master. With just my current level of sealing technique proficiency, trying to safely break this seal is almost wishful thinking. Forcing an attempt would likely only trigger the seal's backlash and create a huge commotion. He had originally held onto a sliver of hope, wondering if he could use his knowledge of sealing techniques to find a crack and slightly draw out a bit of the dragon vein energy to study. Now it seemed that idea was too naive. An energy source of the dragon vein's level was not something he could easily touch at his current stage. Even if he forcibly broke the seal, he wouldn't be able to utilize it. Aside from needing profound sealing techniques to open the valve and guide the flow, he probably also needed a key token or specific conditions. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 150, Chapter 150, The Land of Demons. It seems I still need to go and find the bloodline of the Queen of Lulan. Among these 3 powerful sealing techniques, Sora had only mastered the 4 symbol seal, accounting for merely 1/3. Sora estimated that to forcefully break the seal with minimal commotion, he would need to master at least 1 more sealing technique. There was no hope with Myabokyuzen. He had no chance to contact those toads, as he was not a child of prophecy. After much thought, the only breakthrough point was to seek it from the bloodline of the Queen of Lulan. He shook his head, temporarily pushing aside these chaotic thoughts. Sora began to focus all his attention on observing the sealing formula. But just as he was sensing the immense energy and intricate structure within it, the power of the azure dragon fruit inside his body also faintly produced an extremely weak resonance. It was a very peculiar feeling, not a disturbance of chakra, but more like a deeper essence belonging to the dragon sensing the vast earth vein energy below, which was also called the dragon vein. This feeling flashed by, so weak it was almost imperceptible. But Sora was currently extremely focused. Noticed this faint sense of resonance. Was it because both contained the character dragon? Or was there some unknown connection between the rules represented by the azure dragon fruit and this naturally gathered earth vein energy? A trace of doubt passed through Sora's heart, but he did not delve deeper. With too little information now, random speculation was meaningless. He gathered his focus, no longer trying to understand the entire structure of the seal, and began silently memorizing the basic rune combinations and the general patterns of energy flow. Even if he couldn't break it, observing and studying such a high-level compound seal up close was greatly beneficial for his learning of sealing techniques. At the same time, Sora also carefully perceived the dragon vein energy suppressed beneath the seal. It was an immensely vast, pure, and stable energy, its nature leaning towards earth and nature. If he could harness this power for himself. A flicker of desire appeared in Sora's eyes, but was quickly replaced by calm. The road must be walked step by step. He hadn't even touched the edge of artificial tailed beast technology yet. It was too early to think about these things. His current goal was to master the corresponding sealing techniques and find a way to obtain the relevant technical information from Orochimaru. He stayed, observed, and memorized in front of the sealing altar for a long time, until he deeply imprinted the external structure and energy aura of the entire sealing formula into his mind. Only then did Sora slowly stand up. Dragon Vein, we will meet again. Next time I come, I will surely possess the key to master you. Silently reciting this in his heart, Sora no longer lingered. With a flash, he quickly left this long-sealed underground altar. Exploring the Dragon Vein took about 20 days. Although Sora didn't gain direct benefits, he clarified the obstacles ahead and the required conditions, which made the trip worthwhile. Next, it was time to complete the official business assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sora identified the direction and quickly headed towards the approximate location of Tsunade. Sora spent a few days simply gathering some public intelligence near several relatively prosperous towns and key transportation routes within the Land of Wind. Just as he predicted, the impact of the defeat at Kikyoima on the Land of Wind was evident. The prices of goods in the market, especially strategic materials, had risen. The number of merchant caravans coming and going had also decreased significantly compared to before the war. Occasionally, there were rumors about Tsunade contracting its defense lines and a decrease in mission requests. Sora combined these scattered pieces of information with his knowledge of the original plot, organizing them in his mind. It was already enough to piece together a mission report that would basically satisfy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade is now overwhelmed with its own problems. Raza is busy consolidating his position as Kitsake, suppressing internal dissent, and guarding against Shikaku's occasional rampages. In the short term, they simply lack the strength for external expansion. Sora felt certain in his heart. As for colluding with other ninja villages, they probably can't even come up with much money to hire other forces now. After completing these surface formalities, Sora calculated the time. From leaving Konoha until now, less than a month had passed. It was still early before the 2-month deadline set for the mission. He did not want to return early. Submitting the report too early might instead arouse Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion, wondering if he had truly conducted in-depth reconnaissance or if he had other motives. Therefore, Sora decided to use this idle period to go to another place, the Land of Demons. Namikaze Minato's seal had the presence of a contract seal. Although the contract seal existed in the Umbu's Jutsu library, Sora had already exchanged for the 4-symbol seal. If he went to exchange for the contract seal as well, later when news spread that the Dragon Vein was taken, Sora would definitely be the prime suspect in Konoha's eyes. Thus, Sora set his sights on a sealing technique country similar to the Land of Whirlpools, the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons, a small country not bordering the Land of Fire, located between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. It was famous in the ninja world for its unique priestess lineage and its mission to seal the evil spirit Morio. Along the way, Sora's mind was not idle, constantly recalling and analyzing intelligence about the Land of Demons. The priestess of the Land of Demons, passed down through generations, possesses powerful sealing abilities and the power to foresee the future. Their power also seems to originate from bloodline, quite similar to the situation of the Queen of Lulan. Morio, that massive collection of chakra filled with negative emotions, sealed by successive generations of priestesses. This mode of maintaining seals through bloodline contracts is almost identical to the Dragon Vein. If he wanted to find clues or techniques to crack bloodline contract seals, the Land of Demons was undoubtedly the best choice. Sora was very clear that directly asking for or stealing someone else's core sealing techniques was definitely unrealistic, especially for secret techniques involving the foundation of a nation. But he believed that as long as he paid a sufficient price or found a suitable entry point, there was no opportunity. After all, it was the turbulent war period now, and many things would become flexible. While traveling, he was also refining his own plan. When passing through a small town, Sora casually bought an ancient-looking, dark red vermilion bird mask and a set of ordinary clothes without any ninja village markings. Vermilion bird, just corresponds to Azure Dragon, quite fitting. Sora looked at the mask in his hand, silently reciting in his heart. A few days later, Sora, covered in dust, finally entered the borders of the Land of Demons. Unlike the desolate deserts of the Land of Wind, the environment of the Land of Demons appeared more gloomy, with rolling mountains, dense vegetation, and a faint, indistinct mysterious aura that seemed to permeate the air. Sora did not waste time in ordinary towns. Based on the directions he had inquired about along the way, he headed directly toward the capital of the Land of Demons, also the location of the palace where the priestess resided. The priestess held an extremely revered position in the Land of Demons, equivalent to a combination of spiritual leader and actual ruler. Her palace was heavily guarded, but compared to the 5 great ninja villages, the defensive strength here, in Sora's view, was not impregnable. In his normal state now, Sora already possessed Jonan-level strength. He easily avoided the outer ordinary guards and silently infiltrated the interior of the palace. His target was very clear, the bedchamber of the current priestess. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.